And we are live.
We'll roll call in just a moment here. Stand by. No shortage of potential irritants. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the Ides of March public hearing on land use matters. I will roll call in a moment, but first I'll recognize that the land that we're talking about is traditional Treaty 6 territory, the traditional homeland of the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and Blackfoot peoples, as well as one of the great formation and flourishing points of the Métis Nation, and also the largest gathering place for Inuit south of the 60th parallel. So many distinguished heritages, including settlers and longtime descendants of settlers, coming together to build a better city, hopefully, together. So I will check now with Councillor Zadek for attendance.
I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Henderson.
Yep, I'm here.
Live and on deck. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Walters.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Banga.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Hello. And Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
That's everyone. Welcome. So we need a motion now to adopt the agenda as put before us. There are no changes that I've been made aware of, so as presented. Councillor Essinger.
I'm happy to move the March 16th, 2021 City Council public hearing agenda as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Please vote. The vote's coming to you now.
We're just missing a few votes still, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Zadek.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Paquette.
Yep, mine is spinning, so I assumed you were coming to me. I'm a yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Walters.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Protocol items. I don't think we have any today. I will now highlight the procedures for today's hearing. The way this will work is that the clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with, and I will call out the names of the people we have registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council will select the bylaws that we wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then listen to each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. And for each of those, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw, and then members of the public will be invited to speak virtually using Google Meet. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Each will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home too. When the speaker is finished, please stay on the line as council may wish to ask questions. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all the speakers have concluded, the chair will then ask each speaker if they wish to speak to new information which arose during those public hearings. The process does require some patience to ensure that anyone who does wish to address council has an appropriate opportunity to do so. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. For those participating virtually, which is all of you at this point, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it creates issues of decorum. It may provide unfair advantage, and it can interfere also with the live stream. So additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. And if you're experiencing any difficulties at all, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication with those participating in the statutory public hearing process today. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Madam Clerk, please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 19495, to allow for medium industrial uses, Davies Industrial East?
Yes, have Ryan Edick to answer questions only.
Present.
Thank you. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 19547, to allow for industrial business uses, Prince Rupert?
Yes, I have registered in favor, Janice Agrios.
Yes, I'm here.
On behalf of Commemorate Group, Inc. And then I also have Dennis Rigo to answer questions only, also from Commemorate.
I'm present as well.
Thank you. John Loreno to answer questions only, also from Commemorate.
I'm here as well.
Welcome. And Crystal Brightwell, also to answer questions only, also from Commemorate.
No, I'm actually listed to speak on the Edgemont piece, the next file, 3.3.
Oh, Crystal Brightwell should be on 3.3 then. Noted. We'll make that switch. Apologies. So it's just Janice, Dennis, and John then, unless we've missed anyone on the Prince Rupert item in favor. Not hearing any, then I have registered in opposition. Christina Koning.
Yes, I'm here to speak.
Good afternoon. Roger Jean. Roger hasn't checked in yet, it sounds like. Ralph Dyer. Do we have Ralph?
I believe Ralph is on the line, just may be muted.
Okay, we're not able to hear you right now, Ralph. Let's see if you can unmute
Ralph
yourself.
is here.
Yes. Welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Hoynes.
Okay, we've been notified that they're unable to attend.
Okay, noted. Clement LaFrance.
Yeah, I'm present,
Thank you.
live and well.
Welcome. Rose Hamill.
Thank you.
Is Rose
Yes, I'm here.
welcome?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Carmen Santispin.
They have not checked in. And just for your awareness, Mr. Mayor, our office will reach out to any speakers who haven't checked in and do our best to get them on the line.
Great. Number 8 is W. Banas. No? Okay. How about number 9, Rick Gray?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Number 10 is Judy Kuhn.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Number 11 is Stephen Ha.
Thank you.
Is Stephen Ha there?
They did not, they've not checked in.
Okay. Michelle Morose.
They've also not checked in yet.
Okay. Kim Formenti. Nope.
Same for Kim.
Josephine Pham.
I'm here.
Welcome. And I see that W. Banas just joined the call. If you can unmute yourself. W. Banas.
Yes,
Welcome. Okay, we're just doing roll call here at this stage.
I'm
Thank you.
here.
Thank you for joining us. Next is Anthony Fogrinchik.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome. Number 16 is Doris Shannon.
Doris has not checked in yet.
Hi. Hi, I'm here.
Oh, welcome. And Frank Shannon.
Yes, I'm here also.
Welcome. Thank you.
We're together. Okay. thanks.
Understood. Number 18 is Mona Eng.
Hello, I'm present.
Welcome. Number 19 is Marilyn Dumke.
Present.
Welcome. Number 20 is Carrie Anton.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Great, welcome. Number 21 is Barry Stinson on behalf of Roy Jefferson.
Good afternoon, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome. Number 22 is Joyce Georgopoulos.
Hello, I'm here.
Welcome. Number 23 is Jan Napirsala.
I don't believe that they've checked in yet.
Number 24 is Don Butts.
Hello, I'm here.
Good afternoon. Number 25 is Claudia Wang.
Hi, I'm here.
Welcome. Number 26 is Davy Formenti.
We don't believe they've checked in yet either.
Okay. And number 27 is Marlene Scaly.
Same for Marlene.
Okay. Is there anyone else who we haven't called who wishes to speak to the Prince Rupert item? Anyone else who's joined us since we started roll calling? No? Okay, I'll ask you each to mute yourselves again then, just to make sure that there's no background noise. Thank you. And just a note to members of council, I've been advised that some of the folks wishing to present on this have submitted presentations and videos that are a little different than what we've had in the past, and clerks are working hard to accommodate the rebroadcast of some formats we haven't dealt with as often before, so we may need to pause a little bit.
Hello?
Yes, hello, who's
Yes,
this?
sorry, I couldn't get myself off mute. It's Jan Naparella.
Ah, okay, thank you. Speaker number 23, Jan Naparella. Thank you. So we will just need to offer some patience to the clerks as we queue up the different presentations. And then I also understand some individuals have submitted videos that they wanted to have played on their behalf but are not physically attending, and we're not able to accommodate that. Folks need to be present, albeit virtually, in order to make their presentation. So those of you who are here who have videos, you may present your videos during your 5-minute allotted time. But obviously, if we just took videos from everyone who had a thought about things coming before the city, these meetings would never end. So we're unfortunately not able to watch those in the context of the meeting, but all of them that have been submitted electronically form part of the meeting record and have been included as council correspondence. So we have access to all of them. Our attention can be drawn to comments from them if you like. So we're very interested in all the feedback that you can provide, but just to be clear that we're not able to take pre-recorded presentations at live public hearings. The legislation doesn't really contemplate that either. So, well, I suppose it's silent on it, but our process wouldn't contemplate that. So, anyway, next up is the Edgemont item.
Yes, is there any, apologies, items 3.3 and 3.4 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, bylaw 19558, to amend the Edgemont Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or item 3.4, charter bylaw 19559, to allow for ground-oriented housing, Edgemont?
Yes, I have Wade Zwicker to answer questions only from Cameron Communities.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Bladen Dibben to answer questions only from Select Engineering Consultants.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And in opposition, I have Michael.
You have Crystal Brightwell on this one too.
Oh, and Crystal Brightwell, who was meant to be on this one. Are you there still, Crystal?
I am. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. And is that for questions only? Crystal?
It is. Questions only.
Great, thank you. In opposition, I have Michael Newman from the Edgemont Community League.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. And Alexander Williams, also from the Edgemont Community League.
Present.
Welcome. Anybody else for Edgemont? Or that's everyone? Okay, next, Prince Rupert. Other Prince Rupert.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, charter bylaw 19611, to allow for convenience commercial uses, Prince Rupert?
Yes, I have Jake Papineau to answer questions only from Eins Development Consulting Limited.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I have no one registered in opposition on that item.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, charter bylaw 19610, to allow for low-density residential uses, Hayes Ridge?
Yes, I have Catherine Chop-Quebec to answer questions only.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, charter bylaw 19609, to allow for low-density residential uses, Chappelle?
Yes, I have Jamie Kidlarchuk to answer questions only from Qualico.
Yep, I'm here.
Welcome. And Shane Jarine to answer questions only also from Qualico.
I'm also here, thank you.
Good afternoon, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, bylaw 19606, to amend the Marquee Neighborhood Structure Plan?
Yes, I have Om Joshi to answer questions only from WSP Canada, Inc.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Shane Jarine again from Qualico to answer questions only.
I am here.
Excellent. And no one in opposition.
Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, bylaw 19287, amendment to the Big Lake Area Structure Plan, or item 310, bylaw 19288, to amend the Kinglet Gardens Neighborhood Structure Plan?
Yes, I have Keith Davies to answer questions only from Stantec.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jim Killow to answer questions only.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Russell Dock to answer questions only.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And we had one registration in opposition that has been withdrawn. So I believe at this point there are no registrations in opposition on the Kinglet Gardens item. Next.
Items 311 and 312 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 311, bylaw 19602, amendment to the Desrochers Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or item 312, charter bylaw 19603, to allow for single detached housing on shallow lots, Desrochers?
Yes, I have Chris Nicholas to answer questions only from MLC.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi. And Elise Shillington to answer questions only from Stantec.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 313, bylaw 19612, to close road right-of-way Westbrook Estates?
I have no one registered either in favor or in opposition on that item.
Items 314 and 315 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 314, bylaw 19604, to amend the Kennedale Industrial Area Structure Plan, or item 315, charter bylaw 19605, to allow for a range of business industrial uses, Kennedale Industrial?
Nope. Nobody.
Is there anyone to speak to item 316, bylaw 19601, to close a portion of a road, Strathcona?
Yes, I have Ryan Olson to answer questions only from Building Great Neighborhoods.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 317, charter bylaw 19594, to add cannabis retail sales and other commercial uses to an existing neighborhood shopping center, Manissa?
Yes, I have Ryan Eidick again to answer questions only.
Hello again.
And no one in opposition. Have we missed anyone?
Not that we are aware of.
Outstanding. The clerks never cease to amaze through this time of virtual public hearings, so thank you everyone for your patience. We'll now move into the selection of items for debate by members of council, starting with Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'd like to select items 3.3, 3.4, the Edgemont item.
Edgemont selected, 3.3 and 3.4 by Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
I would like to select item 3.2, the Prince Rupert item.
The first Prince Rupert item with the speakers.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's all.
Great. Thank you. Any other selections today? Not seeing any. Councillor Katarina.
I'll move closure of public hearing for 3.1, 3.5 to 3.17.
Second.
We'll call that the omnibus. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on the omnibus bylaws not selected for debate today. Here it comes.
And we're just missing Councillor Zadek's vote.
Well, yeah, the closure.
Sorry, we couldn't make you out there, Councillor
Yes.
Zadek. Yes? Okay, got it.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of the omnibus as stated.
Second.
Please vote on first reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. And we're just missing, oh, and it's come in. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move the second reading of the omnibus as stated.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. And we have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration for third reading on the omnibus as stated.
Second.
Thank you. To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
I can see that you're in the right meeting, Councillor Zadek, and your vote just came through. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the third reading of 19495, 19611, 19610, 19609, 19606, 19287, 19288, 19602, 19603, 19612, 19604, 19605, 19601, and 19594.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading.
And we have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. So that leaves us with two items to work through today. The first being the Prince Rupert item. So for the Edgemont folks, bear with us. We'll be on this other item for a little while here. We will start with a presentation from our planners and then hear from those in favor and then from those in opposition. So,
Laurie Moulton will provide the presentation for City Administration.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we could begin with slide number 1, on this attached information. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is an application to rezone a site from IM Medium Industrial Zone to IB Industrial Business Zone with Charter Bylaw 19547. The applicant's stated intent is to develop a crematorium and warehouse use in the existing building. Sorry, is the slide up or is it still working?
It's up, but it's blank, so it's still loading.
Oh, okay. Well, I will keep going and you can just move this, have a look at this slide and then move on to the next one. The 0.425 hectare site is located in the northwest corner of 119th Street and 114th Avenue Northwest. There is an existing industrial warehouse building on the site that was formerly used as a warehouse for a plastics manufacturer. If you could move on, thank you. There is no plan in effect for the Prince Rupert neighborhood, and much of the industrial area is zoned IM medium industrial, which allows for more intensive industrial uses than the proposed IB zone, including manufacturing, processing, assembly, distribution, service, and repair uses that utilize outdoor operations or require outdoor storage. The purpose of the IB zone is to allow for industrial businesses that do not require outdoor storage with no nuisance created or apparent outside the enclosed building, and allows uses that are compatible with adjacent non-industrial zone. The zone is normally located on the periphery of industrial areas and adjacent to arterial or collector roadways, and provides the opportunity for reinvestment in older industrial areas. The city plan encourages reinvestment in established non-residential areas as it serves to strengthen employment, economic activity, and diversity. The site is appropriately located for the IB zone and provides a logical transition from more intensive industrial uses to less intensive uses. The site is on an arterial road, and it provides a buffer between the mix of medium industrial uses to the west and residential uses to the east. The property on the south side of 114th Avenue is also zoned IB and developed primarily with commercial uses. As part of this application, the applicant has stated their desire to develop a crematorium in the existing building. Funeral, cremation, and interment services uses are discretionary use in the IB zone and in all zones they are listed in. The use is designated as a commercial use within the zoning bylaw due to its low to no impact on adjacent land uses and its ability to coexist alongside other sensitive or residential type uses. Zones that have this use include business and light industrial zones, the urban services zone, and the CB1 and CB2 commercial zones, which are found throughout the city and adjacent to residential areas. Further, a large portion of the downtown mixed-use zones include this use. There are approximately 15 crematoriums located in various locations throughout the city and in all zones mentioned above. They have operated successfully for decades without issue due to the low-impact nature. This includes locations within the heart of Oliver and downtown, adjacent to thousands of residents and within the city's most populated neighborhoods. The use itself is regulated by the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board under the Cemeteries Act and associated crematory regulations. The regulations explicitly require crematoriums to be operated in a way that does not give rise to any offense, such as foul odors or public health nuisance. These are ongoing regulations that the operation has to meet. Advance notice of this application was sent to surrounding property owners, the Prince Rupert Community League, and the Kingsway Business Improvement Area. At the time of preparing the report, 3 people had contacted the administration with concern about the smell and or smoke from the operation of the crematorium. More recently, a number of people have been in contact with the administration and the councillor requesting additional information about the operation and its use class. The callers were provided with the operator's information and additional information on the crematorium. Administration is in support of this application on the basis that the proposed rezoning to IB will result in development compatible with surrounding land uses in the area, support the ongoing reinvestment in the area, and it meets the technical requirements of the civic departments and utility agencies. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Agrios.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here representing the applicant, Trinity Funeral Homes, and I also have in attendance Dennis Rago and John Loriano, who are the principals of Trinity, and they're available to answer questions. As you've heard, this application is to rezone IM to IB to allow for a crematorium use on the site. Crematorium is not allowed in the current IM zoning. It is a discretionary use in the IB zoning. The IM zoning west of 119th Street has been in place for many years. It's an older industrial area, and it predates the RSL neighborhood to the east by many years. IM allows for development that generally would not be compatible with residential uses. And the administration report, page 3, has a good summary comparing IM to IB. Now, normally an IM to IB rezoning would not be at all contentious because IB is generally more compatible with residential uses. In this case, the opposition is due to the intended use of the site as a crematorium. And crematorium in the IB is a discretionary use. So concerns from neighboring property owners that are specific to the crematorium use on this site and the potential impacts of those use, those can be addressed through the development permit process and ultimately through an appeal to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. In terms of the concerns themselves, they appear to primarily relate to concerns about potential emissions. As you've heard, crematoriums are provincially licensed and their emissions are subject to provincial regulation. And so there's 3 areas of regulation. Firstly, they are regulated by the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board. The licenses are subject to annual renewal. And one of the regulations indicates that the crematorium must not create a public health nuisance. Secondly, AHS has broad authority to issue orders to address any public health nuisances. And lastly, and most importantly, the substance release regulation, which is a provincial regulation, sets provincial air emission limits, and those are regulated by Alberta Environment. So subject to any questions, that was all I had to say.
Thank you, Ms. Agrios. Questions from members of council?
Councillor McKean is on the list, and we'll get that displayed shortly.
I'll just check and see if Councillor Essinger, who'd selected it, has any questions for Ms. Agrios.
Yes, I have put my name up. I really appreciated the presentation, and I was just curious if you could summarize any contact that the group had with the community league and the community members.
Yes, both Mr. Rego and Mr. Loriano have sent out a number of communications to the surrounding residential areas, and they have had a number of back and forth information exchanges. They also did reach out to the Community League and attended a Community League meeting where they provided a presentation. They had, on more than one occasion, made offers to other residents to attend at their facility for a tour. It was not until a couple of days ago, I think, that anybody indicated any interest in that meeting.
And this was at a similar site or another home that's a crematorium that's managed by this group? Is that where the tour was going to be placed?
I believe they wanted to tour them, and Mr. Rego or Mr. Loriano can correct me. I believe they were prepared to show them around this site, but they also do have an existing facility that they also were prepared to show anybody around who wanted to see what their operation looked like.
Okay, all right. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor McKean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Agrios, I just wanted to be clear. Is it your submission that council should focus solely on the downzoning rather than the prescribed use or applied use here?
That is exactly my submission, is what you have in front of you is an IM to IB. The end use really should not be the focus. It's the fact that it's a downzoning. In this case, the proposed end use, as it turns out, is a discretionary use. So specific concerns related to the specific use and the impacts on the neighborhood, those can be addressed and will be addressed through the development permit process.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, a discretionary use, council does have an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not it believes that is a appropriate use.
Not at the development permit stage. Council doesn't have an opportunity to weigh in, the neighborhood does.
But council has the opportunity today to weigh in, yes, on the intended use?
Council should be focusing on the zonings. And so they should be council should be looking at all of the range of potential uses in the IM and focusing and comparing those uses and the type of development allowed in IM and the compatibility with the neighborhood in comparison to what's allowed in IB and compatibility with the neighborhood.
So to put it another way, because there's a change of potential uses with this downzoning, we have interest in how those uses, the change in potential uses may impact the neighbors. Yes?
Yes, that's correct. And council, of course, has chosen to put crematoriums into IB and CB1 and CB2, so into commercial zones, and yet not into what I would call the heavier industrial zones like IM or IH or IL. And so that is an indication that from the city's end and from council's end, that a crematorium has less impact than the existing IM zoning. For the uses of the existing zoning.
So your suggestion that we would put faith in regulations belonging to other agencies and orders of government may not give us enough comfort today. Do you have more to say about those standards, the emission standards, and any potential impact, be it particulate or odor or whatever? Do you have anything to offer comfort to the neighborhood or to city council today?
Well, two things. Firstly, with respect to the specific unit that's proposed for this development, that specific unit has been studied in another jurisdiction, and when the emissions from that unit were looked at for this specific type of unit, and when you compare them to the Alberta air emission standards that are regulated by Alberta Environment, they come in at about 17% of what's allowed in Alberta. The only other comfort that I can provide, again, is the licensing of a crematorium is dependent on no public health nuisance, and it is reviewed annually. So if there is a concern with a public health nuisance, the license does not get renewed. And then, as I've indicated, you've got both AHS and Alberta Environment who have standards that they can regulate if there is an issue with odor or emissions.
Yeah, public health interest is one thing, but impact on quality of life might be another thing. Those would probably be different standards, but it's public health impact that you just cited, yes?
It's public health. I would, again, go back to City Council's own zoning bylaw, where City Council has put this use into IB, which is an indication that this use, and in terms of its impact, whether it be emissions or otherwise, is less than the existing zoning.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, we put it in, but we put it in as discretionary use and not as a permitted use. So I think somewhere in there is the question. And the trouble with discretionary use is it doesn't give us any indication of how that discretion is going to be used. So I'm wondering if you have, and that's going to be my question for administration. Why did we make it discretionary instead of permitted? So, and at what point would we say no at the development stage? So do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, again, that discretion will be looked at by the development officer through the development permit process. And so at that process, they'll do that very site-specific and use-specific analysis as to whether or not this use is suitable for this site. And if it is approved for a development permit, then the neighbors have an opportunity to appeal.
No, I understand that. It's what we don't understand, and this is the question that I will have, is what factors the development officer will use to decide whether or not it's appropriate or inappropriate, and that's what I'm interested in exploring.
Yes, it's compatibility with surrounding properties, impacts on surrounding properties. That is what is looked at when you're looking at a discretionary use, and that's the direction that the Court of Appeal has given in terms of what's the test for approval of a discretionary use.
Because the use is not just for a crematorium, it's also for funeral homes and other things that might, it's actually, there's three parts to the use that are not distinguished from each other, correct?
That's correct.
So I can, and that may be some of the rationale why some of those other two pieces of the puzzle were not appropriate in IB or in IM. Any thoughts on that?
Well, there would be nothing stopping council if they thought that it was appropriate from pulling crematorium out and making it a separate use class. And that's been done in many other instances. Again, the decision was made to leave it in IB and also leave it in CB1 and CB2, which is directly adjacent to the north of the residential.
I understood. I understand the complexity of this, and that decision was made 20 or some years ago, I suspect. So, great. Well, thanks. I just thought I'd give you a chance to answer those questions.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Zadig?
Thank you. So there's a strip of industrial land, and I get the argument that's being presented, but it's adjacent to residential land. And I'm just, to the applicant, just curious as to why you're looking at this area when there's larger swaths of industrial land within Edmonton, Northwest Edmonton, where this use could be more embedded in the other industrial uses. So just some thoughts around this particular site, and if you have any concern that it's right across the road from residential uses.
The sound cut out a bit, so I think I picked up most of your question. And that is, this area, this strip has been zoned IM, so medium industrial for many years, and there are a host of industrial uses throughout this site. Now, The residential use, so the RSL that's immediately to the east, that came in many years after the industrial use. I'm not quite sure how or why that happened. And so why council at that time decided that it was a good idea to put residential across the street from an IM zoning. But the fact is there is a long-standing industrial park that allows for IM zoning, again, directly to the west of residential. And the uses that are allowed in that IM zoning are uses that are more impactful industrial uses than what's being proposed.
I'm sure how much my question you heard, but part of my question was if I had
Okay, Councillor Zadek, we can't make you out at all. Maybe try turning off your video and see if we can get clearer sound, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Can you hear me right now?
Not really.
I just I'm just sharing my phone here. Let me
I got none of that. Sorry. We may need to.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Yeah.
Apologies. So I'm on my cell phone.
Okay.
And I'll sort that out.
Okay.
Okay, just the question was, why did you not look at industrial swaths of land in the north or northwest where there's more depth of land, more area where you could perhaps propose a crematorium where it's just surrounded by other industrial lands and not having residential uses right across the street?
I'm going to ask Mr. Rego or Mr. Laureano to answer, but I believe it's because this site is actually close to their existing operation. And so it is a question of proximity and convenience to be able to operate close to where they already have their existing operation. I don't know if Mr. Rego or Mr. Laureano have anything to add.
I can add to that. That is one of the biggest factors is the proximity to our funeral home on 105th Avenue and 116th Street. The other more important factor is that...
Hold on just a second. Apologies. We have to, Mr. Rego, we have to hear from speakers in sequence. And so if Ms. Agrios wants to defer the question to you, then we'll have to come back to you separately in a separate 5 minutes. So thank you for trying with your intervention. I'll go to Ms. Agrios if she does want to defer to you, though. We can certainly come back to you. We just have to finish all the questions of Ms. Agrios, and then we'll come back around to you. Okay?
Apologies.
No worries. Janice?
Yes, thank you. No, that's fine. I'll have Mr. Rego. I'll defer to Mr. Rego to continue with the answer when it's his turn to speak.
Okay, got it. Any other questions for Ms. Agrios?
I suppose that's fine. Thanks.
Okay. Not seeing any more questions from Ms. Agrios then. Thank you for your submissions. Mr. Rego, you have up to 5 minutes. You can address that question and any other points that have come up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response, one of the biggest factors that we chose that location was due to its proximity to our current funeral home on 105th Avenue and 116th Street, which is approximately 1.5 kilometers from that location. Before we purchased the property, we had reached out to the city. We had full transparency on what we were planning for that, and we asked for their advice on whether we would have any issues before we made the commitment to purchase the building. And they came back to us saying that there would be no issues. There are other areas, but we have to keep in mind here, what we're doing is more of a commercial use and not an industrial use, the way it's been portrayed during this process, and unfortunately in the media in a not so colorful way. When it comes right down to it, when you're just taking care of a loved one who's passed away, the family doesn't want to be escorted out to an industrial area in the edge of the city to say their goodbyes to their loved one. It's just not the nature of what we do. So I guess in short, the reason we chose that was for logistical purposes and that it was compatible with what our proposed usage was.
Councillor Essinger?
Thank you. Now, you'd mentioned that when you contacted the city, they said there'd be no issues, but you understood that you would have to go through a rezoning in order to have it at that facility. Would that not be correct?
That's correct. And when I say that they said there was no issues, let me clarify. The question was posed, would it be an issue to rezone from IM to IP? And they told me, based on the area and the future development for that it would be consistent with decisions that had been made in the past. And yes, sorry, go ahead.
When you reached out to the community league, what kind of response were you getting? It seems to be your relationships deteriorated with them, but when you proposed it, I guess I'm struggling with the no issues part, so maybe you could speak.
Bev, I mean, you know what, the communication with the community from John and my perspective seemed to be very positive. We answered all the questions that they asked. We provided them with different facts that we've garnered from, the government of Alberta and all other regulatory boards that we would report to. And from what we received back from them, it seemed that they were good with that. What surprised us was the way we saw the portrayal of that information in the media. And I don't want to make this personal or anything like that, but just the disrespect towards the nature of what it is that we do, and to just kind of dismiss it kind of took John and I by a little bit of a surprise. I don't know how we can quite rationally respond to someone just not wanting you there for whatever reasons. I just don't know how to respond to that. But everything else factually has been provided, and it has actually on their community league website, all of the information that we've provided them with.
Yes, and my other question is, how much of a factor is, or maybe it didn't weigh in, there is a number of crematoriums in the area, so I think that weighed into some of the community's concern. I'm curious why you located so close to others.
Well, that wasn't a factor in our decision. Our factor was how it was in proximity to our existing funeral home, which I stated is under 2 kilometers away. We weren't looking at any other, competitors or anything that was in that area at the time. It was just basically, this is the closest area that would allow for that usage, and that was really it.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina with questions.
Thank you. And so to Mr. Rigo, stating that you have that other existing location kilometer away in that, can you give me some history on that particular location, given that this is governed by AHS and the province, but there's a yearly renewal? So can you tell me the history on the existing property, if that renewal has been continuous? Have there been any lapses for any reasons on the existing location?
No, John and I, since we incorporated Trinity back 10 years ago, we've been very diligent in operating to the highest standards and ethics, just because of the nature of the business and who we are as people. We fulfill all of our obligations. And speaking to the 116th Street location, that was a funeral home back, I think, in 1987, when it was Appel Funeral Homes. We bought them, I don't remember the year exactly. I want to say it was 2014, 2015, and continued operating as a funeral home. We do have another existing crematorium that we operate currently at 66th Street and 124th Avenue, which the nearest residence is about 30 meters from the crematorium. Because we're in a residential area, we understand our responsibilities to the community. So we would not partake in what we would consider in any cremation. There is a chance that there could be smoke, but that is multiplied when you have a family that requests to cremate the actual casket with the body. And when we met with the community league,
Sorry, Mr. Rigo, we've got 5 minutes here, so that's fine. I'm familiar with the one.
No issues at all. Yeah.
So with the annual renewal of license, what's the process? What do you have to do to renew that license? Is there a process? Do you have to provide certain information to the licensing distributor? What do you need to do to get that license, or is it automatic?
No, it's not automatic. To give you more specific information on that, I would call to Mr. Loriano because he operates the Trinity Funeral Home part of the business.
Okay. I'll reserve that question for him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Rigo? Councillor McKeon?
Thank you. And sir, I wondered if you could provide any information to us on how often a crematorium like this would be operating, what the emissions would be like. You mentioned that you have another one close to a residential area. So just tell us how it operates, please.
So as far as the emissions are concerned, speaking with Alberta Environment and Parks, we are told that that unit that we operate emits at 0.034 grams per kilogram of effluent. The allowable in Alberta is 0.200 grams per kilogram of effluent. So in essence, that is 17% of the allowable emissions in Alberta. As far as your first question is concerned, if you can just clarify what you mean by how it's operated on a daily basis. I'm not quite sure how to answer that.
I mean, I think some people would be concerned about an industrial, and I know that's not the case here, but an industrial plant operating near them, and whether it be 8 hours a day, 24 hours a day, 24/7, you know, that sort of thing. So I'm just wondering if you could say how often a crematorium like this is in use.
Sure. So we had provided that information to the community. Basically, what we broke down to them is using averages. The average cremation would take about an hour and a half. And then there's a 2-hour cool down period between cremations. So I think that the breakdown that we said would be in an 8-hour business day, about 3 cremations, factoring in the hour and a half, the processing of the disposition, the cool down period, and then going to the next cremation,
5 days a week?
Well, that's hard to say because we, depending on, let's just say over the last year with the pandemic, it was elevated because of the amount of deaths, but typically it's 5 days a week. Yeah. And it's not always 3. It would just depend on, the volume of deaths that we deal with and what percentage of those would be cremations as opposed to burials.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Not seeing any. Then I'll check in now to see if Mr. Loriano has anything to add, or if there are any questions for Mr. Loriano.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that I echo most of what Dennis had mentioned as the reason for the purchase of that specific building. We did want something that was close to the funeral home downtown. And also it's a building that right from day one, we were going to invest a lot of money in making it more appealing, because when we do bring families to the crematorium, it's very similar to bringing them to a place of worship or to a cemetery. So we didn't really want to bring them into a heavy industrial area. So we were looking for a building close to home, something that was in an industrial zone, that we could rezone to IB, and then as well something that was big enough to house our businesses.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Loriano. I don't know if you heard the question, but on the license renewal on a yearly basis, is there a process or a standard initiation? Who does it and who initiates it? Or are you relying on no complaint sort of thing to get it renewed? Just run me through that quickly.
So in funeral service, every funeral director, embalmer, and pre-need salesperson needs to be licensed by the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board. And so, and that also includes the building and the crematorium. So when we, actually March this year is when we have to renew all of our licenses for all our staff, our operators, as well as the crematorium and the funeral home. So we send an application to the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board, and the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board, they do an annual inspection of the funeral home and as well of the crematorium. And if there are any issues, then we address those right away and get them fixed. And but when it comes time for renewal, it's just a matter of sending them the application. They review the application, and if there's no issues or nothing's changed, we receive our license, and we have to display the license in the building for both the crematoriums and the funeral home.
Okay, so this is through the funeral agency and that. Are there minimum standards on or minimum requirements or rules in place of operations for a number of cremations, or is that left up to any business to run the number of hours or process? I know they stated that the timeline for this would limit you in an 8-hour day to 3, but is there a standard or a rule in place that you only operate 8 hours a day, or can you operate any hours that you wish? Is that left up to you, or is that part of the standards?
Well, there is no limit in place to how long a crematorium can operate in a given day, but the funeral homes, like we own right now 2 cremators. So what we do is every deceased is cremated individually. And then once the cremation takes place, there's the cool down period. There are days.
Mr. Laureano, I understand that. I'm just asking if there's a standard in place or a regulation in place that you can operate only X amount of hours, or you can operate, you make the decision.
There's nothing in place.
Okay. And from the existing location that you're operating now, since you're the one more experienced with that, you've had continuous licensing met every year that you've owned the facility?
That is correct.
With that, okay. Is there any standard under your rules and regulations for inspections? Who does the inspections? Is it fire? Who would make do the inspections on in order to get the license every year?
So the crematorium is inspected every year by an independent company.
It's a private, it's not AHS, it's not, nothing to do with the province. They don't have a standard that they require or
no,
provide that service?
No, we use an independent company that services pretty much all the crematoriums in Edmonton and Alberta, and anything that they recommend be fixed, we fix, but we don't have to. There's no governing body that comes in and inspects it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Laureano, for that information. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you. Does Alberta Health or Environment, province of any form, come and measure your emissions from time to time?
No.
When you apply for your license annually, if there's been any reports of emission problems, is that a factor, or are they totally separate?
Well, if there's any emissions problems that are reported to the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board, they investigate right away. And if it's something that continues, they have the power to not give us our crematory license.
So Alberta Health or Environment doesn't regulate it or doesn't measure or because I've heard people report it to another body in the province if there's a problem, but I'm just trying to understand.
Well, we've never been notified of emissions problems with the crematorium. So if no one came to us and no one went to the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board, we wouldn't have known about anything. If there is a problem with the operation, such as smoke, or if someone smells something, the first point of contact would be the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board or Alberta Health Services.
Well, that's why I was curious how Alberta Health Services worked with the Funeral Services Board, but they don't seem to. They seem to be separate.
I don't know, because I'm not aware of any emission or, Alberta Health Services problems with any of our units or any other crematorium in the city that I'm aware of. I haven't heard of anything.
Okay, my other question is totally different. You talked about families coming to the crematorium, which is why you were going to improve, I think, the facade and the building itself. What kind of volume of traffic? Or is that one at a time? Do you have, I'm not sure how much cars you're looking at there.
Well, it all depends, right? The deaths, of course, fluctuate, and the families that, when they come to the crematorium, it's usually close family members. It's not like a public viewing. It's not a public gathering. It's one or two people from the immediate family that want to be present when the deceased is placed into the crematorium. And then, go ahead. I was just going to say, I don't know about vehicles or if they drive together or just usually one or two family members.
I was just trying to understand a way to be concerned about a volume of traffic, and it doesn't sound like the business creates that.
No.
All right, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Laureano? Not seeing any, then thank you for the representations in favor. We'll now hear from those in opposition, starting with Christina Koning.
Actually, am I okay to start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, City of Edmonton officials, and fellow citizens. My name is Christina Koning. I grew up in the Prince Rupert community, and my mother still owns her home on 112th Avenue and 117th Street. I purchased the property beside hers in 2004. I am opposed to the application to allow a crematorium to operate at 114th Avenue and 119th Street. This location is only a few hundred meters from my mother's home and my property, and in a location that will put our properties directly downwind of the particulate and air toxins that will be produced. I'd now like to share some information on what I have researched. It's a paper that has been published from the National Collaborating Centre for Environmental Health in Canada. It's written by Juliette O'Keefe and written in March of 2020. This paper indicates that cremation emits particulate, fine dust, pollutants, and heavy metals such as mercury, and these items can negatively impact the heart, lungs, and are associated with some chronic illness and adverse birth outcomes. For these key pollutants, agencies such as the World Health Organization, the WHO, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency advise that care should be taken to limit exposure, particularly for vulnerable populations such as babies, children, pregnant women, and the elderly. This article was written on crematoriums, emissions, and air quality impacts. I'll now switch back to my personal story. In 2017, my son became my mother's first grandchild. she purchased a playset and numerous other outdoor activities to ensure her grandson spent good quality time in the backyard. Now I also have a 10-month-old. So she has a 3-year-old grandson and a 10-month-old grandson. Those are my 2 children. As their mother, in the event the crematorium is built, I will face the constant guilt of either not letting them play in the backyard or knowing that they are likely breathing in harmful toxins from the crematorium if I do allow them to play in the backyard. As a family, we spend a lot of time outdoors, both winter and summer, all seasons of the year. With the prevailing wind direction being that the residents of Prince Rupert community will be downwind of toxins, before making the decision, I urge you to consider the personal impact to the residents of our community of Prince Rupert. I urge you to reject the application. I ask you to think about your own personal living space and how you would be impacted if under similar circumstances. I also would like to make a few comments. I can't see how much time I have left. Anybody tell me? I'd like to make a few comments on some of the things I've heard so far. Public health nuisance being defined as inconvenience or annoyance. I view this as not a nuisance, but more of a concern on chronic health. I also heard today that no emissions measurements are taken at any point. So despite the fact that we've been quoted that emissions are likely 17% or lower than standards, we don't know this for sure because measurements are not taken on any frequency. That concludes what I'd like to say today. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, Ms. Koenig. Questions? Councillor Essinger?
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming today and for sharing your personal thoughts and how you're concerned about the impact. You shared with us a study. Could you tell me what year that study was in?
Yeah, that study was written in March of 2020.
Okay.
I can email you the link to the study if you like.
That would be great. Well, I was just curious because we haven't reviewed this bylaw in a long time and this is new information. So I want to make sure we consider that. And your concern, if I just wanted to make sure, is potential health impacts because the emissions aren't measured. It's not giving you any comfort that they could meet an annual licensing requirement.
Yeah, so my property and my mother's property are located downwind of the crematorium by a few hundred meters. And so we will never have assurance because there are no inspection requirements with regards to actual measured emissions. So we will never fully understand what emissions we are breathing in that could ultimately affect our long-term health as a long-term resident of the community.
One of the things that I've looked at, and I know that other municipalities have a distance measure so that residents can't be within so many meters, but I don't know if that would help you because you are several hundred meters away, or I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, so we're located on 112th Avenue. So we're approximately, in a walking distance, we're approximately 3 to 4 blocks away.
Okay, that helps me. All right, thank you again so much for coming today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Koenig? Not seeing any. Next is Roger Jean there?
Roger Jean did not check in. Our office has reached out to him, but has had difficulty contacting him throughout the registration process. So.
Okay. Next then is Ralph Dyer. Oh, you're still muted, sir. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am making a brief statement on behalf of the Prince Rupert Community League. The Prince Rupert Community League is aware of the recent application to amend a designated city zoning bylaw to allow for additional business uses. In this specific instance, the operation of a crematorium. The Prince Rupert Community League is also aware that a number of community residents have expressed serious concerns regarding this proposed development, citing health, odor, visual as in smoke, and potential negative impact on property values. A number of residents have written and spoken directly to the Prince Rupert community in this regard. The overwhelming majority of communications from residents at the meetings noted, through emails and via the social media, have been in opposition to this development. In light of those discussions, and as a result of its own investigations into the matter, the Prince Rupert Community League is of the opinion that, one, there appears to be very little regulatory oversight for crematoriums in Alberta, both at a provincial and municipal level. Crematoriums are exempted activities under provincial environmental legislation, meaning there are no specific regulations applicable. There is very little data available on a provincial or municipal level with regard to potential harmful health effects from crematory emissions. And third, there are no clear provincial or municipal reporting structures in place which concerned citizens may report perceived violations of air quality guidelines, such as odors. In consideration of the above, Prince Rupert Community League take the following position. First, that it does not take a position for nor against the proposed development. However, we do like to attest that the level of research and information sharing between community residents in their attempt to find evidence of the safety and comfort of living near a crematorium has been, in this case, significant. Secondly, in view of the lack of data related to crematorium emissions and minimal regulatory oversight, the City of Edmonton should take a precautionary approach and prescribe a minimal development setback between crematoriums and residential developments. Third, as an approving body for crematoriums in the city has an obligation to clarify the regulation and, in particular, the incident reporting structure for their operations. We understand residents have had extreme difficulty in navigating the reporting system, and this has been a point of frustration. Further to this position, the Prince Rupert Community League has been in contact with the Alberta Capital Airshed, or ACA. The Alberta Capital Airshed is a not-for-profit, multi-stakeholder organization that monitors, collects, and shares information on air quality with the public. The ACA is composed of government, industry, non-governmental organizations, and representatives of the public. Our understanding is that the City of Edmonton is a part of the ACA. The ACA has confirmed that it is prepared to work with the Prince Rupert community and residents to provide ambient air quality monitoring capability for the area. The Prince Rupert community looks forward to working with the ACA and the city in this regard. In closing, the Prince Rupert Community League would like to acknowledge the efforts of Marilyn Demke and her community group for their tireless work in seeking clarification and deepening their understanding through extensive research on this matter. The League also appreciates the cooperation that it received from Commemorative Group Incorporated in trying to find common ground and understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer.
Thank you for taking the concerns of the League into consideration at this meeting.
Thank you, sir. Questions for you, Councillor Essinger?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dyer. I think you had mentioned challenges with reporting. The reporting wasn't about this particular crematorium, it's about another one in the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm just trying to be fair to the applicant. It wasn't their facility that you were trying to, anyone was trying to report to. It's another one in the area.
That is my understanding.
I understand you're not taking a position, and I know that there are some in Prince Rupert that are not opposed. I've heard from some of them as well. It's certainly challenging. I guess it seems to me, if I understand correctly, Community League, if they were going to hang their hat on something, that would be about a separation distance between a crematorium and residential homes. Is that correct?
We believe that there should be definitely consideration of some kind of minimum separation. We note that in other jurisdictions in Canada and North America and the world in general, there have been jurisdictions that have set those minimum distances.
Okay, and so if there was, you would feel better about the application. But without that, you don't feel you could support it. Okay, that's great. I really appreciate the input. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Councillor Caterina has questions next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moore. Mayor, the C-Scribe has given me an error code of 403, whatever that means, so I can't get on.
Calgary
So,
area
Mr.
code
Dwyer,
instead.
thank you very much for a very comprehensive statements there. The lack of oversight and lack of regulations, those sorts of things, probably everybody would agree 100% on that, but that unfortunately is something that would be future-looking in order to do this. We're in a position here today that we're dealing with the rules that are in place. So in saying that, have you or the Community League, or do you know of residents that have actually asked the proponent here if they would possibly consider air quality testing on a regular basis, whether it's in the rules or not at this point in time, until such time that the city or the province can establish more criteria in this?
To my knowledge, that has not been a specific area of discussion with the proponent.
Yeah, understanding that this is not a DC where we can ask for certain things, but I guess I'm asking this question to you, and hopefully the proponent is listening, if that would be something that might be acceptable to them as well too, and possibly be of some assurance to the community. And some of your other concerns will obviously ask administration on the rules and regulations that are in place and what we can and can't do as of today versus tomorrow, that sort of thing.
I'm not sure of exactly what question is being asked.
Well, the question is, you would get a little more assurance, given the lack of information or the void in crematoriums in general, and the air quality and particulates and that sort of thing. If there's a testing agency that can provide this right now, if someone were to ask them to do it, obviously, and I'm talking about the proponent, that if they were in a position to apply this on a yearly basis or whatever time frame, if that would help in reassuring the community that there is some quality testing being done to possibly either sort of negate the concerns or possibly confirm the concerns? Because at this point in time, we don't know.
Yes, I agree. If we could establish a form of ambient air quality testing along with testing from the potential source of emissions with the appropriate expertise, I think that would provide some answers.
Well, hopefully in new information, the proponent might be prepared to answer that for myself and for the community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Dyer? Thank you for your submissions on behalf of the league, sir. Was Rick Hoynes able to join us or still no?
No, they indicated that they withdrew there.
You told me that already. Sorry, I'm having trouble keeping track of everybody here. My note-taking system is inferior to yours. Clement LaFrance is here, though? Still?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, I'm Clement LaFrance. I'm a block away from the zoning that you would want to change in our area. We have a commercial building just across from Sentinel Storage. And to me, it's more in concern about people's lives and just people in general. If the party that wants to have the zoning changed, maybe they should look at an area that is in that zone for that type of business. If we were not so close to the neighborhood, not have a problem with it, since I'm zoning my taxes on that.
I'm sorry, Mr. LaFrance, we're having a little difficulty hearing you.
The neighborhood.
I'm sorry. Maybe if you turn. No.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but I think it's the sound is good. It's your connection that's a little difficult. So if you turn off your video, the sound should come through a little bit clearer for us, if you don't mind. We'll give you a little extra time.
Sorry about that.
No, no worries. Try that. You still there?
Trying to get it.
Oh, that's so much better. We can hear you so much better. So just wind it back about 30
Sorry
seconds.
about that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Not your
Yeah,
fault.
thank you. I don't, it annoys me when other people do it as well. So, no, just being so close to a residential neighborhood, it's concerning for the people. I'm in the commercial zone, in a commercial building 1 block away. So I would not have a problem with it if I was zoned in an IB zone, but I'm in an IM zone. And it's, if we were not so close to residential neighborhood, then I would be for it. But I'm against it for that reason, that there's studies done about emissions and that. And so that's where I feel it's a little bit getting out of hand with no measures in place and no regulatory body governing it, such as the provincial government and or the city. And this, I think, needs to be addressed in the future legislation. And simply because of health of other people. And the city put in a residential neighborhood next to an IM neighborhood about 25 years ago. That was the decision, so now we have to live with it. Hello?
Yes, thank you, Mr. LaFrance, for those comments. Questions from Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. LaFrance, you owned a business nearby. I just wanted to make sure that's what you were saying. And so you're concerned. You're right near this site?
Yes, right across from Sentinel Storage, 1 block away. Clement L. Draperies.
Okay, and so your concern is really your proximity and its health concerns?
Yes.
Okay.
To the people, the residents nearby, and because the zoning is zoned IM, I think we have to abide by that for those reasons.
Okay, so you prefer for it not to change? Okay.
No, yeah. And
All right.
if we look,
Go ahead.
okay. If we look at pretty much a lot of my questions were answered through our discussion as we went along, and about the separation distances to be determined. I know that has to go through bylaws and regulation later on, but just as an example, with the lady that was talking before about that cremation emissions and air quality impacts, the publication date that the document that she was looking at, I think by Juliette O'Keefe on March 24, 2020, has Canadian regulations and world regulations all over about particulates and that. And just to give an example, England and Wales, they have regulations of 183 meters between a crematorium and a dwelling, and houses 50 yards from the public highway. In Australia, they have 200 to 300 meters between a crematorium and sensitive land use areas. In South Australia, they have 150 meters minimum separation distance. South Africa, Department of Health, they have it 500 meters from a habitable dwelling. And USA, Tinseltown, the most environmental of all of us, they have it 152 meters from any agricultural, residential, and interim residential zoning district. So those are a far cry from 30 meters, where this one is.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you very much for your comments, sir. Appreciate you coming in today.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Mr. LaFrance? Thank you. Next up is Rose Hamill. Rose, are you there?
Sorry, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for providing the opportunity to voice our concerns regarding the rezoning and possibility of a crematorium being built in our neighborhood. I have looked at information regarding this matter related to Canada and the US. One constant I have observed in collecting data is that when information is provided by a funeral home or crematorium, the contents differ significantly than information provided by sources that are not affiliated with funeral homes or crematoriums. Information from funeral homes and crematoriums tend to say that residents are not often aware of how crematoriums operate and therefore develop needless fears. Part of their strategy to convince people that crematoriums are safe is to minimize the truths about the effects of toxins and the consequences they have to human health and the environment. They often compare their emissions to that of other businesses and homes in the area. I know for certain that any smoke released from the furnace in my home does not contain mercury or significant hazardous materials. And I would venture to guess that nearby Canadian Tire and Superstore are much the same. We know that crematoriums put various safety measures in place to reduce pollutants and to warn owners of problems which need to be addressed. That indicates that problems are guaranteed to arise. What consequence will these problems have to residents in the area? But regardless of any safety measures, crematoriums continue to have dangerous emissions and carcinogens. Pollutants from crematoriums include mercury, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, hydrochloride, to mention a few. They also emit metals such as lead and nickel. Any filtration systems that they may have cannot eliminate the release of toxins. They cannot neutralize carbon dioxide. These toxins are a health hazard to the environment and all humans and animals in the area. Young children and babies are most vulnerable because their brains and nervous systems are not fully developed. Many individuals have pre-existing health issues such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, kidney disease, heart disease, to name only a few. Their health is further compromised due to pollutants from a crematorium. Noise can be a factor. Now, noise levels from crematoriums probably do not violate city bylaw regulations, but cremating a body takes a few hours, and nobody would want to be subjected to the whirring sounds of a cremation for several hours. It would be cruel and tormenting. And as residents, our ability to enjoy our patios and backyards would be substantially impaired due to noise and pollutants. Residents of the Prince Rupert and area held a peaceful rally on March the 6th in protest of the rezoning proposal, which would allow for the crematorium to be built in the community. The event was televised. Trinity Group was interviewed and responded to the media by stating they would be good neighbors. Some words to describe good in the Webster's Dictionary are beneficial, healthy, kind, and dutiful. Crematoriums are neither beneficial, healthy, kind, or dutiful to neighborhoods. A crematorium does not meet the criteria for good neighbor. A flower shop would be a good neighbor. A pet store would be a good neighbor. A crematorium is not a good neighbor and is not dutiful to the residents in the area. Putting the health and safety of residents in harm's way is not a dutiful action. Crematoriums are dutiful only to themselves. They minimize or deny hazards to promote and maintain their business operations for profits. In closing, on the City of Edmonton Facebook page, it states, quote, "We're working together to build a thriving, sustainable, and welcoming home for Edmontonians of today and tomorrow," unquote. The city should uphold the validity of these words by supporting the residents of Edmonton to live in safety in their respective communities. One way to do that is to acknowledge that our concerns are valid and defend our plight to live in our beloved community, knowing that our health and safety are not jeopardized. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger, questions? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hamill, for sharing your thought. And I just think we want to be careful because a business is certainly able to apply for a rezoning, and we're not judging them for that. But we are welcoming your thoughts about the proposal. So I just wanted to make sure your predominant concern was about health and safety of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Well, you know, that is correct. And I understand that the MI industrial area was here prior to the residents, but the city did allow for the residential area to be built right next to it. And this is not our fault. And we had no knowledge that this could turn into what it's turning into now. I mean, we are here as, you know, fond members of our community, and certainly we're all concerned about, you know, how the crematorium would impact us.
Yes, and I have some questions I'll ask of administration as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Hamill? Not seeing any. Speaker number 7 still has not registered.
And they've indicated that they do not wish to speak today.
Okay. And number 8 then, W. Benas. Are you there?
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I can't really embellish more on the subject more than I've already heard. My concern, again, is there's no regulatory body that checks the emissions. So, of course, they, you know, the applicant says when there's a problem, they deal with it. But the issue is, how do you ever find out there's a problem when nobody's checking? I do understand that he wants the people who want to say goodbye to their deceased to have a nice area to go to. But on the other hand, like all the residents, we're going to be watching people saying goodbye to their dead ones, listening to the bodies being burned, smelling it, every day. So I hope that would be taken into consideration. Another issue I wanted to raise is that crematoriums is not green. One cremation apparently is like having 10 cars idling all day long. So if Edmonton is going green, it should promote green burial. And then I have done a little bit of research. It is older, but in the health studies, and these are older, so, people have been looking into this for a long time, but apparently not here, not in Alberta, and not in Edmonton, which is very unfortunate because look where we are today. And this is a 2003 study, shows that the risk of stillbirth was 4% higher, and the risk of the life-threatening brain abnormality, encephalitis, was 5% higher among babies whose mothers lived near to crematoriums. Canada's Interior Health Authority did a literature review and concluded that fumes from crematoriums are potentially harmful, and they should not be located close to a residence. Close to a residential area. It also found that particular matter, which can be inhaled deep into lung tissue, is a chief threat. Public health impact of crematorium, and this is by Chief Medical Officer of British Columbia, outlining mercury, dioxin, which is dioxin, particular matter, and other emissions. Concerned reports state crematoriums should have a negative impact on health and should not be located in residential neighborhoods. Now, dioxin, it can cause cancer, and like we talk about mercury, but there are this other toxin, and it says that in a EPA 2000 inventory of dioxin emissions in the U.S., and this is in 2005, they estimate that crematoriums emit 410 ng of dioxin, and that's toxic equivalents per body. This equates to as much dioxin as burning 3,205 pounds of tires or 320 pounds of trash in a trash incinerator, or 426 pounds of hazardous waste in a hazardous waste incinerator. And there have been, places have done things years and years ago, like ordinances used to combat crematoriums, and this is in the U.S. 2 crematoriums were stopped by local governments in Pennsylvania in 2006 and 2007 through the use of local air pollution ordinances. West Reading Borough passed an ordinance requiring continuous monitoring of mercury emissions, real-time reporting of emissions data on a website, and establishing strict emission limits. Coquemont Borough later passed a similar ordinance regulating both mercury and dioxins and creating a 900-foot setback requirement from residential properties. And that's about a quarter of a kilometer. So we haven't been doing our homework in Alberta or in Edmonton, and I think it's better to err on the side of caution and do the homework before we jump ahead and create something, and maybe a hazard that we can't pull back on later. Because if there is a problem, or if there are health issues, what are the recourses going to be? How are you going to undo that? So who is going to take responsibility? Because maybe another city council will be in place. So I just want to ask city council, mayor and city council to really consider everything everybody has said. It's not as though we don't want businesses to thrive. We just want to be sure that it's done in a safe manner and that everything possible, all the regulations are checked, every little
Thank you.
ounce of what comes out of those stacks is analyzed.
Thank you very much.
And that's only to be fair. And I guess that's the end of my submission.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
You're welcome. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today about this issue. And I did hear you loud and clear about the proximity to residents and the health impacts, and I will ask those questions on your behalf later to administration. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Ms. Manus, you mentioned that burial is the cleaner one.
Well,
cremation is not. What do you base those comments on?
Well, actually, I don't know, months back, I sent the mayor and councillor a submission, a paper that was written, and it talked about how cremations are not really considered green anymore because of the toxins, because of the carbon dioxide. And I know that Edmonton is becoming green, and I really applaud, mayor and city council for that. So it's been, I guess it's not uncommon knowledge that cremations are really not what's in anymore, and it's green burial that's coming in, and that's because we're becoming more aware of what's going into our environment, what we're breathing in, what the issues with birth defects, the health issues that we are experiencing in an environment we haven't kept as clean as we should. And unfortunately, crematoriums are part of that problem.
Okay, and again, there are studies that do indicate that there are the burials are actually more, I guess, damaging than the cremations. I'm not talking about regular burials. I'm talking about green burials where you're not using liners, you're not using boxes, you're just buried and you decompose. Okay, all right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next is Rick Gray.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your service to the city of Edmonton. You have a tough job, especially in the midst of a pandemic, so thank you. Thank you also for the opportunity to speak. Several years ago, my grandmother passed away 1 week shy of her 101st birthday, and she would always say, whenever giving a speech or a presentation, be sincere, be brief, and be seated. So I will endeavor to follow this advice. I'm a proud Edmontonian. I'm a former Community League president and volunteer. I have coached and mentored for many years in different sports. In short, I like to give back a little to my community, even if it's in small ways. I also love where I live. I want you all to know that I'm a homeowner and a business owner, and I'm very much pro-business. And I'm certainly not against Trinity Funeral Services. My only concern with the location of the cremation part of their business. Having a crematorium and all the odors and possible contaminants related to this business right across the street from a residential area is, in my opinion, ridiculous. This proposed site is 40 yards away from residential properties. 40 steps away, ladies and gentlemen. And don't let anyone convince you that there are no distinct odors associated with cremation, because there is. Imagine, if you will, that you are a residential property owner directly across the street. You're having a family barbecue in your backyard, socially distancing with less than 10 people. Everyone is enjoying the day, and then one of the children asks, "What is that smell? Where is that smoke coming from? Is that building across the street on fire?" "Oh, that's the crematorium across the street. They're incinerating human corpses." Don't worry though, the odor and contaminants should pass by the end of the barbecue. Sounds kind of silly, doesn't it? Doesn't. Common sense dictates that this scenario should never play out in this city. Personally, this issue has affected my family and I physically and mentally. We don't eat or sleep the same as before this issue arose. My wife and I have never considered moving. As a matter of fact, my wife always said that if she ever won the lottery, she wouldn't move from our community. We are now looking at the option if this cremation is allowed to operate in this location. We just cannot live this close to it. I have no issue with this business. It just needs to find a more suitable location. I was going to quote some information from the same study that two previous speakers spoke of with regards to setbacks or siting for crematoriums and other jurisdictions. I'll skip that for now. But in closing, I'd like to leave you with these points. Prince Rupert residents did not build a community in close proximity, 40 steps away.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gray, we're having difficulty hearing you now. I'm not sure what's changed.
Hang on. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, yep, sorry about that.
Back up about a sentence.
Okay, so start at the very beginning. No, I'm just kidding. Prince Rupert residents did not build a community in close proximity to 40 steps away from a crematorium and then tried to get it shut down and push the business out. We were here first, many of us for decades, so it's quite the opposite. I understand that a previous speaker was talking about how the industrial area was there first. I understand that, but there was no crematorium there at the time of the residential area being built. So you may hear the argument that the building owners paid between, I don't know, $2 and $3 million. I have no idea what the number is, the final number is. And what are they supposed to do now if this doesn't go through? But I would submit to Mr. Mayor and the council, I would submit to council that within approximately 250 yards of this building, you have about 80 residential properties with an approximate value of $32 million. This does not include any commercial or industrial properties. Having a crematorium 40 steps away from the property will significantly decrease property values. It is not a selling feature or an amenity. Having a crematorium 40 steps away from your property will affect some mentally, it'll affect some emotionally, it'll affect some physically, and it will affect some spiritually. Having a crematorium 40 steps away from your property will affect all financially, which includes the taxman at the City of Edmonton when property values drop drastically. This crematorium moves forward.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
I have no issue with this business. It just needs to find a more suitable location.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time and consideration, and I wish you all.
Are there questions for Mr. Gray? Don't see any. Thank you for your presentation. Next up is Judy Kuhn.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak. When I heard about this on the news, I was a little bit surprised because we have been dealing with, as you can see in this picture, Trinity Funeral Home and Crematorium going back to 2015. This picture here and the winter ones that you'll see are a back-to-back burst of what happens. This was taken in February of 2015 at 10:27 in the morning. So the three of them together. Then there is one that was taken at 12:41 p.m. on April 24th, and you can see the cars in front that were there attending. And you'll also notice that there is the sign there for Trinity Funeral Homes. The next series of pictures were taken in 2016, another burst between 10:26 and 10:27. And this is what we see continually. Now you'll notice that the sign has been removed. They no longer have the sign in front of their building. Vehicles no longer park out front because that was taking up one lane. I can't remember exactly when that changed. However, the one thing that has never changed is that smoke. And you'll notice at one point when they first opened up, there was only one stack, the one on the far left. Later on, I think in 2016, in one of the pictures, they've added that second stack. So now this is directly across the street. There are businesses directly across the street. We are downwind from this smoke. So from all the things that other people have talked about, this is just lending voice to what is actually happening in the crematorium. Forget the regulations, forget the air emission, forget the good neighbor, forget all of that stuff, forget that they're a business. This is dealing with just the smoke and the pollution coming from these stacks. And this happens day in and day out. And for anybody that works across the street that has a business or in their home, like the other fellow said, barbecues in the backyard, you are going to smell. It's not a wood smell. It's not a cardboard box smell. It's a chemical smell. And my husband has been out in the yard working, loading customers, dealing with the business on a day-to-day, and they have all complained about what's that smoke, and people have talked about the burning in their nose when they've been outside when this has been going on. So over the years, we've taken many pictures, many videos. We've complained to the Alberta Funeral Services Board. We've sent them photos and pictures. And what we hear back is they have the best equipment and they are legal, so there's nothing we can do. Air quality is not monitored, as other people have noted. So after a while, we've just given up voicing our concerns and trying to deal with it. And again, we are trying to sell. How do we sell and hide the fact that Trinity Funeral Homes and Crematorium is directly across the street, and this is what neighbors will deal with? There's been many occasions where people in the neighborhood see the smoke, call 911. The fire trucks are sent out. That front door is locked. And they're standing there banging on the door, and we've watched it, banging on the door, trying to get in until finally whoever's on duty comes out, explains to them, and the fire trucks leave. It is just, if they want to do this, this should be moved to an area where there are no residents in the immediate area. That is just a putrid smelling smoke. It should not be allowed in a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuhn. Questions? Councillor McKean?
Yeah, Ms. Kuhn, I just want to be clear, that facility that you're showing photos from, where is it?
That is their northeast end location on 66th Street and 121st Avenue.
Okay, so you live near that. You've experienced that one.
My husband's business is directly across the street from there. So anytime I'm there, he's there 6 days a week. That is what we've been dealing with since 2015.
So, and your suggestion is the technology would not have, and maybe the proponent will come around on this, but what we're seeing there from that black smoke, as far as you know, that's current technology? That's not 1960s technology or something?
That would be up to Trinity Funeral Home to talk to. We were told by the Alberta Funeral Services Board when we complained to them that they have the best equipment, that they are following all guidelines and regulations. They are legal. Now who knows, maybe that's their first one and they put in older stuff. We have no way of knowing. We just know what we are exposed to.
And let me ask you, how often do you see that smoke coming from that facility? Is it once a week or all the time?
That can come, just let me check with my husband. How often would you say you saw that when during the day? Like every day, every other day, multiple times a week?
Not every day, but we've got a lot of pictures of a lot of it. It happens very regularly. And even when it's not smoking.
So unless Mr. Kuhn registers, we're not able to take his submission.
Sorry.
So
okay, so it's not an every day, but it's multiple times in the month. Like it happens. So if it was only happening once in a blue moon, we might not complain. It is happening often enough for us to complain.
Ms. Kuhn, appreciate your submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you. So it's 3:30 and we have a scheduled break here until 3:45. So I'm going to suggest that we take that now, and then when we return at 3:45, we'll hear next from Stephen Haw. So until then,
Mr. Mayor, apologies. I believe that Councillor Katarina had questions for this speaker as well.
oh, okay, I missed that. We'll take those questions and then we'll take the break. Councillor Katarina, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Clune, can you tell me where you're located across the street, knowing the street fairly well? Are you
We are directly east of them, directly east.
And what business is that? That's the concrete
Yes, it's
supply?
Foster Supplies.
That's been closed for a number of years?
Just in the last 2, and we now trying to sell it. But he has been there running that business. That business has been there many years, and we've been dealing with it since 2015, 16, 17, 18. I've got pictures to 2018.
Ms. Clune, yeah, I got the information there. Have you, and my apologies that I don't recall you phoning or submitting your concerns to my office on that. So I want to make sure that I didn't miss something. And just to let you know that I drive that road at least twice a day at all times. And this is the first that I've heard of your concern at that location.
Okay. We didn't go the MLA route. We went directly to the Alberta Funeral Services Board. That's who we made all our complaints with.
Thank you for that clarification, just so I didn't miss it and that. So, okay.
No, you didn't miss anything.
Okay, I know where you're located. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm glad we settled that. Any other questions for Ms. Kuhn? Okay, hearing none, let's come back at around 3:47 then. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I'll roll call just to see who we've got back on the line here. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Henderson.
Afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
All fired up.
Poor choice of words. Councillor Walters.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm here.
Councillor Benga.
I am here, thank you.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Katarina.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Zadig. Councillor Zadig?
Yes, I'm here. Yep.
Super. Okay, everybody's back. We will resume now hearing next from Stephen Ha. Stephen, are you there?
Actually, apologies. Stephen had indicated that he no longer wished to speak.
Right. And you had told me that before. And again, your note-taking superior to mine. Michelle Morose, also same. And Kim Formenti, also no change to those three, still withdrawn?
Yes,
or not
and-
registered?
Correct. And just for your awareness, Michelle Morose submitted a video that was circulated to all of council.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, Christina Koning had referenced a report that she sent to Councillor Esslinger, and we have circulated it to all of council as well, and we'll make sure that it's available as part of the meeting file.
Super. Thank you very much. Josephine Pham is up next, I believe.
Hi, present.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, so I'm Josephine Pham, and I just wanted to voice my opposition to the proposed change. I live, I'm going to estimate about 50 meters away from the proposed site. And there was a bunch of speakers before me, and they all brought up really good points. But one of the points where I wanted to emphasize was it was brought up that it was the city council's duty not to focus on the type of business, but the rezoning application. My statement to that is it should be the council's duty to focus on bettering the city and bettering its residents and its housing. The fact that the industrial area has been there and predates the residential area where we live or I live doesn't negate the fact that the city had allowed for residences here. They, opened the planning, they built houses, they have kind of with the intention that this is where the neighborhood or this is where the city's going. And I've been here about 22 years, so I was I was raised here. And now that I've started my own family, my son was born in August, I've chosen to buy and raise my family here. This was before the crematorium and the crematorium and the rezoning was brought up to my attention, knowing that I would have chosen not to. I am by trade a STEM major, and I work with potent compounds and I work with chemicals. And I understand just how dangerous these chemicals can be. At work, we suit up, we deal with things that are in much less potency, especially airborne potency. And the care and attention that we take for our own health it's much more reassuring for me at work than for me in my backyard. And that's a concern for me, especially with my new son and our family plan to have multiple children here. The other point that I wanted to discuss was other cities, one in certain where I looked it up, Mississauga, had regulations in 2012 where they changed their Funeral, Burial, Crematorium Service Act, and it suggested that these buildings be 300 meters away from a residential area. And they looked at bylaws and they looked at studies and they tried to accommodate, yes, the business and the residents, and they determined that this was an appropriate distance. 300 meters is still too close in my opinion, but it's a lot further than 50 meters. The other point that I wanted to say was when we saw the presentation by another speaker, just the pictures on 60th are on their current site, none of that's reassuring. None of that's reassuring that we won't see the same smoke or, you know, how they have complaints. And none of that has been heard. And I'm sure with like pictures dating back all the way to 2018, these complaints aren't like one-off. These complaints are numerous from what the speaker was saying. There's no regulatory body that seems to have sway or decision-making, in regulating these crematoriums. There's no, seems to be like recourse and action. Like, how do we stop something that's already there? So I believe that the city should consider its residents, where its neighborhood nearby, and just be proactive instead of focusing, hey, we're downzoning this. And because we're downzoning this, you know, it's not an issue. And when it becomes an issue, how do we deal with it? Maybe these bylaws are outdated. Maybe it's something that the city should look at. And this is all stuff that's important, but I don't think that allowing this rezoning and then dealing with it later is beneficial for the city or its residents. And this is our chance to act on it and work with the business. I'd like to also make a point about crematoriums. I've actually used the crematorium services by Trinity, and I don't think that having it in a more industrial area would matter to me. Unfortunately, in my circumstances, I've used them multiple times for this particular service. In my grief, I'm not paying attention to where the crematorium is. I'm paying attention to my grief. And yes, their services as a customer has been great, but in that time, I haven't had to think about how that affects my air quality, where my family is. And that, to me, especially after seeing those pictures, knowing that there's no one monitoring these air qualities, that to me tells me that there really is a chance for us here to talk about this and possibly find a better suited area for something like that, not 50 meters away from a whole neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Pham.
You're welcome.
That's the time. Thank you, though. Questions for Ms. Pham? Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Pham, thank you for your presentation. And when you mentioned that when you bought your house and you did not know that this was going to happen, in greenfield construction, all we have behind our homes usually at the start is just greenfields, I guess, agriculture land. And what comes there depends upon what application and when the applications do come. So in that respect, you think we should not do any more fee zoning?
No, the question is, your statement is that, you know, things come up with businesses around areas of other residential areas, and you're saying, should we not rezone? I think, like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't rezone, but I think that the end business should matter when it comes to something like this. What type of business, and this is why we have this discussion, especially with City Council and the development, it should matter. knowing that there's a crematorium, someone brought it up, knowing that there's a crematorium 50 meters from your house, the smells, the smoke, the health hazards, no one chooses willingly to live by a crematorium. And I'm sorry, like I don't see anyone putting their hands up and going, hey, yeah, there's a crematorium across the street, I'll live there. And I think that's what this discussion is about. This discussion is about, should it be 50 meters from people's homes?
Okay, so when you say that you did used one of these places, crematoriums, and then the smell coming, I mean, did you notice any smell there? Because I also had a chance to go to quite a few of them, and I don't recall seeing the smell and or the smoke.
I will be honest, in the times I've had to use these services, my time of grief, I probably have not, it's not something I would have focused on.
Okay.
But I do remember one time, and this is only because of my line of work, where there was some type of smell, but I cannot say that, like, oh, you know, I was grieving and I noticed a huge smell. And at that time, I don't think it would be fair for me to say, but I would point out that I was grieving and I wasn't staying there for very long.
Okay.
It was just like, if you've been there, it's in and it's very quick, and I was not focused on that.
Okay, so when we say that the crematorium should not be this close to neighborhood.
Yes.
Are you talking about, I guess, stigma associated to the death, or is it the chemicals?
I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about the mental, so the stigma, so it's the mental strain, or how taxing it is mentally, financially, and health-wise. Like that black smoke, you know, usually is combustion, and there's chemicals and there's stuff that's emitted into the air no matter what you do. If you see smoke, there's something emitted into the air. The fact that there's nobody monitoring it, there's people complaining about the smell of current site and nothing is done. That to me is a red flag.
Okay. Yeah, there are a couple of places on 34th Avenue and around 99th Street where there is a Tim Horton and McDonald's right next to basically a crematorium.
Yes.
And you think they should not be there?
I don't think they should be there. Unfortunately, I don't think that they should be there. But I also think that customers and stuff aren't there permanently. They don't live there. They're not exposed to it as frequently as someone who's 50 meters away and stays home with their son. Like, you know, we spend our time outdoors. There's dog parks. There's paths just to cry behind there where people use it, which is designated for like activities with families in parks. So I don't think that a Tim Hortons is the same in criteria as someone living here.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Any other questions for Ms. Pham? Not seeing any. Thank you for your comments. Next up is Anthony Vogrinsek. Please educate
Yes,
me
I'm
as
here.
to
I'm here. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors and citizens. I really appreciate the time and effort you're putting into this to make a wise decision, and I'm really grateful about being able to express my concerns as a longtime resident of the area. Living less than a block away from the proposed crematorium and proposed rezoning. And I think it's also important, again, to point out, we're not talking about a mom and pop small location here, where, according to the City of Edmonton assessment map, like it's a 45,000 square foot lot with a 30,000 square foot building. It's incredibly imposing. And, I guess I come from two really major concerns with the proposed rezoning. And first is the physical, the mental, the quality of life risks that we as residents are asked to take on. This neighborhood has got such a variety of residents, old and young, parents and children, grandparents and grandchildren, cats and dogs, and each, I think, would be impacted in their own really personal way. And just to imagine the westerly winds, which they usually blow west or north, swooping over our development here, over the Prince Rupert neighborhood, is really, really disturbing. And it's not just the physical health risks, it's also the negative impact on our mental health with having this really imposing crematorium site just everywhere we go, whether we go to the Canadian Tire, whether we go to the dog park, whether we go to the brand new business condominiums across the street from the proposed rezoning. It's really, really pervasive. And I think particularly in what we've been going through as citizens and the public with COVID, I think the mental stress is just compounded that much more by having these kind of things coming along. And it's not just that, it's the quality of time away from home. It's hard enough when you're enjoying your gardening. I'm a real gardener, there's real avid gardeners, or just entertaining neighbors, sitting on our patios, to think that, what's going on in the air while we're enjoying these things is one thing. But even off premises, away from our homes, we've got a doggy park, a nice big 3-block almost long doggy park, directly kitty corner from the proposed development, where people run, they take their dogs, they walk. And, people will walk to the Canadian Tire a block away, parallel to the 119th Street to proposed location. And there's the Row Cafe that's just a half a block away from the development. These are the kind of amenities and activities that really create community, and they're so enjoyable and they're life-giving. And you know what? I won't partake of those activities if I have to cross right next to a crematorium. It is that appetizing. That's how much of an impact it would make on me personally. And in talking to other people, I know they feel the same way. And especially puzzling too that there's the Capital City crematorium just 5 blocks south of the proposed development. My second major concern is the impact on rejuvenation in the neighborhood. In fact, I'm one of the first residents that moved into the Kingsway Landing, the vacant reserve land that was vacant for an awful long time, that was finally developed east of the industrial park. And when I moved into this area, it was not the prettiest area in the city. There was lots of blemishes around. There was a large junk car lot just a block and a half from me, an EPCOR power transmitting site at the end of the cul-de-sac, a swampy, deserted lot on Kingsway Ave. Well, guess what? Slowly, but over the years, that junk body lot has been transformed into beautiful business condos, really impressive. Directly south of the proposed development, right across the street from 114th Ave, the swampy lot has turned into a really vibrant Canadian Tire location. The EPCOR transmission site, whatever you call it, transmission area, torn down, and my understanding is there's a nice little self-contained commercial establishment going up. We're all for development. I love this kind of development, and it really enhances the neighborhood. And there's so much more potential still. There's the Blatchford development just a short skip away, and there's so much potential. And I'm afraid putting a large crematorium in there would be a real major setback to the revitalization of this neighborhood. And it would just be such a tragedy in my mind. So I guess that's my say. And, as a resident of Edmonton for 40 years, I've never felt compelled enough to and go to a council meeting or speak, but that's how strongly I feel. And just someone had mentioned about a protest that we had, a wonderful protest that got out a lot of the residents and the people that in their cars that were supporting us. It was really gratifying to see the support and how people are so on board and unanimously against this rezoning. So I guess that's what I wanted to leave you with. So again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger with questions, go ahead.
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time and coming and speaking to us today. Really appreciate it. And I do understand the concerns that you have shared. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
No further questions for you, sir. Thanks for those comments. Next is Frank Shannon.
Hi, it's Doris and Frank. I'm actually going to be talking on behalf of both of us. So that's Frank and I'm Doris.
So just before you get started then, you each have up to 5 minutes, but just to be clear, they're not combinable. So you'll have 5 minutes, and if there are more comments, then you can pass to Frank. But if you're speaking on behalf of both of you within the 5 minutes, that's fine. I just wanted to make that crystal clear.
Okay, I'll start then.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Doris, and this is my husband, Frank, and we want to begin by acknowledging the First Peoples of this territory, Treaty 6. We live across the street from the rezoning proposal. We are strongly opposed to this Charter Bylaw 19547, which is to change the current zoning of IM, Medium Industrial Zone, which gives more protection to the residents of Prince Rupert. Edmonton City Council is asking the citizens of Prince Rupert to agree to change the zoning to IB, Industrial Zone, which would take away a lot of our health, emotional, and air quality protection by letting any industrial business into our neighborhood of Prince Rupert, which would be across the street within 40 yards of residential homes. The rezoning proposal and the words used of best land use is incredibly abusive and attacking to the body, spirit, and mind of the tax-paying citizens of Prince Rupert. This issue is almost impossible to tolerate in the middle of a pandemic that has left most people with no capacity to do basic day-to-day tasks. There will be many health concerns post-COVID-19 to overcome. Having toxic smoke from the crematorium will compromise our lung health and overall mental health. My husband and I both have lung issues as a result of cancer and other health complications that have compromised our immune systems. And we will be forced to move from this community we have grown to love, which will cost us thousands of dollars to relocate, as well as lose value in the home prices. From a cultural and Indigenous ancestry perspective, we brought our beautiful home respectively away from graveyards and crematoriums to honor the ancestors that have moved on to the spirit world. To have a crematorium across the street from our residence will be disrespectful to the peaceful life we are trying to achieve. It feels like another law imposed on us after surviving the devastating effect of residential schools and the 60 scoop that still plague our families today. I believe the city public hearing should be to discuss how the city council will put in a standard law in place of how many kilometers away industrial business zones should be from residential areas such as ours, and not be on how to rezone the current IM to IB to accommodate a crematorium. We have been in contact with the Alberta Capital Airshed to discuss the proposal of the zone change to the IBM to accommodate a crematorium. We're having ongoing discussions with them on how to protect our fundamental right for clean air in Edmonton. This city public hearing will be on record for years to come as precedents on our objection to keep crematoriums a safe distance many kilometers away from residential neighborhoods. I feel, personally, the business, Trinity Funeral Homes Limited, does lack sympathy and empathy for the Prince Rupert community residents by thinking it's okay to have the smoke and smell from a crematorium bellowing harmful pollutants such as mercury, fine particulate, as well as human remains and spirits into the homes throughout our neighborhood, just for their convenience so they can have a closer location to their funeral home. And just to put it in perspective, I am almost certain that the owner of Trinity Homes Limited, as well as council members, do not have the threat of having a crematorium across the street from their homes. We hope to find a solution that will help all people respectfully send off their loved ones that is kilometers away from where we eat and sleep. And my last comment is for the Funeral Regulatory Board, which I did do some investigation on, they do not deal with or address any omissions from crematoriums. That is not within their regulatory body rights.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. Are there questions? Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Shannon. Just one quick question, since you mentioned you live across the street. And I know this will sound odd. I'm going to actually, for a moment, separate out the crematorium portion, and just if you don't mind going with me on this for a moment. I know that's obviously the big concern for a lot of residents. Let's assume that use wasn't permitted for a moment, or even discretionary, as is the case right now in that zone. I wanted to just double check on your feelings on those two zones, because outside of that use, it seems like the business industrial use, the IB zone, has a much lower impact, even as written in the zoning bylaw. So I wanted to double check if that was your understanding as well, excluding the crematorium, which is obviously the piece that's created, I think, a lot of the concern today.
That's my understanding, because we did get those new businesses there, which, like the one fellow before me said, we love them. We love going to the coffee shop. We love, walking down, and there's even like a mental health therapist there. There's an insurance company there. So there's all these, there's a gym there. So we're getting all these nice services, but they're not harmful to our
Perfect. So it's the specific use, that discretionary use, which is the part that is the most concerning, not the actual zone per se itself. Because medium industrial, as written in our zoning bylaw, can actually have a greater impact. We typically try not to put that beside residential as identified in the zone. So I just wanted to make sure I was understanding your perspective, if it was exclusively about that use, or if it was about the zone as a whole.
Yeah, no, it was about that use, because I thought, if there was two things, let's say that Trinity decided that they wanted to have a warehouse there, the warehouse does not give off these emissions. So, you know what, I don't think that there would be, I can't speak for everyone. I'm just saying, personally.
Yeah. Being that you're the one right across the street, I felt I would ask you, because you'd be one of the ones most directly impacted. So thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate that. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Shannon? Not seeing any. Mr. Shannon?
Well, we kind of combined ours together, so it's really close. I guess that was our biggest concern, is to have just the thought of crematorium. Many people have said it, in as far as barbecues and sleeping, and we have compromised systems already. So that was a concern for us, and just not really even knowing the science behind it, but knowing that my background is I work with trauma and nervous systems. Just the thought of it, knowing that there's smoke coming in, is enough to kind of start to put our bodies into conservation and survival, as opposed to thriving and interest and excitement about this neighborhood that we've been in for probably 7 years now. So that's one of our concerns. And also the one person that did share about across the street and had those pictures, and all of a sudden there's 2 stacks. That building is massive next door. So that's kind of my vision, is like, what's going to happen if there's going to be 2, 3, 4 more stacks in the next 10 years? We don't know, right? So that's all of those things kind of, I'm going to the worst case scenario and working my way back, but I'm really, it's a concern that, many of us have, and I'm hoping that, and also, that being said, is that I used to work in grief and loss, and I worked in University Hospital with chaplains for quite a few years, and I'm all for helping people multiculturally, sending their people off. That's how I was taught, with an Indigenous background, and be respectful. And none of our historically Indigenous people, I'll say for myself, from the Haida Nation, is that we had islands and stuff where we put our people that passed away, and different clans had different areas that they could put their people. But it was never in the town site, it was never in the village until that was pre-contact. And after contact, then it kind of changed some, but still in my area, the cemeteries were quite away from town. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that perspective, Mr. Shannon. Questions on Mr. Shannon's comments? I don't see any. Thank you. Next is Mona Eng.
Hello. I submitted some PowerPoint slides, if those could be pulled up.
Hold on just a second. Our clerks don't have them handy here, so just give us a moment to look them up.
Sure.
We may need to get them from you again here. Might they've been submitted under another name, or?
It was a whole folder. I had talked to Wendy yesterday, and she confirmed that it was received. It was shared on Google Drive.
Well, thank you for that. That would be very helpful. I'm sure we have it. We just need to loop back around and cross-reference it. If you don't mind, perhaps we'll go ahead to the next speaker and then work with you to just make sure we have the link and can pull it up quickly, rather than work through it right now. Is that okay if we come back to you in a few minutes?
I believe that the people right after me were kind of a group presentation, if you will. So I think the next person,
the order is...
you would have the same problem, because I had submitted all of the presentations on their behalf as well.
If we could just have a moment, I'm sure we can get it up and running.
Sure. Why don't we take just a couple minutes recess here? If it's going to be sequential presentations, we'll make sure that we have them with you. So let's just pause here, and we'll let clerks take it offline, and we'll work with you, Ms. Eng, to make sure we have it ready. So stand by.
Thank you. Appreciate it. first, but I think a lot of the points in our presentation has already been covered, so we wouldn't belabor that. But yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Iverson
Are we
and City
good to
Councilor.
go? Hold on just a second. Let me
are
just
you
make
able to
sure. I'll start your time in just a moment. I just want to make sure that we have all of our members of council still here with us. I'm just going to do a quick roll call to make sure that everyone's able to hear and be present. Councillor Hamilton?
Still here.
Fantastic. Councillor Henderson?
Still here.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Good afternoon, folks.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
I am here. Thank you.
Councillor Cartmel?
I am here too.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Zadig?
I'm here.
And Councillor Essinger?
I'm present.
That's everybody. Great. Okay. Well, thank you for your patience, Ms. Eng, as we worked to get that online, and we have it queued up for the subsequent presenters as well. Okay, perfect. All right. So, Ms. Eng, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Iverson and City Councilor. I want to say thank you for this opportunity for myself and my neighbors to voice our concern regarding this rezoning bylaw that would allow the doors to be open in permitting a crematorium to operate in the Prince Rupert neighborhood. Next slide. I think with all the discussion, I think we all know a cremation is a combustion process whereby a container or a casket and human remains, sometimes in a body bag, are incinerated in a high temperature in a closed chamber. Next slide. The City of Edmonton has a mandate for excessive odor and emission. Quote, everyone should have the ability to enjoy clean, fresh air in the City of Edmonton. It is an offense to create or allow odor emission, smoke, vapor, dust, or other airborne matter that originate from property you own or occupy to bother surrounding residents or businesses. Next slide. So the type of emission that would be emitted through the cremation process are combustion gases, particulate matters, fine dust, organic pollutants, heavy metals such as mercury. Next slide. So the pollutants of most concern are known those to be toxic to the humans and which can bioaccumulate in tissues, as well as fine particulate matters, which can increase the risk of heart disease, lung cancer, and asthma. For these key pollutants, agencies such as the World Health Organization and the United States Environmental Protection Agency advise that care should be taken to limit exposure. Having a crematorium across the street from our homes will not allow us to limit our exposure to the pollutants. Next slide. So here are some of the setback distance between a crematorium and home dwellings of other countries and cities. In Australia, the distance between a crematorium and sensitive land use and residential homes is 150 to 300 meters. In South Africa, 500 meters. England and Wales, 183 meters. In the United States, the state of Pennsylvania at 300 meters and California at 152 meters. In Canada, the province of Manitoba has setback distance of 182 meters, and the city of Mississauga, Ontario, with 300-meter distance. Why does the city of Edmonton not have a minimum requirement for space between a crematorium and residential homes? Next slide. So here is a view of the crematorium proximities in Edmonton. There are 9 crematoriums in the Edmonton area. 5 of the crematoriums are located at 240 meters plus from residential homes. 2 are between 140 to 200 meters. 2 are between 60 to 73 meters. The proposed site will be the closest distance to residential homes. Next slide. So here is a picture of the neighborhood in Prince Rupert. And the proposed site, it's about 40 meters from the site to the residential home. To the right is the crematorium 900 meters from us. We already have one 900 meters away from us. Would having another one so close by create a crematorium density issue? Next slide. We have heard from various people who work close to crematoriums tell us the sight and the smell of acrid smoke emitted from crematoriums nearby their work location while working indoors. This photo was taken on January 27th of this year by one of our neighbors who witnessed seeing the thick black smoke from the crematorium just located 900 meters from us. Next slide. So residents' right to enjoy their home and outdoor space is greatly compromised. We will no longer be able to enjoy the outdoor as we do today. The smell and emission produced by the crematorium intervenes with the Edmonton zoning bylaw regarding nuisance. Nuisance means anything that is obnoxious, offensive, or interferes with the use and enjoyment of property or offensive to the senses. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Ang? Not seeing any so far, so thank you for the presentation. Next up will be Marilyn Dumke. Ms. Dumke, are you there? We can't hear you right now. You may still be muted. Marilyn Dumke?
I do see her on the meet, but if she's having technical difficulties or trouble unmuting, we can have someone from our office reach out to her.
Okay, we're not able to hear her. I know the order was somewhat choreographed, but if we're not able to hear from her, we will need to move to the next speaker, which is Carrie Anton, who also has a presentation, I understand. Carrie, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are you able to go ahead?
Yes, I can go ahead. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, proceed, please.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor Iverson and City Council. My portion of our organized presentation is about our community. And I think I'm so proud because the neighbors and the people that you've heard from today really represent what I'm going to talk about. Next slide, please. So we're a diverse community. We have people from varying ethnic backgrounds, multiple religions. They're engaged, they're informed, they're highly educated. They're small families, young families. They're retired folks and people like myself who've bought my forever home. I've got a few years left to go, but I would like to stay here. We have volunteers who run community gardens, make cross-country ski trails. We have a playground in the works. We also have an off-leash area and parks. Really a desirable location, Prince Rupert is, because it's so close to downtown and so close to the amenities. But we know that this rezoning application is about land use, and we know that a crematorium is part of that use. And whether it's approved or permitted or what have you, it's not part of our vision. Next slide, please. Our neighborhood likes business. We support it. A lot of folks have told you that today. We don't mind the IB rezoning, and we think it has some real benefits for our community. But there are some issues around it. There's many other zones around our community as well. Prince Rupert has development potential, residentially and for business. We're really close to that Blatchford eco community. And we also have two key roadways, 119th Street and 116th Street, which are part of the Yellowhead Trail.
Thank you.
The Yellowhead Trail interchange project. So creating a lot more traffic and things. So we like development. We like improving our community, making it beautiful. But there is the possibility that with this land use approval, that our values will go down and people won't want to buy in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. So you've heard a lot about the impact, and this list is not even inclusive of everything that we've heard about as people who are trying to help the community to stay positive and be focused, but there's a stress and the worry about emissions, health impact. We have a lack of confidence in the reporting and the regulatory process for crematoriums. And this is from experience, this is not hearsay. And we also have, sorry. Oh, and sorry. So people are also trying to decide whether to stay in the community or to leave. And that's really sad because we have potlucks and block parties and we help each other when they're sick. It's a fantastic community to live in. We're small. And of course, those concerns around mental health, lack of appetite, lack of sleep, and also lack of energy. People have religious and cultural beliefs that also conflict with cremation. And I know we're not talking about cremation necessarily, we're talking about the use of this land. Right? So we want to make sure that the impact on our properties and the use of our land is also considered. Next slide, please. Rezoning is an opportunity to vitalize and make vibrant communities. Now, just like we've heard from Edmontonians, councillors, you've heard from Edmontonians as well, that they're in support of our concerns and need for proximity bylaws, and also our position on crematorium, this crematorium, not cremation, just this crematorium being so close. And that's from businesses, other citizens, other community leagues, as well as people within Prince Rupert. This issue has the potential to impact other neighborhoods, that's for sure. Next slide, please. We are here today asking you to reconsider this rezoning application by a crematorium. We need your help to find a solution for all Edmontonians and for us around the proximity of crematoriums near residential areas, to tell us and to identify that compatibility between business requests for rezoning and residential. We need easy to follow and robust processes for reporting issues that citizens have. Rezoning bylaws are there to protect Edmontonians, to develop business, but they have to coincide. And with the next step in this being the discretionary use, we know what the use is going to be. That's not unknown factor, and I don't think it can be omitted from this discussion today. And this is why you've heard so much about it. So thank you so much for your time, and that's all I have to say. We'll take questions, please.
Thank you, Ms. Anton. Questions?
Councillor Essinger is on the speakers list.
Okay, go ahead, Bev. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I just want to make sure I heard clearly that you were supportive of IB, but you wanted us basically to remove the potential discretionary use of a crematorium, because that's really where your concern is. Is that correct?
Yes, we're in favor of business. We're in favor of different zones in the area. And we're not saying take away the discretionary use of crematoriums. How about making them their own category of zoning or some other options? And this is why we're coming to council, so that you guys know your stuff better than we do. What can we do to help citizens? But we're not against IB. We have IB all around us. But we know what this land use is going to be, and we can't ignore that.
So in your mind, help me understand because the issue is the proximity to residential. What are you thinking? Because as you saw in many of the presentations, it's a wide range. So you're saying more than 40, but less than?
I would really like to see other developing countries that are just really moving and shaking and being environmental and being green, more than 300 meters. Let's go with 1,000, right? the use of a crematorium facility to have people come and grieve there and be there, that's a short stay, as we've had someone speak. And so the need for it to be closer to a funeral chapel, I don't think that's reason enough. Does that kind of answer your question a bit? So I think we should have further enough distance that protects people from the possible emissions.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you very much for your comments today.
Thank you.
I see no further questions for Ms. Anton. Next, we'll loop back to Marilyn Dumke.
I'm here this time.
Fantastic. Great. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I don't know. Anyways, I think everybody is rather interested in this portion that I'm presenting today, the reporting and the regulations. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to follow up. We had one of our community members, I know Mona mentioned it, but they did report this to City Bylaw through 311. There was no call back from Bylaw and the file was closed. Out of interest, I pulled some FOIP data, and last year 911 received 6 calls for the Edmonton Fire Department to respond to excessive smoke from crematoriums. Also, crematoriums notify the Edmonton Fire Department to avoid a response if they are aware that they're going to have excess smoke. But who will call me? Next slide. So I spent a lot of time contacting Alberta Environment, speaking to 3 different people there, and this is what their response was. The legislation is old, it's 1993, and was heavy industry focused. Crematoriums are exempt from the Environmental Protection Act. They are exempt from the Code of Small Incinerators. Emissions can be reported, though, through the Substance Release Hotline. However, when we called with our concern on January 27th, it was not taken seriously. They said the criteria was 40% opacity and 0.2 grams per kilogram of particulate, and that would have to be measured. The hotline suggested we contact the City of Edmonton and report under a municipal bylaw. Next slide, please. I spoke to Environmental Public Health. The response I received from them was to contact the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board, City of Edmonton, or Alberta Environment. However, I was persistent and did eventually speak with the health inspector. Due to COVID, she told me their current response time is 7 days, and this would require air quality sampling over time. Therefore, a single report, they were unable to address the concern at this time. Next slide. The Cemetery Act and crematory regulations state that the owner of the crematory shall ensure it is maintained in good order and is operated so not to give rise to any offenses or public health nuisance. However, in discussion with the director, they delegate the technical aspects regarding the crematorium to the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board. Service Alberta's focus is more on the consumer aspect. They also stated that the concern should be reported to Environmental Public Health, but I had already been there. So this is the next slide, please. This is the statement on the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board page. So they do not have the authority over and are unable to investigate environmental issues such as crematory emissions. They do not have expertise or authority to investigate air quality. Of note, there are no regulations pertaining to number of maximum cremations per day. It's dependent on operational hours. And also on their website, it was that they were licensed yearly, but inspections were every 3 years. Next slide, please. So Alberta Environment suggested I contact Capital City Airshed. I reached out to them and they were very interested in our concerns. Currently, the closest monitoring stations for ambient air are Woodcroft and Macaulay. These would not be sensitive to Prince Rupert or specific to an industry in area. Mercury is not included in the monitoring. In fact, it is not standardly measured provincially. Of note, mercury collected by the dental industry is sent to Swan Hills facility for disposal. Next slide. So after all my calls and discussion, I was unable to determine any standardized reporting or investigation process for crematory emissions. Reporting data is difficult to quantify due to no single reporting source. Alberta environment legislation requires review as cremation was not as prevalent back in 1993. Currently, municipal zoning bylaws do not include a minimum separation distance and require careful consideration. And I just wanted to note in the comment by John Lorian and Dennis Rigo, they stated that at our Community League meeting held on March the 3rd, their statement about complaints at the other location was they'd only had one by the plaster shop owner across the street, and at that time the crematorium was not even plugged in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dumke. Questions on the presentation? Councillor Katarina, go ahead.
So thank you. Again, very comprehensive on this. Unfortunately, not a lot of answers from who you've contacted. But just I want a clarification on one thing first, and that is the licensing requirement, the inspections you've stated right now is that they're every 3 years, that it is not an annual renewal that requires an inspection, because I heard from the proponent and I asked him directly, what do they have to do on a yearly basis in order to renew that license, and led me to believe that the inspections or whatever criteria is there is done on a yearly basis. That doesn't sound like
no, that's not what I found. I read annual reports for them, and in that it stated that the inspections are every 3 years, but they are required to license every year.
But the two aren't tied together on a yearly basis, so so they would require the inspection once out of the 3 years. The other 2 years would be automatic, and that's what I had asked, whether this was just automatic for the licensing or not. And again, I'll leave it to the proponent to maybe clarify his statement on new information. So that's worrisome as well too. The lack of, I guess, criteria, jurisdiction, things we have to do. I had asked someone earlier on that if there was voluntary air monitoring done at least, I don't know what the number would be, once a year, twice a year, every month, or daily. Would that help in the event that this was going ahead? Even though there's no regulatory body that is going to do it now, this I'm thinking that the proponent would actually, voluntarily provide that service for the community and for Edmontonians in general of what the emissions are, and I would assume at their expense as well too, if that would help in moving this forward. Because as you know, a lot of things we're talking about now are things that would have to be worked out with the province, with Alberta Health. And this is, it's not something we can do today or even next month. It's something that would have to be worked on. And I'm sure that there could be subsequent motions that could start that work. But in the event that there was some sort of monitoring that we'd come to agreement with, would that help?
Honestly, I don't think so, because you're talking about yearly. From what we've seen, what we've witnessed ourselves, the other crematoriums in the city of Edmonton, there are issues there. So just putting it on this one wouldn't help. And you do it one day and there's a problem the next. I mean, then what, right? That doesn't give, I think it would need to be monitored, almost constantly, right? Because how will we know? I mean, if I see the black smoke, I'll know, but it's too late.
Okay, so if that direction there would be obviously not yearly, but could be monthly, weekly. They would have to be much more consistent. The information you had from fire, can you explain that a little bit more now? From that they're
Sure.
on how that process, what you found with fire and how they respond or don't respond, or what the connection is to it.
So I had heard from a fireman, a friend's brother, that, we respond to crematoriums due to smoke. And I was like, well, I wouldn't even have thought of that, right? But so I actually FOIP'd the data through the city, and there were 6 calls where they responded. However, I have an email from a crematorium in Edmonton here stating that they actually call the fire department when they know there's going to be smoke. And also at the meeting, our community league meeting, they also said they know if there is going to be smoke, they will notify the fire department so they don't respond.
Okay. All right. And a lot of these questions will go to administration for some clarification on this. The nuisance part of this, have you personally, or do you know of the number of reports that have gone into nuisance complaints through our bylaw or 311?
Well, I think that'll be very interesting from one of the next presenters, because I don't know where they're capturing the data. And based on some complaints and no follow-up, I don't know where that lies, and if it's in one database, what goes on, because it would appear from what we've heard, there's very little follow-up. I don't believe the city's able to really deal with it, right? It's that kind of emissions. That's really, to me, that's Alberta environment, but.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dumke.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicol?
Ms. Dumke, I think you just answered my question as to have we seen any operational data sets, or in your research any operational data sets as to complaints, as into monitoring, as a matter of record, a material record of a crematorium and or the industry. You haven't come across anything like that?
Well, to be honest, I didn't even know how I would word the FOIP to request it, because how
Fair
it
enough.
came in. I can tell you myself, I was very frustrated by our neighbor calling 311 and not getting any follow-up. I called and said, hey, can I report it? I saw the photo. And they said, no, there should be a reference number. They'll have to deal with it that way. But then the operator on 311 said, well, it's a crematorium. There's going to be smoke. I don't know why you'd be worried. And I thought, he may even be stopping people from reporting because he's, dismissing their concerns before it's even taken. That was very frustrating for me because I didn't expect that.
My question goes to, I understand that. So the question goes to, as to Council Katarina's earlier comments or questions, as to what's on record, what is not on record, because as most of you presenters are talking about material impacts to the enjoyment and use of your property, right, which is a legitimate land use consideration and so on. So that is the question I guess we should pose to administration as to what records they do keep, essentially is what you're asking, Ms. Dumke, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Dumke? Not hearing any, then we will go next to Barry Stinson on behalf of Roy Jefferson.
Actually, I'm Roy Jefferson, and I've gotten back from my medical appointment, so I can speak directly. Thank you.
Oh, superb. Thank you. Go ahead.
And you don't have to present the video because I'm now here and live and can speak. So I wanted to thank you all for allowing us to speak on behalf of this proposed rezoning bylaw 19547. I am one of the many that are opposed to this crematorium being directly across the street from my neighbors and essentially 1 block away from my home. I believe that a crematorium debate will be very new for all of City Council, and so it is one that I think we must examine very, very closely with regards to its impact. My health and that of others are my major concerns. As you've heard numerous times now, crematoriums produce fine particulate dioxins, radioactive residues, etc., that are proven to be hazardous to health. And so the further the distance from the residential living, the less the hazardous. You've seen in an earlier slide that many countries already have offset zoning established, and also that most of the crematoriums within the Edmonton region that are close to a residential are at a minimum of 100 feet away, 100 meters, I'm terribly sorry. One of the exceptions to that is, of course, Park Memorial, which was built in the early 60s and at that time we didn't have the number of residents surrounding that location as we do today. And also, back then, crematoriums was not as popular an alternative as it was to burials. So I think we have to look towards the city being prudent to get some type of offset established prior to allowing a crematorium to be built or one to be relocated within the city. I think that's an essential requirement. I reached out to Jerry Bingham, who is the CEO and president of Connect Retail Store, because that store is directly beside Capital City Crematorium, and the Capital City Crematorium is 5 blocks from our residence as well. And I asked him to speak of his experience. I've submitted his correspondence to all of you, and as you've probably already read, it was not a positive experience. The black billowing smoke and smells from the Capital City Crematorium reached a point where he had to send staff home due to the poor air quality. He notified the city numerous times, but his complaints seemed to fall into an abyss within the city structure, and no one ever responded to his issues from the city. Jerry Bingham had to eventually threaten legal action against Capital City itself to have action taken to help the situation get resolved. So my question is, and as you've heard, there seems to be a reporting process deficiency within the city. Crematoriums are phoning in advance to say that, well, don't bother to come out because we know there's going to be black smoke. So then the data doesn't get accumulated as it probably should be. So again, I think that it is prudent upon the city to establish rules and regulations so that we understand what we're dealing with, what it should be, before we go ahead and make any commitment to an existing crematorium and or a relocation of a new one. We're lacking, as people have said, a very robust and easy to follow process for citizens to report concerns regarding crematoriums. So I would like to see the city establish these steps to follow when experiencing these types of issues before we start in on a crematorium to relocate or open. And I'm not sure that I've heard it yet, but I'm not clear whether there'll be an issue with regarding to increased traffic to our area. The owners of this proposed crematorium has suggested that they wanted a location close to their existing funeral services so that it's convenient for families to come. So I'm wondering, has the city done any traffic study to understand this type of impact? And I also just want to reiterate that, as you've heard, I'm not alone on this opposing of the crematorium to our neighborhood. The rally that was held on March the 6th was supported by over 60 residents of this community. I've been in this part of this community for the past 20 years, and I would hope that it would be a long time before I would consider moving. So I would like the city to think about, would it be easier to relocate a crematorium than to force hundreds of residents to relocate? Thank you for your consideration, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Questions on that? Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Jefferson. My question to you is, I know, first, I concur with you that there should be definite legislation, regulations to determine the, I guess, location of crematoriums. But what question I do have before you, perhaps this might be clarified by the proponent and our administration. My question would be, when you think this crematorium smoke is kind of non-stop, because it's not one body burning after the another one, like, you know, kind of continuous process there. I mean, this is, after all, a high temperature incineration process, and it should be over in minutes, and then I guess there has to be some kind of procedure for, I don't know, reloading that in the I guess oven or whatever it is to cool off for a few hours before something else can be done.
My understanding, Councillor, is that indeed there is a startup and a cool down feature, and from start to finish it probably takes 3 hours per. Whether they can do more than one crematorium or one cremation at a time, I think is deciding upon how many chambers they have operating within the one building. And at the moment, we understand that they are proposing to maybe do 3 a day. There is no legislation that would hold them to that understanding. They can do them as often as they want and as long as they want. And when I interviewed Park Memorial staff, they indicated that they have been so booked because of COVID casualties that they go up to midnight cremating bodies. So it is on a demand need, but as the need is there, they proceed with the cremations.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Jefferson? I don't see any at this time. I'm glad you could make it back, sir. Thank you. Next is Joyce Georgopoulos. Joyce, are you there?
I do see Joyce on the meet, but they are muted, so they may need to unmute to be heard.
We'll give it another moment, and if not, then we'll move ahead to Dawn Butts, and then we'll try to come back around and get Joyce subsequently. So.
And Mr. Mayor, my list does indicate Jan Napier-Sala still speaking as well.
Was able to join us? Right,
But
okay.
I don't see them on the list, so.
Jan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm. Oh, sorry. Okay, I didn't realize it was my turn. So, yeah. So I'm speaking against the crematorium for a lot of the reasons that many of my neighbors have mentioned. One of the big ones is the smell that is being evident. That's basically a no-brainer. I want to comment. I thought Mona's presentation was excellent, and I'm hoping that the silence after of all the councillors, that they were in agreement with all her comments to be true and accurate. I have a daughter who has allergies to dust, and one of the reasons we moved to the home on 118th Street was it was all hardwood floors, and with her dust allergies, for her to go outside in that, we thought, you know, this was a great neighborhood. Like Rupert, we just purchased this home last year, and I'm kind of disappointed in the owner of this new facility that they would think it's automatic to zone and spend all this money and say, okay, the pressure's on you guys to zone it because we invested in this, you know, without the impact to the community. These debates and talks should have been done well before any purchase of this property with this type of business, you know, to be there. And I really feel for the coffee shop owner and the other ones there that are going to be greatly affected. So there's way more pros not to have this business than cons. So I'm hoping the city council will adhere to that and be in favor of the neighborhood not to allow this to be built. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the presentation? Not seeing any. Thank you. I will loop back now to see if Joyce has been able to unmute. Joyce, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, yes,
Welcome.
I've submitted a video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Miss Joyce Georgia Palace, and this is my husband George. We have been residents of Prince Rupert for the past 23 years. My husband and I are seniors and are very opposed to the application for rezoning bylaw 19547 that will allow a crematorium to operate in our neighborhood. This is not to say that we are against crematoriums. However, the land use at the rezoning site is not appropriate for a crematorium for many reasons that my neighbors have presented to you. A quote from Juliet O'Keefe with the National Collaborating Center for Environmental Health, published on March the 24th, 2020, stated, "The absence of emissions data for crematoria and ambient air quality monitoring in the vicinity of installation limits the ability to fully access exposures and health impacts. A precautionary approach could be adopted." The crematorium industry is unregulated regarding emissions, with no inspections of air or soil in the areas to ensure health and safety of residents. Without evidence regarding the safety of health, one way or the other, why not err on the side of caution? On a personal note, my husband and I have different lung issues, lung transplantation and asthma, which makes us extremely sensitive to smoke or air pollutants. Any poor air quality day, our neighbor's barbecue, fire pit, or smoking send us running to ensure our windows are closed. A crematorium would be operating daily. We cannot live with our windows permanently closed. We do not want to be forced from our retirement home due to air quality. Further, how would this affect our property value? Would the City Council please do the right thing and make health and air quality a priority and not allow the rezoning for a crematorium? The crematorium can relocate further away from dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Ms. Georgia Palace?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there questions for Ms. Georgia Palace on the presentation? Not seeing any. Thank you for that. Next then is Don Butts.
Hello. I had a video submitted on my behalf.
Okay, we'll pull that up.
But I live at Prince Rupert Community. I am at the proposed crematorium site, and I'm just going to walk across to my neighbor's property line just to record how far it is. Thank you. So that was 23 paces. For a little too close for comfort. I don't know what to say.
Thank you. Did you have any further comments beyond the video, Mr. Butts?
No, that's it. I just wanted to make clear how close the proposal is to the residentials, and hopefully everybody considers that carefully.
Thank you. Questions? Don't see any. Thank you. And Claudia Wang is next.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I submitted a short video and it's just summarizing my questions and concerns that I still think need to be addressed before this proposal can go forwards. Hi, my name is Claudia. I was born and raised in the Prince Rupert community area, and this has been my home for 19 years. I am concerned about the proposed crematorium. The Alberta crematory regulation states that a crematorium owner may not cause any public health nuisance. How can Prince Rupert residents be assured that there will be no public health nuisance? When will the province be regularly inspecting the crematory for compliance? Will any studies be conducted to determine the emission levels and the effects it may have on our health? Although the owners refer to a testing report done to a crematory in Ontario, will there be an independent and separate study done on the emissions from this specific crematorium?
And did you have any further comments, Ms. Wang?
No, that'll be all.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Wang? Not seeing any. Then I'll just check to see whether anybody else is remaining who checked in ultimately.
There are two speakers that we haven't been able to reach and confirm their intentions today. Those are Roger Jean and Dave Fermenti, who is the last speaker on the list. There is one person on the phone that we haven't been able to confirm who they might be.
Is there anybody left who's on the call here right now who hasn't had a chance to speak yet, who wishes to be heard on the Prince Rupert industrial zoning?
And if you are participating by phone and wish to speak, you may need to *6 on your keypad to unmute.
Okay, well, to the best of the clerk's diligent understanding, I think we can...
Hello, I'm sorry. My name's Dave Fermenti.
Oh, welcome, Dave.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, it took me a while on the old, I don't know, was it *6 there or whatever, but I had submitted a video, and I live directly across from the area, and I wouldn't mind if you guys take a peek at it.
Yeah, we can do that now that you're here, so we'll roll the film.
Great, thanks very much.
Hi there, my name's Dave Fermenti, and as awkward as this is, I'm doing this video to show my opposition to the Charter Bylaw 19547, the rezoning of Lot C, Block 194, Plan 1184TR. I'm doing this video from my backyard. It's an area that I enjoy spending a lot of time in, more so in the summer than the winter, but it's a little piece of paradise for me, for our entire family. It's a spot where we can play, where we can have barbecues, have guests over when it's not COVID time. There is a building behind us that's always been there as long as we've lived here, and that is the building that is proposed for rezoning. From where I stand on my deck, that is the view. That's the building that we have seen for the 24 years that we have lived here. The loading dock and to the other side. this is where I barbecue. Many meals throughout the year, winter and summer. Proud Australian, enjoy barbecuing. Have been a Canadian citizen here, living in Canada for the last 28 years, and very proud of that. Unfortunately, the proposition shows that there would be a crematorium go into this building right here. And look, honestly, guys, I don't know of anyone, to be perfectly true, who would enjoy standing here barbecuing for guests and explaining to those guests that directly across the street, they're burning dead people's bodies. Guys, there's thanks to COVID, we seem to have an incredible amount of vacancies in this city right now from many business buildings where I believe that perhaps this would definitely be better placed in than directly behind these residential buildings from both a health standpoint and from a personal standpoint of losing what I really enjoy, and that's hanging out back here because I'm seriously concerned about the health aspects and many other aspects of having a crematorium directly across the road from my backyard. I'm strongly opposed to this. I ask that you please do not allow this bylaw to go through. I really don't know what else to say. I plead with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fermenti, for that. Did you have anything to add in your remaining time beyond the video?
No, honestly, I'm going to leave it at that. It's the backyard. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that this evening. Thanks very much, Mayor and Council. I truly appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fermenti? Not seeing any.
And Mr. Mayor, just as a last kind of little piece of housekeeping, Marlene Scally was registered but has withdrawn their request to speak.
Okay, so to the best of our knowledge, we've now heard from all of the speakers in opposition, at least on this round. There's still new information potentially after we direct some questions at administration. So in my estimation, there is likely to be a reasonable amount of questions for administration based on everything that we've heard, and then in all likelihood some new information after that. That will take some time. How long exactly is very difficult to predict. And then we still have the Edgemont item after that. So given that it is not close to the finish line kind of situation, my suggestion would be that we break for the dinner break and then resume with questions of administration. We have on occasion shortened that dinner break by a little bit, and I would suggest we might consider that in this case, but it's entirely up to council. The default would be we take 90 minutes right now. We have shortened that down to 60 to give people time to reset and refresh and get a bite to eat. So that's an option I'd consider, but if you want to stick to the plan, I'm fine with that too. I'll be here all night. All right, not hearing any. Sorry, I've got Councillor Nicol and then Councillor McKean on the. I don't know if
I
your
suggest,
questions for.
yeah, Mr. Mayor, let's come back at 6:30.
Okay, Councillor McKean, your thoughts?
What Councillor Nichols said.
Okay, Councillor Henderson, you're in the room. What do you feel like? You're good? Okay. Is there any strong objection to shortening the break to
Maybe,
an hour?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Walters. I prefer 7, but it's fine. I just maybe a few minutes after 6:30 if that's what everyone agrees on. So
okay.
Be prepared for a little tardiness on my part.
Understood, and with blessings and forgiveness if you had other plans. But if there's no strong objection and understanding Councillor Walters might be a couple minutes late, We will recess now with the unanimous consent of the group until 6:30. Unless there's any objection, going once, going twice. Okay, with unanimous consent, we'll recess now until 6:30. All right, we'll roll call in a moment here. Get ready for it.
Well, I actually looked.
Okay, let's start this time with Councillor Henderson. I can see you.
I am back.
With my own eyes. Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor McKean.
Good evening.
Councillor Nicol.
Good evening, sir.
Councillor Paquette.
Good evening, sir.
Councillor Walters. Oh, right. He had indicated he might be a couple minutes late getting back. Understood. Councillor Banga. Councillor Banga. How about Councillor Cartmel?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Katarina.
I'm here with all the other counts.
Councillor Zadek.
Good evening, sir.
And Councillor Essinger.
I never left. Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello again.
Hello. Well, that's enough to get started. So I have a speakers
Councillor Banga
list.
is here.
Oh, Councillor Banga, welcome. Okay, so I have a speakers list forming up on this, starting with Councillor Essinger for questions of administration. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now I have a few questions about the discretionary use, because as we heard today, a lot of the folks weren't really opposing an IB, but the discretionary use. And so could you help me understand the discretionary use? Because I thought it was supposed to be have little impact on the outside of the building.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So the IB zone comes with a list of permitted and discretionary uses. One of them is funerals, crematoriums, and interments. In terms of what is looked at, say when a permit does come in for discretionary use, the development officer will look for compatibility and then impacts on the surrounding land uses. On the compatibility side, they'll look to see within the existing regulations of the zone, so if it fits the setbacks and the step backs and the height, etc. And then on the impacts, they'll look to further direction of section 14.5 of the zoning bylaw, which will require or could require a environmental nuisance and health impact assessment. This will identify any of the impacts and the quantities of that impact, and it would further identify any provincial regulations or standards that impact would be regulated by. So in this case, that impacts would be related to the provincial regulations or the Alberta Environment Parks regulations regulating the amount of effluent in the air that comes out.
So would they determine what that level of acceptability would be of emissions, for example, as part of this study?
So the study would most likely follow the provincial rules and regulations because they are the regulator when it comes to air quality, and they would seek to have essentially those air emissions stated or evaluated within the substance release regulation and what those quantities and qualities are, and that would be viewed upon sufficient for us if the regulations were met.
So would they consider the distance to the neighborhood when they're considering whether it's acceptable? Would that be something that's measured by the development officer or considered?
That would be a consideration. However, there's no direction within the zoning bylaw that states these types of uses should be separated from other types of uses.
Okay, so this part of the bylaw hasn't been reviewed yet. I think it was last reviewed many years ago. Is it part of the plan to review this as part of the zoning bylaw renewal?
So the use class is one of the uses that the zoning bylaw renewal is going to look at specifically to see if there's any, contexts where additional regulations should be. So uses such as this one, pawn shops or body rub centers, for example, are going to be looked at, and a report will be brought forth in June of this year to committee that will outline some of those steps and findings.
So a distance or proximity to residents is something that could be or may be considered as part of this review.
It's possible. I think it is a full review of it, so that is definitely a possibility.
When they do the review, will they also look at the new research? Because I think since it was last done and when it became discretionary, I think standards of environmental impact have been studied a lot more, and perhaps we have better information now. Would that be looked at?
Yeah, so they will most likely undertake a jurisdictional scan to see what other municipalities are doing, and then follow up on pertinent research that deals with this use or the emissions from this use.
So I guess because the residences are very concerned about the health impacts. Is there anything that we do that regulates that, or we just depend on the funeral association as the regulator for that kind of thing?
So there's a couple of regulatory bodies, both of them provincial and superior to our legislation. So we defer to them through both the Alberta Energy and Parks, the emission standards regulation, as well as the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board, as you heard previously.
Okay, my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Caterina is next.
Thank you. So, Mr. Pollock, to you, similar lines, but maybe a little different. The conditions placed on this, so we're not talking about a DC. So from this land use or this change in zoning, is there some place where we can add conditions to, or that would only be required in or available in DC applications?
So at the development permit, there is the ability to add conditions onto it. However, I would suggest that we pull back from that conversation just due to the nature of our land use discussion here, and instead of trying to give direction on what kind of conditions that could be added to any permit that we have yet to receive.
And Councillor, just from law here, I would suggest that it wouldn't be appropriate for council to direct any conditions on a discretionary DP. Those would come from the development officer.
Okay, so again, that wasn't sort of the bent of my question. What is that? So at this point in time, we would not impose conditions from this particular zoning. That's done with DCs. Okay. My next question would be to the development permit stage. So if this at the development permit stage, could conditions be applied or not? That's sort of simple question, just to see whether we could or couldn't.
Conditions could be applied if that was the will of the development officer.
Okay, so those conditions then would fall onto the, I guess, the discretionary use, and the development officer would be the one that would, if they wanted to apply conditions, whatever those conditions happen to be, would this condition be one of them as far as air quality monitoring, that sort of thing? Would that be in their jurisdiction at that stage of development? Would they be able to require that? Because we've heard from many that there really aren't many rules and regulations. If we're relying on the province, I would imagine that the development officer would take their cue from that. And if there aren't rules and regulations in place, then what would compel them to apply conditions?
So you're correct that we would take our direction from the regulations of the rules in the province to apply any conditions regarding air quality or air emissions. The most likely course of action is that we would look for that assessment prior to granting any sort of approval of the use, though.
So could we have that assessment done prior to approval or not? Where would that fit into the queue here, to the sequence of events? How would we get that air quality or that assessment done if it's not a requirement from us?
So prior to the approval of the DP, the DO has the ability to ask for such a study or the assessment prior to the issuance of the DP.
Okay, would that be automatic given the use? Is that something that would be automatic for the development officer to know about or inquire about or not? I mean, how common is it, and do they have that information? For example, have they heard everything we've heard here tonight that would trigger them to consider that?
They will have heard everything that's been said tonight, at least in summary form, and in past crematory applications, that study has been asked for.
Okay, do you know if that's ever been a condition put on by a DO for a crematorium? In your experience?
Not necessarily a condition, but it was an acquired document prior to approval.
Okay. All right. I don't know if there's anybody here from bylaw, Mr. Aiken, if you're there or not. The question would be, have we actually documented any other sort of bylaw complaints and nuisances that have recorded that we have a record of that we could apply to this or not? Mr. Pollock, do you know?
To our best of our knowledge, we don't have that information regarding the bylaw complaints. We do have similar information that one of the residents brought forth, and that there has been 6 fire response calls in 2020, as well as 2 within 2019 in relation to, I guess, the smoke that was emitting from them.
My time's up. I'll come back for a second round, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson's next.
So, Mr. Pollock, just to keep on following up, what worries me a little bit, I think, if I'm hearing you correctly, is our decision on whether or not the smoke was a problematic hazard would be based on the provincial rules, correct?
Correct.
But the provincial rules, and this is what I want to check, the provincial rules are concerned with what comes out of the smokestack, not about proximity, correct? They're not going to, they don't distinguish between what comes out of the smokestack and what may have dissipated by the time it could have got gone a distance. So there's no one's going to be looking at that piece of the puzzle. Is that fair to say? I mean, if it's clean enough coming out of the smokestack to dissipate into the air, it'll pass the provincial standards, but that won't speak to what may be happening. They're not going to be measuring it from the place across the street. They're going to be measuring what comes out of the smokestack, correct?
That would be my best guess. However, I don't know where and how they measure the emissions outflow. I do have the statistics or the regulation. I don't know how helpful that will be in any case, that it's 40% opacity of 2.2 grams of particulate matter per kilogram of air effluent.
Yeah.
So that's highly technical, and
Yeah,
we
and
leave it
that,
to
that
those
assumes
experts.
that it dissipates. You know, that's what they're concerned about. They're concerned about the cumulative effect. I mean, those rules are about cumulative effect on our overall air quality. So that's a worry. And so given that, then the DO is unlikely to be able to look at the question of what might be an immediate proximate effect as opposed to a general effect, correct? If they're using that standard.
As mentioned before, I think in the environmental nuisance and health impact assessment, they will defer to the provincial standards. And if it meets, and it's demonstrated that it meets those standards and the regulator approves.
I know, and the provincial standards don't look at what's going to happen to the neighbor as opposed to what's going to happen to the person down the street. That's the worry. So that helps to clarify. So I'm wondering though, my other big question here is, what our jurisdiction is on this, because I think what we're hearing is, and it's a public hearing question, that there's really, except for this one possible use, there's really no reason not to approve the zoning. So is it within our power appropriately as part of a public hearing to say no to something because of one possible use, even if the rest of the zoning probably would be inappropriate, especially when it's a kind of down zone?
I think it's, Councillor, I think it's within your jurisdiction to decide, is this zone the best use overall for this land? And if there's a particular use within that zone that makes that zone not appropriate for this land, then I think it would be within your jurisdiction. What I caution against is looking at the province's jurisdiction and how well they enforce or don't enforce their regulations.
Understood.
I don't think that should be
I only really
consideration.
asked that question because it really, I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is if that's the standard we're using, the DO is using, we need to understand that. And we need to understand, that's the only reason I was going down that road. It's still our decision. But if I'm hearing that that's the standard we're using, then I would think it does come into play, correct? If we're going to use that standard.
I think that we can look to the standard in determining if that discretionary use, and I say we, sorry, I should say the development officer can look to that standard to determine if that discretionary use is appropriate, whether or not we feel that use, or that standard is correct, is not really within our jurisdiction to weigh in on, if that clarifies.
No, understood. No, I get that, yeah. But if we're going to use it, then we need to understand how it plays out. That's all I'm exploring. So one of the other things because there was, right at the beginning, I think we heard a submission that, that this use had not been put into IM, had been intentionally put into IB. But what strikes me about it is the reasons for that. Maybe we actually have three very different uses in one category of use. We have a funeral home, which I don't think anybody would be objecting to. We have interment, which people may or may not be objecting to. If it was a mausoleum, I don't know how people would feel about it. It's probably no different from living across from a cemetery. And then we have a crematorium, but we've made them all one use. And it seems to me they have different effects. And I can understand why we might not want to put a funeral home into medium industrial, for instance. So any thoughts about, going back to some of those original rationales about why it might not have been an IM to begin with?
So I think that if we look at where this use is in today's zoning bylaw, where it points to is that it's a low impact use. Where you see it in IB, you see it in CB1 and CB2, which is littered across the city in every location possible. It's in half of the downtown zones, which we expect to have a high density of population. And it's in the urban services zone, which is in a logical location there. In terms of the history of the use itself, just a little bit of history was the cremation interment use might have been separated from the funeral services use back in the 1982 land use bylaw, and then at some time they were combined. But when they would have looked at combining that, I guess if the worry is that we just defaulted to the what's the word I'm looking for here, that it's that we defaulted to the funeral services home use instead of looking at both the cremation and interment use as the more impactful use. I can't speak to that, but just where it is today and where the locations are actually approved today would speak that it's successful in its mitigation of its impacts of the surroundings.
Okay. I'm seriously out of time. Thank you very much. I'll listen and maybe come around.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. So a few questions, some of them might have been asked in another shape or form. My first question is, what's before us today is just the rezoning part. How much should we go into what happens after the rezoning is done?
I think what you're speaking to, Councillor Banga, is land use impacts, and I think land use impacts are something you should consider about all of the uses in this zone when you're discussing or when you're determining if it's an appropriate zone for this area.
Okay, so let's say in case this application goes through today, what is do we have any jurisdiction on this thing anymore? Have we any more? I guess can we say that later on that it shouldn't happen or should happen?
So today, Councillor, as you rightly pointed out, this is a decision on the zone from an IM to an IB. After that, this becomes a discretionary use. So you're deciding on the crematorium piece whether or not to confer that discretion on the development officer. As you've also heard today, that there's a further process that goes along with that discretionary use, which could be appealed to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board and then further appealed, of course, to the Court of Appeal. So although Council's decision would sort of be complete at the point of rezoning, if that was the choice, there is still a process that lays ahead in terms of this particular use.
So for the residents showing their opposition, the next step would be to go before the development officer. Is that correct?
Well, if a permit was approved by the development officer, those affected parties could appeal to the SDAP.
But they wouldn't have, would they be invited though to speak in that hearing, I guess?
They would receive notification pursuant to our bylaw and the Municipal Government Act of the discretionary permit if it was so issued by the development officer.
Okay, and when it comes to for us to, we were talking about imposing conditions and whatnot, we can't impose any conditions. So we can't basically direct the development officers to consider this, can we?
That's correct. As Councillor Catarina had pointed out, that would require direct control zoning in order to have that degree of control remain with council. Okay,
and then there was somebody raised a point about 911 data or number of complaints received in the last year or few years. Do we have, we don't have that data, do we?
We do have that data, and it was calls to fire rescue, whether it was through 911 or through their standard line. But what that was a call indicating a potential fire, in which fire response responded to that and then indicated that it was a crematorium, and then they would assumedly promptly leave.
Okay, and just as it is concerned with the actual process, do we know anything about the frequency and duration of emission during cremation? Do we have that data?
We do not.
All right, and I had a couple more questions here. And during the development permit, let's say, if depending upon which way it's facing and whatnot, where the smokestack or whatever is placed, that would be all at the development permit stages, would it be?
So at the development permit stage, you'll have to follow the rules as set out within in the IB zone. There isn't any regulations as to where smokestacks should be. However, as mentioned previously to Councillor Katarina, that the likelihood that there would be a requirement for an additional study to measure and assess the potential effluent out of the source would be required.
Okay, my time's up, but what's the likelihood of that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that last question.
That's okay. I'll listen to the others.
Okay, Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So sorry if I'm repeating anything. I missed all of Councillor Esslinger's questions and some of Councillor Katarina's. So just on the setbacks, considering that, I think a lot of folks anywhere in Edmonton would probably respond the way many of the speakers did today, and it'd probably be in the interest of crematorium proponents to avoid this kind of opposition. I wonder about the issue of setbacks. So we don't have, my understanding is those aren't in this zone for this use, correct?
Correct. We don't have any setbacks regarding crematoriums in the zoning bylaw.
And again, I think Councillor Esslinger probably did ask this, but why don't we? Do you think it would be wise for us to have some degree of setback?
If council wishes, we can look at that, but as mentioned, we are looking at this use class through the zoning bylaw renewal. I think previously it's within and defined as a commercial use class and is found throughout the city next to residential development. So I think that's where the lack of setbacks or additional regulations comes from, is that history of use of it.
And I would just say there's two questions. One's a policy question, which is not before us today. It's been raised by the public, certainly, but the decision that's before us is with the rules as they exist today. What thumbs up?
No, I understand. And I suppose we retain the right to, make our decision whether the rules, again, whether this use is best for this site, and what's within the rules may help me determine that it's not best for this site, presumably. Fair? So.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it's IM zone right now. So, there's a general industrial use. So just in relation to the admissions, and when I read that zone, there's a general industrial use class in that zone, which, can involve chemical manufacturing and all kinds of manufacturing, which would create presumably worse emissions than this proposal would create. Is that, and again, maybe that's a question you can't answer, but there would be some degree of emissions from things that could be from uses in the existing zone.
I think it's fair to say that the existing zone can have a greater impact on the surrounding land uses than the proposed zone, whether that be emission, noise, or dust, etc. But there is a potential for greater impact due to its nature.
Right, it's just a much more intensive industrial zone. Okay, I think those are the only two questions I had, so I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pollock, let's start with this. I start with the premise, material use and enjoyment of one's property to measure one's impact. So the order of things do tend to matter here. I think you might agree in a don't you think kind of way. We have the residents in first and then the crematorium being proposed, not the crematorium and then residents to follow up, correct?
I think what's being proposed today is an IB zone with the possibility to have that use as a discretionary use, correct?
Yeah, and so that gets to the next question. Why are we talking about crematoriums at all? So we're clear about this. Why is this just not a straightforward 1, 2, 3?
That is a good question, Councillor. Through the application process, the applicant stated his intent to develop a crematorium.
Okay, well, which is one thing. So, but to Councillor Henderson and Councillor Catarinas, they have actually a very interesting question to ask. Okay, you're going to fall back on the provincial rules. What in the worst case scenario, right? Those rules don't exist. For example, Councillor Henderson made a very good point. There's stuff coming out of the emission stack, but that's what the point of measuring is, but they don't talk about an aggregate or cumulative effect that might be on the neighborhood. Do you follow my thinking about measuring the impact or the land use on the neighborhood raises a serious question?
The land use impact of a crematorium is definitely valid. I guess the question as if those regulations didn't exist is hard to answer because they do exist, and because they do exist, I can only presume or assume that was taken into account when the use was put into various zones across the city, including commercial or the IB zone that is directly south of this site.
And I'll be honest with you, Mr. Pollack, I'm very sympathetic to what you're saying today, because I'll ask the very simple question: how do we assess crematoriums as they exist today, as in other parts of our city, as kind of a benchmarking as to their appropriateness, their emissions, and so on? Because we don't seem to, well, at least the people in opposition are asking the question. We don't have a benchmark, do we? As a city, as a tool for us to use kind of as an effective tool to measure that land use impact. As opposed to Councillor Walters, who was saying, if it's a chemical plant, well, we have a pretty good assessment of that, do we not? And don't you think kind of way?
I think in terms of assessing the impact of the existing crematorium or crematoria within the city, we can look at those 15 or so locations that are developed out in the city, and they are developed within residential areas as well as commercial and adjacent industrial areas. So we see them developed throughout the city, and we can see them coexist as well within it.
Yes, but Mr. Pollack, I think would they not be of all varying degrees of circumstance? That would be a question I would ask, but I'm not sure you're equipped to answer that question today, because I probably have a couple in my ward, but they're not 30 meters away from a residence, for example, as opposed to this one that's being proposed. So I don't believe you're equipped to answer that kind of question as to the state and locations of crematoria across the city. I don't think that you don't, right?
Well, in general, we know where they are. And they are in various locations. One of them's within Oliver in Grandin, which is surrounded by thousands of residential units. So we do have a handle on where the crematoria are in the city.
As circumstance dictates. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Carmel.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. So, is following the conversation, there's a wee bit of an undertone of that this right now before us, very strictly speaking, is a question of land use, not a question of ultimate use, if I can say it that way. Fair, first of all, as a premise. I see nods. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Councillor.
Okay. And so, and not to speak for you, Ms. Ingpen, but typically your advice would be, this is all well and good, but stick to the land use question. That's, if I'm paraphrasing what I've heard you say in past
that we should be
Discussion.
looking at land use considerations and that this whole zone represents a bundle of rights and you're making a decision on that full bundle of rights, one of which is a crematorium.
But so here's my question then, or the gist of my question. We have heard from the proponents of this application, and they have very clearly stated that this is a first step in a series of steps where they aim to establish a crematorium. And so, notwithstanding the advice you've just offered, again, does this not essentially set some, I'm not sure if it's precedent, but does this not almost set some precondition that the development officer applying discretion would know when it comes time for that development permit application? Would the person that is the City of Edmonton not say, well, the only reason that they went through a rezoning was to have this crematorium, and so here it is. I'm somewhat compelled to approve it, because otherwise they wouldn't have done it in the first place.
No, Councillor, when the development officer makes their decision, they must rely on land use considerations. And so they wouldn't look to this. You're conferring discretion on them to make that decision based on the parameters which they have, which Mr. Pollock has outlined today, but looking at the regulations of the zone and the bylaw, as well as land use impacts.
So in making our decision, we then have to presume and rely on the premise that this is not setting a sequence of decisions in motion, that the risk is entirely with the proponent, and that indeed, even if this rezoning goes through, there may be some other point in the process where they will not be able to complete the journey to building a crematorium.
That's correct. As I've indicated previously, you have the development officer's decision, a subsequent potential SDAB hearing, and then further on to the Court of Appeal and so on. So this is not the end of the line for a crematorium or any discretionary use in that zone if rezoning was approved today.
If it was approved today, we need to rely on that the proponents share that understanding. Thank you.
I'll move the second round.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. That's helpful.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Rosatic.
It hasn't come up yet. Just stand by for a moment. Here it comes.
And we have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. On the second round, Councillor Essinger.
Councillor Katarina was before me, but I'm.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Katarina.
I could have deferred to Bev, but so with this Ms. Menke-Penn, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. So I understand land use and whether it's appropriate for the zoning, but you also stated that the uses within that zone we can weigh into and consider. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we can consider that and make a decision based on the known use class of, for this. So that clarifies it for me. Going back, the proponents stated that before purchasing or while purchasing, they spoke to administration and planning, and that it would be, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, that it would be okay. Is that, Mr. Pollock, a standard practice for you or your department to tell someone that it's okay to go ahead and make that purchase based on something, on a rezoning?
I am not sure of the particular conversation that was had between the applicant and the city. However, when we do have conversations with potential purchasers, we outline a series of options that are a possibility. And when looking at the site, there's an IB zone directly to the south of the site and other IB zones within the direct vicinity. It would be a reasonable assumption that it would be a compatible zone upon further review.
Given the forthrightness of the proponent here, would your department, or making that assumption, knowing the use of it, would they still make the same recommendation to go ahead, that they don't foresee an issue? And in your experience on some of these transactions and that, isn't it common practice that a purchase of one particular building in a particular zone is usually with a qualifier that the process completes, the purchase completes if the zoning is permitting the use? That sort of, I mean, you put conditions on purchasing a property, whether you can get financing, all sorts of different conditions. And that's been normal to me, that most of these commercial contracts are that way, but this one seems that the purchase was done with with administrations or planning's approval to go ahead and do it, because there didn't seem to be any issue with it. I just want to know if that is a standard practice for us, because I don't think it is.
Well, I'm not sure that Councillor,
Mr. Mayor, the proponent brought it up, that discussion with planning, that this was okay. I'm not sure that I believe that. I need Mr. Pollock to give me an indication, because I don't assume that that's our normal practice to say, yeah, go ahead and purchase that thing because zoning will be changed.
Councillor, you are quite right. We put a number of qualifiers on any of our statements. One in particular is that any zoning change is subject to council approval, as they are the ultimate decision authority when it comes to land use changes. We don't directly advise citizens or the public on purchasing of their land and the percentage probability of ability to achieve a rezoning.
Okay, and that's what I would expect. So new information that might be clarified on the statement. So again, Ms. Inkpen, the use in the NIB is a consideration for us. Not strictly land use, but what the use is absolutely in our jurisdiction,
Right.
To consider and making our decision.
So I'm not talking about necessarily a stated intent, but you're looking at a bundle of uses here. And if there are uses within that bundle of uses that you feel are not appropriate for this land, that's a relevant consideration.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify something you had said earlier, Mr. Pollock. You talked about the zoning review would be happening and something would be coming forward in June of this year. Would that speak particularly to land use impacts of crematoriums?
So there's a report coming forward to committee in June of this year for the zoning bylaw renewal update, which will list a number of specific uses that have special considerations within it. One of them would be crematoriums, and questions and also recommendations on possibility of how to regulate them will be brought forth.
Will distance be one of the ideas that may be suggested from the neighbors?
Most likely, and it's a high probability.
So I guess, Mr. Mayor, if we have a report coming forward in the very near future that says we're going to look at crematoriums, we're going to consider the assessment, I wonder the order to make a referral until after that, because we might be having different rules for crematoriums then.
Just to clarify, the report in June will outline possibilities on how to regulate them, and that would come into effect whenever the new zoning bylaw was to come into effect, which is scheduled for not in June, but in 2022 or early 2023.
So you're saying then that nothing would change until 2023, even if you decided that this should happen?
Correct. There's a large body of work that is being put into the zoning bylaw rewrite, and one of the considerations is what to do with some of these specific uses.
Councillor Isinger, it's Ms. Petrin here. Just to add to that, the report coming to Urban Planning Committee in June of this year is to, as Mr. Pollock noted, to have a set of uses for looking for direction from council on. And then further to that, that will inform the body of work related to the zoning bylaw renewal coming back to council in 2022.
Okay, so a referral we won't know a possible date then. It would be way too far out.
The zoning bylaw renewal is scheduled to come to council in its entirety in the third quarter of 2022.
Okay. So really then our option today is to consider the matter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that was interesting new information about how we're digging into this matter in coming months. What does the law say about grandfathering? If the bylaw renewal suggested new setbacks or new rules for where crematoria could be established, the existing ones would be typically allowed to continue. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor. They'd be considered non-conforming uses under the Municipal Government Act. So unless there was a new development permit applied for or certain circumstances existed, in which case they would have to come into conformance. But on the adjustment, let's say, of the bylaw, they would still be able to continue on in their current state.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson?
Well, just to explore Councillor Essinger's thoughts a little bit further. So if, and really to follow up on this question of grandfathering, obviously we say yes today, it goes forward under the current rules, and no rule we change later, as long as the development permit is pulled before a rule change would be applied. So one of the things I'm guessing, the reason why we can't make a decision about it on the fly or quickly about a distance change is some work would need to be done to say what that distance would be, correct?
That's correct.
But, and I just want to explore this, if we think that a distance of some sort is in order and that's to be the likely outcome, that is something we can take into consideration today, understanding that the standards of distances in other municipalities are significantly more, like 4 or 5-fold more, if we look elsewhere from what the closest distance is here. So, I'm just really thinking of the order of things here, because I don't think it's in the applicant's advantage to rezone this land if we're going to say no down the road, right? I don't know how they would feel about that. I think their major intent of rezoning is not because they needed it rezoned, they needed it rezoned for this specific purpose. So, so I'm just trying to think of how to order this. If we were in the, say, 200-meter range or something like that, it might be a different question, but we're within the 30-meter range. I'm realizing I did a calculation. It was 182 yards. Some of those odd meters were because I think they were originally yards. I suspect it was 200 yards, which is why you have the 182 and 183 meters showing up. So I'm just trying to think this through a little bit out loud here. So if we thought that separation distance was probably something that should be looked at, doing it after the fact isn't going to help in this circumstance. In which case, we should say that this is a use we think is inappropriate in this area, and that would be a legitimate decision to make today. Correct?
Correct. Any separation distance discussions would, as Mr. Pollock has pointed out, has a body of work behind it, and there's also legal obligations in terms of advertisement and notice and so on and so forth to make that sort of amendment.
And the real advantage of doing that work, which I realize we cannot do on the fly, is it takes away the uncertainty for the applicants as well. Correct? in the future.
Yes, it can remove, I guess, uncertainty in the future if there is an adjustment to the zoning bylaw that creates more certainty for these applicants. But I encourage you once again to look at the full, bucket of uses and the zone.
No, understood. But I think I heard you say, and just to confirm, that if there was a use there, and in this case it's a use that they've actually, may not be relevant, but they confirmed that it's a use that they want to follow up on. That we can have a look at whether or not we figure that use is appropriate in this circumstance.
Right, and having regard to the fact that, there are similar properties owned within the area of this particular zone. So just keeping that in mind.
Yeah, but we're not concerned about the proximity to them. Their proximity to the residential is different, correct?
I think the point being is that there are zones that are in the direct proximity. One of them is another IB zone across the street that has the same development potential.
Understood, and somebody could go in there tomorrow and make this application. That's the irony, I get it, I understand. But that's not what's before us today. Okay, thanks.
Other questions for administration? Not seeing any. I suspect there will be some new information at this point. Ms. Agrios, let's start with you.
Yes, thank you. Just as a general response, as I listen to the discussion and the issues being raised, they are issues that are typically raised in a development permit process, not on a rezoning. And a number of the concerns that were raised that are specific to this use, they can be regulated through a development permit. So things like the number of cremations a day, hours of operation, parking, all of those can be regulated by development permit conditions. A rezoning at this stage does not guarantee a development permit. And as an example, if the development officer or SDAB found that the separation distance was inadequate to the residential, they would have the discretion to refuse the application. I also did want to clarify the setback distance. Some of the numbers that you've heard, those are distances when measured to the to the property line. The crematorium itself is set back towards the west side of the site. And so the distance to the closest residence is at 80 meters. And there are others in the city that are at a closer distance to residential. The big issue, as you've heard, is the monitoring. And as I understand, the concern is that there is no ongoing automatic monitoring. And that is generally true with many low emissions, low impact uses. There is no ongoing monitoring requirement. Those types of requirements typically exist where the uses have higher impacts, higher emissions. There is nothing specific to crematoriums because historically it's not been an issue. It's not necessary. Now, I do want to be clear, and this is very important. There are general provincial regulations dealing with health and emissions that can be applied to crematoriums. So if there are well-founded complaints, both AHS and Alberta Environment can issue orders. And so they can do things like they can order ongoing monitoring. They can order that emissions stay below a particular level. I have seen this done with other developments. If there is a valid complaint and a valid issue, then the province can and will address it. This is also very important, is that as I listen to the questions, even if the emissions standards in the substance release regulations are met, if there is a public health issue, AHS can issue orders. Councillor Caterina raised monitoring for this particular development. And again, if the city does want to start air quality monitoring and enforcement and set up standards, the city probably could set up its own department to take on this work. To be fair, it should then apply to all crematoriums, not just this one. And actually, it should apply, those emission standards and the enforcement and the monitoring should apply to all businesses that have emissions. So council probably could pass some sort of general bylaw to impose this requirement. It's my submission that it's not necessary because AHS already regulates public health issues and Alberta Environment already regulates emissions. The other Trinity site on 66th Street, the zoning on that is CB1. There is significant residential surrounding the area. There can be smoke produced briefly at the beginning of a cremation, and you saw photos that captured that instant. It is not a frequent or ongoing occurrence. The substance release regulations, they do limit the concentration of emissions, and they also limit the visibility. And again, that's enforced by Alberta Environment. There have been approximately 8,000 cremations at the 66th Street site. Trinity is aware of the complaints.
I asked, who are you again? Who are you?
Sorry,
Who are you?
whoever that is, please stop speaking. This is Ms. Agrios's time to offer new information, and then we'll work through speakers one at a time for new information. So, Ms. Agrios, I apologize for the interruption there. Please carry on.
Thank you. Trinity is aware of the complaints from the one owner who took the photos. That is the only complaint received. And so the bottom line is if there were complaints that were determined to be valid and well-founded, they could be enforced by AHS or by Alberta.
Sorry, you're muted, Janice.
Sorry, I'm not sure I cut off. Did I just mute?
Now we can hear you but not see you.
Okay, thank you. There seems to be an assumption of adverse health effects from crematorium emissions. And the article, the March 2020 article that was referenced, it was not provided, but I think I do have it, the Juliet O'Keefe article that was provided to council. I would direct everybody to, in the summary of that article on the last page, the statement is, no studies have been found that show causal links between crematoria emissions and adverse health effects. And so that is the most current word that that has been done in terms of looking at the adverse health effects. The last point that I had, and it does flow from Councillor Henderson's questions, and that is whether a crematorium is a higher impact use than a funeral home. And if it is, then it would likely end up in a higher impact industrial zone like an IM, which is the current zoning. And so the bottom line is the existing zoning allows more impactful uses, including uses that would have more significant and potentially more harmful emissions. And so from a straight land use perspective, downzoning from IM to IB is totally appropriate for this site. I'd also point out there is another IB right in the immediate vicinity, and there's CB2 directly adjacent to the residential. All of those allow for crematoriums. Again, the specific use of crematorium, though, that can be addressed at the development permit stage. The studies can be requested, and a determination can be made whether the use is appropriate for this site, and if it is, what conditions should be imposed. I believe there was a question also that I was going to ask
I've got to
Mr.
stop
Laureano
you
and
there.
Mr. Reagan to clarify
sorry, Ms.
regarding
Agrios.
licensing.
Ms. Agrios, that's the 5 minutes and then a little already. So I've got to stop you there, but there may be some questions that will allow you to address the other points. So,
sure.
And there'll be another round if necessary. So I do have Councillor Katarina up next on the speakers list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Agrios, I don't know if you're prepared to answer this or Mr. Laureano on the licensing inspections. Do you want to comment or want to wait for him to comment on it? Because I can only ask you at this point.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Caterina. I was going to actually ask Mr. Laureano to comment because it sounded like there may be some clarification. So if we can wait for him.
Okay, so I'll wait for that on the licensing process and when the inspections are made at this point. So Ms. Agrios, you're very familiar with this. So the land use question, certainly, I think we all understand that this is a zoning application land use, but the actual intent of the use of this particular, and there's many in the IB uses, but this has been certainly stated that's the intended use, and we can take that into consideration with our decision today, not just the IB zone in general, but the actual uses within the IB zone, whether they're appropriate, and this one in particular for it. So do you agree with that?
What I agree with is that when you look at, yes, what I agree with is that when you look at the scope of the zoning, what you can take into consideration is that you are looking at a zoning that allows more impactful industrial uses to a zoning that contains uses, including this one, that are less impactful. That is what you look at.
Yeah, and with many of the other categories in here, I think maybe we're missing the point of impactful. Certainly, some of the conditions we put on, say, body rubs or liquor stores, and that we've used distances and that sort of thing. There's an impact certainly that is immediate, and you actually have to be within the vicinity and use the service or not use the service. This is air. This is speaking about air and emissions, and not being able to measure, and not being able to set a standard of where to measure, how far of a distance the effects could be or not, could not be, that sort of thing. So I think it's a little bit different because of this specific one. And unfortunately, I mean, that's just the cremation services is different than anything else that I can think of as a use class for ID. So it is different, but just so I understand, you agree that we can consider the actual end user, which has been identified as a crematorium here.
Yes, Councillor, that's not actually what I said. What I said is you look at the range of the uses, and you look at when these use classes were, when these zonings were set up and these districts were set up, they put more impactful use classes into IM, and they put less impactful uses into IB. The other thing that I think it's important that everybody understands is even if there is a setback, you ultimately get to the same place as you do with the discretionary use. Because if there's a setback, somebody can still appeal to the SDAB, or for that matter, the development officer can issue a variance. And again, they're looking at the question of impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. So if there was a setback, you would be back to the question of impacts. As it stands right now, it's a discretionary use. It's going to be studied, and it's going to be looked at in terms of the impacts. So that's not really an appropriate examination at the zoning stage. Maybe if it was a DC, yes, but at the zoning stage, when it's just a general zone to general zone, no, you're looking at the uses, the range of uses in general, what the district allows. And again, when you look at this, when you have you're going from a more impactful zone to a less impactful zone.
Terrific, and that's the beauty of legal. It's all opinion on one side or the other, and you make your argument to whoever makes the final decision. Thank you.
Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Ms. Andrews, first couple of questions, I would say you probably can answer them. My first one is this 80 meters. You said there was separation of 80 meters. Are you talking about building to building? But the property line is being shared anyway.
Yes, the 80 meters is so the crematorium itself is located at the far west property line. So when I gave an 80 meters, it's the distance of the actual crematorium, distance crematorium to the closest residential. I had heard some other numbers, 30, 40 meters, and those are to the east property line.
Okay, so then we're talking about the building then itself.
Correct. The building and where the actual crematorium is located. So if you look at the location of the stacks, because that's where the emissions would be coming from, that's where the 80 meter separation. And I think you can see, it may be on the photos or on the aerial, I think you can see sort of where the building's sited and where the stacks are located, or stack is located.
Okay. So if the only question before us is the impactfulness, as you suggested, then why is there an application from IM to IB?
Well, in this case, it is to accommodate a particular use, but no different than, for example, the business condos that, you know, people have spoken of, which that was an IM to IB rezoning, and yet there would have been nothing, or there is nothing today stopping those owners from applying for a crematorium on their site.
Okay, and the next question, I don't know, you would probably want to defer to the other folks on I guess who are there for information only. Those questions are in regards to the number of furnaces, hours of operation, duration of how long it takes for the cremation to occur and whatnot, and also the frequency. So just to get an idea of how much are we talking about?
Yes, Councillor Banga, I would prefer to defer those questions to Mr. Rego and Mr. Laureano.
Thank you so much.
Are there other questions for Ms. Agrios? Not seeing any. Next up is Mr. Rego.
I'm here to answer any questions that I'm able to.
Okay. Some questions were deferred from Ms. Agrios. We can go to Mr. Laureano, but it's just hard to go back. So let me check and see if there are any questions for Mr. Rego. Councillor Caterina?
I believe it's Mr. Laureano that made the comments that I'd like to question. So.
Okay. And is Councillor Banga on for Mr. Rego, or can we hear what Mr. Laureano has to say and then put the questions to him?
Well, I guess we'll hear him what he wants to say and then put the question to him.
Okay. Mr. Laureano?
Sorry, before we go to Mr. Laureano, can I just address something that Mr. Caterina had mentioned in the past?
Okay.
You can.
I think maybe perhaps it was my inability to communicate it properly, because I think it's been taken out of context. When we were looking at purchasing the building, we did reach out to the development, to rezoning people, and basically asked if it was compatible, if IB was compatible with that area. So they didn't make us any promises. They just told us that yes, in that area, it was a compatible zone. We're fully in the understanding that that didn't guarantee us anything. So our first intent, yes, is to eventually put a crematorium unit in there, and that crematorium unit will take up less than 500 square feet of the 27,000 square feet in that building. So, you know, the videos I've seen makes it look like there's this massive crematorium. It's really a small part of that development. As a fallback, the IB, one of the reasons that we chose that was if this were to not pan out for us, if we didn't get the development permit that would allow the crematorium, that building is split into 4 different addresses. So that would give us the ability to lease portions of that building to more uses than we would be under the IM zone. So it's kind of twofold. That IB is required, not required, but it is a better situation for us for, I guess, options for that building, if that makes sense.
That's a helpful clarification, sir. I'm glad you clarified what the conversations with administration were around zoning and entitlement. So thank you for that. There may be some follow-up questions on that then. Councillor Caterina?
No, that clarifies as well that you went through the due process and that the administration or planning did not advise you that to go ahead and do this because it would be done. So you're going through the right process, and you understand that there are a number of different steps that still have to be gone over in order to finalize this. So that's fine. Can you speak to the inspection? It asked a question about annual licensing, and inspections are done annually, was what the comment was from, I believe, Mr. Laureano, but maybe you could speak to it. We've heard that inspections are only done once every 3 years. So please clarify that for me on exactly what you meant and to clarify this.
Sure, I will, and again, I'll try to clarify this in my words, but John would be the better because he's the 32-year licensed embalmer funeral director. He was accurate in answering your question in the sense that we do have to apply for a renewal of a license on an annual basis. I'm not sure specifically what they were mentioning about the 3 years, and that may very well be so, and John can add some clarification to that, but we have an internal process where we do an annual inspection of our units, and we keep invoices and records of that just as part of our commitment to being in a residential area and being cognizant of our neighbors. So we've just implemented those, and I think when John was speaking to you about that, he may have been referring to our internal processes, as opposed to what would actually be required from us from the regulatory board.
Okay, so that's your understanding as well too. Your requirement from the province is every 3 years there must be inspection, but your licensing, it's not yearly requirement for the inspection in order for that license to be renewed.
My understanding is the opposite. My understanding is that is annual, but John can clarify that for both of us.
Okay, I'll wait for that, Mr. Mayor, if that's the case.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Caterina. I see Councillor Banga, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Knack on for questions. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Rago, you may like to defer this to somebody else, but I'm going to pose a question to you anyway. When we were hearing all the folks speaking against this application, I got the sense that it was a kind of non-stop 24-hour operation, emitting fumes all the time. And could you be able to tell me, or at least comment on the frequency, I guess, also like how long it usually lasts, and number of furnaces and hours of operation, please?
Sure. So currently, at our current facility, we have 2 units in that facility. We operate a regular 8-hour business day, going based on averages, where the average cremation would last 1.5 hours, and then a cool down period between at 2 hours. We're processing about 3 crematoriums per unit per day. So out of that, there would be 6 cremations occurring in an average business day. Now, keep in mind, that is not always the constant. There's stretches, I know it seems strange, but there's ebb and flow to death as there is with any other business. There are times where our volume is higher than others. And we can't, we're just basing that on averages. There are times where we don't do cremations. And there's times where we do the 6 a day.
Okay, and how many, I guess, what's the plan for this location, I would say?
Sure, well, you know what, the majority of that location will be warehouse. As I mentioned, there's 4 different, I guess, buildings or addresses associated with that. There is one big portion of that is already leased on a long-term lease with a client that we inherited from the purchase of the building that is, non-impactful in every way, shape, or form. The second and most large part of the building will be a warehouse where we're the largest importer and wholesalers of cremation urns. And we sell to about 900 of the 1,200 funeral homes in Canada. So that's the majority of the operation there. And then the final section and a half, I guess, of the building, the northern part of the building, there will be a set of offices where families can come in and either pre-arrange their funerals or do what we call aftercare. So the final document services after the the funeral has been taken care of. So that will be highly administrative. The ultimate goal, if we were to climb this steep hill, would be one day to put a crematory unit in the far back corner, which would be the northwest. Like I said, that would take up less than 500 square feet. But that is something that we're aware isn't a guarantee. And we've just decided to be transparent through this whole process, just to be, as I quoted in the media, good neighbors, so people know what we're going in there for, rather than, just show up one day and have a crematorium show up and have people upset with us.
So are we talking about 1 unit or 2 units now?
We're looking at 1 unit.
1 unit. So you think anything would be stopping you from having 2 in there? What procedures do you need to go through to do that?
You know what? I can't predict the future. I don't know. I mean, a year ago, I would have said to you that the 2 units that we have would be more than enough. But then, this pandemic was, cast upon us, and that changed everything. So I think it would be foolish for me to try to predict that at this point.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson's next.
Well, I thought I was just going to, this was a clarification question, but what you just said makes me curious again. If the crematorium use was not going to be allowed here, would you be rezoning this property, or could you continue under the IM?
You know what? Like I said earlier, the IB gives us the most options for leasing. So the warehouse part of it, we would continue to operate for Commemorate Group, which is the EARN wholesale company.
But you could do that under IM, I presume. That's a warehouse. You could, as a warehouse, you could do that under IM, could you not?
That's correct. But the problem arises in the other 2 locations. If we wanted to lease those out to other businesses, we would be restricted to businesses that can only operate in IM. Whereas if it's an IB, it gives us a broader scale of, leasing opportunities. Right. And again, it would be less impactful on the neighborhood, because we could, under the current IM, lease a portion of that building out that the neighbors may be more upset with than our current proposal.
No, understood. I'm really just trying to get a feel for whether or not it would be, whether or not you would be going forward with this if it wasn't for the crematorium use.
Yeah. I mean, there's contingencies. We're not foolish in thinking that this is a do or die. We're just trying to keep our options open from a business perspective as to what gives us the most options to operate that site, and not be in the red.
Great. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councillor Knack?
No, sorry, Councillor Henderson asked my question, so I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I see no more questions for Mr. Rego at this time, so we'll go next to Mr. Laureano.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
I believe that Councillor Katarina has a question with regards to the licensing.
You've got up to 5 minutes to offer any new information that's arisen from the previous conversation if you'd like, or you can just go straight to questions. It's up to you.
I can just go straight to questions.
Okay. Councillor Katarina?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Laureano. So just clarification, please, on the question that I asked you previously of yearly licensing requirements, and that you would need that inspections done. What we've heard is that the inspection is only required in a 3-year period only. That you would need to do it once in a 3-year period, not a yearly.
Okay, so
can you just clarify that on your licensing, and also if you could just describe the licenses from the province or from us, or is there a license from the province and the city of Edmonton to operate a business? Be clear on what that license is.
yeah, for sure. So from the city of Edmonton, all of our facilities do require a business license to operate Trinity Funeral Home. Our west location, the crematorium, as well as the downtown location, have a business license. Now, in terms of the licensing from the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board, we as a funeral home are inspected every year. Our licenses are renewed every year. However, when the 3-year part was brought up, I have never heard of a crematorium being inspected every 3 years. There are instances, and when there was a dinner break, I actually made a phone call to the chairman of the reg board and to another person in Calgary, and they too have never heard of the crematoriums being inspected every 3 years. What we believe that Marilyn had referred to was that the Alberta Funeral Services Regulatory Board has started to move away from inspecting funeral homes on a yearly basis. And some of the factors that they consider is how busy the funeral home is and how well kept their records are. So, for example, a funeral home in Provost that does, maybe 50 or 60 funerals a year may not be subject to a yearly inspection. And then the Alberta Funeral Service Regulatory Board could inspect them in year 2 or in year 3. But with regards to the crematorium, they are not inspected every 3 years. We, as a funeral home, we have our crematorium inspected by our independent maintenance company that inspects our crematorium every year. We don't have to do that, but we do that every single year. And that's where our crematorium is inspected every year.
Okay, so Loriano, just clarify that as well. So you get it inspected every year. Do you submit that inspection to the board that you require your license from?
No. So when the crematorium is inspected, the report is then given to the owner of the crematorium, and then we take such steps as necessary with the opinion of the company to correct any deficiencies found during the inspection.
Okay, good clarification there, Mr. Loriano. So the other one now that's come up, and it was stated by some of the presenters earlier that this is a 40,000 square foot location, leaving it there that, the implication was that it's a huge crematorium. Now, you provide information that it's split into 4 different bays for different types of uses, and you're preparing to use, I don't know if it's a quarter of it or the one area of it for the crematorium and that. So is that correct as well? Are there 4 different addresses or is it the one?
No, I believe there's 4 different addresses. Dennis would know that for sure, but I do believe that there's 4 different addresses. But to answer your question, the crematorium, where we propose to put the unit is in the northwest corner of that building, tucked in the corner. The crematorium is self-contained, where it can be placed within a couple inches of a combustible wall. And so that's where that crematorium is going to be. And the crematorium is like 15 feet long by 4 feet wide. That's how big the crematorium is.
Thanks for that clarification as well. My time's up.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Loriano? I've got one. Councillor Henderson, if you could take the chair.
Will do.
So Ms. Agrios mentioned that, because a picture's worth 1,000 words, in these sorts of instances, that the thick black smoke visible at the 66th Street location from time to time is in the startup phase. Could you just walk me through what's actually happening there and what the duration is and what that's all about from your perspective professionally?
No, yeah, for sure. So there's a few factors that determine if there's any black smoke, as well as the duration. And the way the crematorium is designed, it is designed with a primary and a secondary chamber. When the deceased is placed into the crematorium, the deceased starts to burn, and sometimes, depending on the weight of the individual or the articles of clothing that the deceased is wearing, it could produce black smoke because the smoke, the combustion that is happening in the primary chamber could overwhelm the secondary chamber. What happens is the operator is right there monitoring those temperatures, and as soon as that happens, the crematorium has a feature which is you wouldn't have heard, it's like called a run hold feature, where you automatically drop the temperature of the primary and the secondary automatically increases. So that smoke could exit the crematorium stack, and it could be there for 10 seconds up to a minute. And then once it clears, then you just get natural exhaust coming out of the crematorium stack. Most of the time, that happens right at the very beginning of the cremation process. And then that is also why we have, like with our, like not every funeral home is the same, but with our company, we have a mandatory 2-hour cool down between cremations, just to cool the unit down enough so that when the next decedent is placed into the crematorium, that there is no smoke. But again, we cannot guarantee that there would be no smoke. It could happen.
Because there are some variables, but I think what I wanted to understand is that there is then an adjustment in the process that is meant to mitigate that.
That is correct.
So that from your perspective, it is not a lasting emission.
No, sir. No, sir. The smoke, when there is smoke, again, the smoke it could last, again, 10, 15 seconds up to a minute. But then once that smoke has dissipated, then the remainder of the cremation process, you would just see like heat waves emitting from the top of the crematorium. But the temperatures, what controls the black smoke is the immediate decrease in the temperature of the primary chamber and an increase in the secondary chamber. Because the secondary chamber reignites everything that is coming out and reburning it before it exits the crematorium stack.
Well, I now know more about this than I did this morning, but I think that is helpful practical context. So thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
I'll take the chair back. Are there any other questions for Mr. Laureano? Okay, not seeing any. Then among those in opposition, are there, I should probably just run through one at a time. Ms. Koning, did you have any new information to add?
Am I allowed to comment just on the new information I've heard?
You're allowed to comment on anything that has arisen in the hearing so far that you feel requires a response. And you have up to 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. So the new information that I've heard today is that we've learned today that the city administration is working to further develop bylaw legislation to be introduced in June to the city council. And we also learned through that dialogue that setbacks are going to be addressed for crematoriums in that information. So I guess I'd like the councilors to bear in mind that likely changes are coming, in the near future, even though those haven't been processed yet. I also learned, the new information I learned was around the use of zoning. The zoning changes, the use of the land also needs to be taken into consideration when making the decision. So I would again ask our city councilors and yourself, Mayor Iveson, to consider that when making your decision today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are any questions for Ms. Koning? No. How about Ralph Dyer? Did you have any response?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir, we have no further questions or comments to make.
Thank you. How about Clement LaFrance? Is Clement still with us? I realize we may have lost a few people as the day's gone on here. How about Rose Hemmel? Any new information?
I'd like to hear from Trinity with regards to the odors that people have complained about, to let us know, what measures are put in place to prohibit that.
It's not really a back and forth in that way, but I hear your question, and that's fair to flag as new information. We just can't start a crosstalk between different registrants. But I appreciate that comment, Ms. Hamill, and there may be a further opportunity to address that. So,
Nothing further.
thank you. Is W. Benass on the call?
I believe that they may be participating by phone, and if that's the case, they would need to *6
Okay.
to unmute.
Okay. Well, I'll check back in a moment on W. Benass. How about Rick Gray? Any new information? No? How about Judy Kuhn?
No, don't have any new information at this point, but just my concerns still stand with the smoke, the length of the smoke, and the odors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Josephine Pham, any new information? No? Okay, how about Anthony Vogrinchik? Not on the call anymore, okay. Doris or Frank Shannon?
Hi, it's Doris Shannon. I just have one comment, and that was when they were discussing the black smoke, and it could be like between 15 seconds, and then it went to 30 seconds, and then it could just be 1 minute. But what doesn't make sense to me is if it was just 1 minute, why would the fire station be called? And then why would, if that smoke was already dissipated, why would the fire station still go and make the call and try banging on and try to get someone to answer the door and stuff? That, to me, that just doesn't make sense. Like the timelines that they're saying just does not make sense for how long it would take the fire station to go to that location. They would have been gone. They would have turned around because they would have said, "Oh, there's no smoke." So there's something that's not lining up for me.
Thank you for the comments. Any questions for Ms. Shannon on that? Not seeing any. Mr. Shannon?
Some new, I guess I never said anything today about that, but something I was trying to research was about 3 blocks from here, there's the Indigenous school, and they do sweat lodges and have teepees and a lot of ceremonies outside, and they also access the park just across the street too. And I tried to get a hold of them and some of the elders that are helping, and just to see what the kind of I guess spiritual impacts there would be. So I was unsuccessful in doing that, but I really think that that's something that should be kind of considered before we move forward. So yeah, I'm not sure how that could be done.
Thank you. Questions on that? Not seeing any. Mona Eng, under new information? Is Mona still with us?
Hi, sorry, I was having trouble maneuvering the unmute. Just a comment, I think the Trinity brought up the fact that there was 8,000 cases on their 66th location, and that calculation would end up to be about 22 cremations a day To me, that's a lot, and that's 365 days. That's 7 days a week.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Ang? Don't see any. Thank you. Ms. Dumke.
Yes, I have a couple comments. We received a letter from the Commemorate Group dated February the 2nd, 2021, and they stated in here there would be no odor, and because cremation is a high-temperature chemical reaction between fuel and oxidant, on very rare occasions, it may produce a small amount of smoke. And also, we received a map from them. Now, their measurements are based on placing the stack in the very back. Now, there's no guarantee, so that 80 meters is based on stack placement, not proximity. And there's no guarantee they could put the stack at the front for all we know. And the only other comment was regarding, at our community league meeting, they stated if they had something known to create a lot of smoke, such as a biker with a lot of leathers, they ship those out. But I never heard them once say they ship anything out. And where would that be? That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Dumke. Any questions for her? No, not seeing any. Ms. Anton?
Thank you. I don't have a lot of additional items, but I'm still looking for those elusive processes for reporting that that the proponent talks about. AHS, Alberta Environment. We can throw those out there, but there really isn't those processes that are defined for reporting. So I need to, in my mind, if this is approved, this rezoning and this use as a crematorium, that I need to trust that this business will do the things that they say they're going to do. And that to me is really hard to swallow from some of the inconsistencies that we know and that we've heard. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Anton on that? Not seeing any. Mr. Jefferson?
Yes, thank you. From what I've heard this evening, I also take exception to them saying that they can operate within regular business hours with the number of crematorium or number of cremations that they claim to have had happen in the last year. That would be virtually impossible to operate only 7 hours a day. Also, as far as I'm aware, if they choose to change their hours of operation, that is their choice. So that they say now that it'll be whatever it is, 9 to 3, but that's not to say that it doesn't extend to midnight for what we know. And from the discussions with others, as was indicated from the applicant, it's ebb and flow. So they, as business gets busy, they just fire up the chambers more often. They say they want to operate only one chamber within this building. Again, that is their trust. As far as I understand, there is legally nothing holding back from having 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, all requiring probably separate stacks. There's no guarantee that they will only operate one chamber within the space. They say they want to use it for a warehouse, and I can understand and appreciate that. But who's to say if business really starts booming that they don't convert their warehouse because it's more lucrative to operate cremations instead. So I question, knowing that the city is on the cusp of reviewing these bylaws, whether it would be prudent for us to refrain from trying to make a final decision on, or refrain from allowing this to happen when we know full well that an offset is probably going to be in the requirements to match up with what Manitoba has done and what other countries have done, and then have the grandfathered so that the community itself suffers from within, I think that that is something that the city really must take into consideration. The data that is being quoted, where there was only 6 in last year and a few the year prior, I think that data is misleading because, as we've heard from the applicant, crematoriums phone the fire stations prior to, if they think that a burning is going to happen that emits smoke. And so that data is not captured. So maybe they did half of theirs where there was smoke, and they just simply pre-warned the fire department that don't come out. And so when they get the call, it's already dealt with. So what the data is that I heard was that it's them actually going to the crematorium is what was captured, not the number of calls that came in from concerned residents that there was smoke in the air from the crematorium itself. So something to consider, because I think that it's a bit misleading to think the numbers are quite as low as they appear to be. I would wonder if that is in fact true. And their legal counsel indicated that certainly there are crematoriums in residential areas within Edmonton. We acknowledge that fact. Remember, some of those were granted when cremation was not as popular as it has become in recent years and will probably continue to be. And the population was different. But most crematoriums within the residential area are well beyond the suggested location distance that we have before us. So please keep that in mind. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Jefferson? Not seeing any. Is Joyce still on the line?
No comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. How about Jan?
I believe they are still on the call using the screen name Jim Baker.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, it's Jan.
Hi. Did you have any new information?
Yes, I still, I'm strongly opposed to this. I know, like, we talk about measuring particulate in that, but we know a guarantee that there is the bad smell that comes out of these facilities. And, whether the smokestack is 90, meters from a property or 30, I think that's irrelevant. If people are going to be out in their yards, their parks, there's a play center, just down on the walking trail where kids are. I really think this is a bad idea. You guys have a choice to kill this right now, and I recommend that you follow that path. The owner has stated that he can still market this facility under the present zoning. So I really would like you guys to end this now. So instead of sending this down the road where we'll have to fight this some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Jan? Not seeing any. Mr. Butts, are you still there? Okay, not hearing anything from Mr. Butts. Ms. Wang, did you have any new information?
No comments.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Formenti? Not on the call anymore. Okay, so that's one round of new information. Do members of council have any further questions? Not seeing any. Then the next order of business would be closure of the public hearing.
Well, I'm happy to move closure.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Nicol. Okay, on closure of the public hearing, please vote. And thank you all for your thoughtful submissions today.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And Councillor
Yes.
Zadok? Thank you. And we have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously. Is there a mover for first reading?
I'll put first reading on the table.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Need a seconder for that? Councillor Knack, okay. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really torn by this one. It's just one of the trickiest things I think we've had, in part because I think we have a hole in our zoning bylaw right now, which is impossible to deal with in the short term. But, and I feel for the applicant, because I think in good faith they came forward and have bumped into that hole. That being said, in my own mind, if we deal with the question of use and whether or not this is an appropriate use, understanding that the intent has been made clear that that is the desired use, which I think gives me a bit more comfort, then I think this question of appropriate separation distance is a valid one. And, you know, I understand that that might be taken care of by our development officer, but given that our development officer is likely to use a set of standards that are not ours, that may or may not speak to this questions of distance, you know, I will listen to others, but my inclination at this point is to vote no. I think if I ask myself what I would do if we were sitting here saying what was an appropriate separation distance for these, which I think is a question that should come to us at some point or should come to council. Would I be debating whether this was within or without that? And I wouldn't. I think I think the fact that we have standards from other municipalities that have spent the time and effort doing this, to suggest that this is well within any of the other regulations that have been put in place. And I think it probably is. You know, if this was just about squeamishness, I think I would feel differently. But if there's odor, if there are a whole bunch of things that I actually do think are within the keeping of what a development officer should be paying attention to, but I don't think we've given clean enough and clear enough instructions to our development officers right now because we haven't put a specific test in there. I think we should do. I think that's unfair on the DO. I think that's unfair on the applicants. But we don't have that choice today. But if I was being posed with that choice, I would say this is too close. And so if that's the choice that I think I would make, and I'm pretty confident I would say it's too close, I think. And just because we've made this mistake in the past is not a reason to continue to make it in the future. So the fact that we may have others that are within this, I don't think is a good planning argument for why we should continue down a particular road. There are other places where we've recognized that there are implications that we had not anticipated in the past. We recognize that once they're there, they're grandfathered and we can't move them out, but that doesn't mean we should continue down the road making the same error. So this is a really clumsy way of doing this, but in my mind, if I was being posed with the question of what a separation distance should be, under all the evidence that we've had here today, I would say that this is well within what I would consider an acceptable separation distance is. What that distance is, I don't know yet, but I'm fairly confident this is within it. And for that reason, I think I will vote no, but I will listen to the rest of the arguments.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I tend to agree with Councillor Henderson with the one sort of asterisk that's coming up, which is that leaving a medium industrial zone adjacent to residential is a really bad idea. We don't, I mean, the actual purpose of the zoning bylaw says it's specifically not meant to be adjacent to residential. And so I do worry a bit if by voting no, then we actually create a potentially worse situation for the residents in the future. Councillor Walters in his presentation today mentioned one of the permitted uses, not a discretionary use, one of the permitted uses is a general industrial use, which deals with the processing of raw materials and different measures like that, so that if this was refused and somebody went and put in that permit application tomorrow, there's no appeal process, there's no anything, that could go forward tomorrow. And that is probably a far less desirable use adjacent to residential than this. So while I'm tending to agree with Councillor Henderson, I'm very much struggling that is leaving still, I think, a fairly large gap of having medium industrial immediately adjacent to residential right now. So it would have been better, I think, and there would have been a better process had we had those separation distances, maybe that particular use separated out in a different way. But then my other worry, this is the other thing that's sort of hanging over my head a bit, is that let's assume in the future council makes a change to that. I think that type of use might then in fact go to like a medium industrial. And then if you leave the zone that, and I know that that's an if, that's a big if, but it feels like something we should also be aware of and thinking about. So while I also think, I'm leaning towards not supporting it. I'm not actually sure that's better for the residents, but I don't know if there's a better solution. And that's the thing I'm coming up against right now. I just can't figure out what the right way to tackle that is. Feels like having a business industrial zone across from residential, like we do in many other areas, is the right solution. It's just we happen to know that this one will be a discretionary use. So yeah, likewise, I'm interested in other feedback because I'm not sure refusing this is also the right thing for the neighbors who are worried about all of those impacts and would potentially experience far greater impacts if medium industrial is permitted or continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you. And I appreciate those comments, Councillor Knack, but it reminds me of something my mother would say, 2 wrongs don't make it right. And though it feels that you may open up the community to something else, I don't know if we can solve all the problems with this one. I think the challenge for me on this one is we know it's going to be used as a crematorium. It's one of the discretionary uses. And we also know that the world has changed and that we're on the cusp of looking at changing the zoning bylaw to address this. So that's why I was toying with referral. Do we have time to move this around? Because it speaks to me that we know more now, so we should do better. And we see the trend beginning to add separation distance. Should it be 100, 182, 500? I don't know. But I think we need to look at that, and we're going to get there, way I understand, through the zoning bylaw review. But at this point in this time, there's nothing to protect this community. And I hear loud and clear their concerns. And so we had heard, that we can consider and weigh the uses, knowing that this is the land use and I consider it. I can't support it at this time. I mean, I've heard from many community members, they're not all opposed to it, but many of them don't know what to do either. They like business development, but is this the right business? Many of them would ask. So I am going to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Caterina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to all the presenters on both sides of this. And, I've said it before, I want to be consistent in that. And we've, I think I've asked questions of legal over and over again of what we can consider and what we can't consider. And that is extremely valid. So in saying that, what I've heard is land use certainly to the IB zoning seems to be okay, and given the other IBs in the area. But we were also told explicitly, and I think I asked 3 times for clarification tonight from legal, that use or use category within a zone is valid consideration And that gave me some comfort that I could look at this particular use. In most instances, we are concerned because there are no specifics, no actual stated uses, and we always ask questions about, well, what if this comes in, or what if that use is done, all those sorts of things. And that's what gives us, or gives us sort of direction from administration that we cannot consider general uses as consideration, just whether the land is usable for this particular zoning. But in this instance, it's completely different. We actually do know exactly what the use is going to be, and that can be considered in our decision tonight on whether that's appropriate for this application or not, and where it's going to be. So in getting confirmation from legal that is a valid reason that we can consider, that's what I'm considering, is a crematorium the appropriate use here in this instance for this application. And in my way of thinking about this, and knowing that I have some in my particular area as well too, and different circumstances, but that's my consideration as part of my decision, is whether this use in this IB zone is appropriate. I don't believe it's appropriate. Certainly there's challenges because we don't have information, we don't have rules and regulations. This is something that's come to us in a short period of time that we've already looked at considering to talk about, with the report coming back in June. But even with that report, it'll give us some information, but in order to come up with a final change to the bylaws or the zoning requirements or uses, it's going to take a number of years. And that again is not appropriate in the length of time that it would take, but it's certainly not appropriate for today's decision. And the use, I don't believe, is appropriate for this particular building or area. There's other uses the building can be used for, and that's what's been proposed. So I take some comfort with the proponent in coming forward with this, but I don't think that decision of no tonight would put a hardship on the proponent, as they have other plans for that particular building that absolutely comply. And I think that is going to be my decision tonight, that we'll be voting no to this application specifically for that particular use in that IB zone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So a lot of good points have been made by my colleagues. I'll try not to take up too much time repeating them all. Just thanks to all the speakers. I know lots of folks put in a lot of time to make their presentations. Thanks for the applicant for everything that you do for families in our city. So I was torn for some of the same reasons that Councillor Knack is. The current zone is not ideal. There's a lot of variables, a lot of what ifs, for sure. If we, were to say no to this today, what could come in there under an IM zone is certainly maybe more adverse from a health perspective for the residents. But many residents came out today to make their case about the reality in front of them, which is the crematorium application. So much like Councillor Katarina has suggested, I too take that as that particular use as valid in what we're deciding today, beyond just the shift in the zone. So when our administration suggests that there will be setbacks, probably at some point in the near future, because there should be setbacks, and there's other jurisdictions that incorporate setbacks. It just tells me that this zone, as it is insufficient in protecting the personal enjoyment of neighboring properties in this case. So, I regret this experience in a way for the applicant. You are clearly an excellent company that does provide a significant service for Edmonton families, but I'm not going to support this application today for many of the reasons I just said and have been noted by other colleagues. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McCain.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll repeat Councillor Walter's statement that a lot of the reasons have already been stated. I wanted to thank Ms. Agrios for her submissions. She always does a really good job, and the proponents for bringing this application forward sincerely. But I found the arguments out of the community very compelling. They've done a really good job. At one point early on, I was thinking about this proposal being made in other parts of the city and the reaction we would see. But Prince Rupert did a really credible job of bringing good information before us today. Councillor Knack mentioned his concern about what could go next there. And I understand that. The crematorium and the rezoning is before us today, though. And I would point a little bit to the south of this particular parcel of land to a place called Holland Plaza, where a former industrial use building was converted into a really neat, new sort of urban shopping, dining area. And that stretch of land in there and those old light industrial and medium industrial buildings may have a future use that we're not thinking of. And it would seem to me that a crematorium may not fit with those future uses, even if you can set aside the concerns that the public brought up. I know we can't look that far ahead, but for a number of reasons like that, and I, crematorium, incineration, that close to those Edmontonians, I couldn't sleep well if I voted yes to that. So I will clearly be voting no to this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to echo everything that my colleagues have already said. I won't go into it too deeply. But I do want to just take the time to thank everyone who came out, because it's been a long day, and there's been a lot of emotions, and for a lot of people, a lot of what they consider their future has been riding on this. So that's well understood by this council. I am not going to support this, and mostly just for the practical aspects. In fact, entirely on the practical aspects. If it was based on the emotional aspects, some of them it came up. Honestly, it wouldn't have swayed me. But just when we get down to the nuts and bolts, this doesn't pass the test for me. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. If you could take the chair.
Will do.
So the catch-22s are always the toughest ones, because I think on balance overall, IB makes sense for all of the compatibility reasons, and I hear the argument from the applicant around additional flexibility for leasing different uses that are probably more compatible with the neighborhood and with the adjacent commercial and industrial, light industrial uses. And so on that basis, this makes sense. And what's before us today is not, strictly speaking, whether the discretionary use should be approved by another authority, which isn't us. But the question that is properly before us, I think others have covered this well, is our understanding that that is likely to be pursued, and given that it is not permitted but discretionary and therefore potentially allowed, not as a given, but potentially allowed, we can give that weight. And then everything else that we've heard today about the many other jurisdictions that have introduced separation distances for a variety of reasons, and that there may well be a regulatory gap both in the land use with respect to separation and also with respect to the actual regulation of the activity itself, which ultimately is in the hands of the province. But as long as there are questions raised that create this kind of anxiety for people, I think that's where you wind up in the situation of looking at separation distances and mitigation factors. And it is difficult for us to say, because we would hope, of course, that a development officer would take those questions into consideration in coming to a determination, and that in turn SDAB would as well. But they don't have a basis to say no on the grounds of separation. And I think it was Ms. Ang's presentation that showed this relative separation distances for all of the existing and how this would relate as being the closest. And then a number of presentations, including Mr. Formenti's video from his backyard, and Mr. Butts, I think, pacing it out. I mean, that was very different. Virtual public hearing has made possible a chance for us. We used to just, only in the last few years have we been able to use Google Street View to actually visit neighborhoods virtually. We used to have to drive out to these places for the contentious rezonings and actually pace them out ourselves. But people being able to share the experience of their neighborhood and their hopes and their fears about what a change will bring, I think that was very well done today and persuasive, clearly, to many members of council, including myself. All that said, the catch-22 is that what's before us today is not the rules as they should be, but the rules as they are. And again, with great sympathy for the applicant that for their business in general, they are looking for additional flexibility. And to Councillor Knack's point, and I think a few others have mentioned this is probably a down zone generally makes sense as a buffer boundary transition condition from the industrial area to the west to the residential, industrial area to the west to the residential to the east. So I do think this question will come back to us. I hope that the rules will evolve in the meantime to give some comfort to the applicant about certainty for the future of their site and some comfort for the neighborhood. But the rules as they are today, with this as a prospective use, and given the very small separation, I do think that we've heard compelling evidence that the use represents at least significant uncertainty for people in the neighborhood, in a way that we're not often persuaded is tangible for people. So I, like others, will not be supporting the rezone today, but recognize that I think we've got some more work to do, and the question of what the rules should be is very much the purview of a subsequent motion and a policy discussion that will come as part of the zoning bylaw review, but that we absolutely can't lose based on everything that we've learned here today. So I'll take the chair back and see if there's anyone else wishing to speak before we vote on first reading. Not seeing any, please vote.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. And we're just missing Councillor Katarina's vote. I can see that you're in the right meeting. Oh, and it just came through. Thank you. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. And that's failed. Okay. And now for something completely different. The Edgemont items, last but not least, thank you to the 5 folks registered for these items for your patience. I think we have time to deal with it today, so let's, do we need a minute?
Nope.
Or we're good
Laurie
to go?
Bolton is ready to present.
Okay. Carry on.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. If we could start with the first slide, please.
There may be a subsequent motion from the previous item, but we can deal with that after this if something gets written. So just to flag that, because there's a little activity here. But Ms. Moulton, go ahead. Sorry, the floor is yours.
Okay. This is an application to allow for low-density residential uses in the Edgemont neighborhood. Bylaw number 19558 proposes to amend the Edgemont Neighborhood Area Structure Plan. That is this, okay, the wrong slide, but sorry, it proposes to amend the Neighborhood Area Structure Plan by redesignating the site from an institutional to low-density residential. Charter Bylaw 19559 proposes to amend the zoning from US Urban Services Zone to RLD, Residential Low Density Zone. Am I still connected?
Yep, we can still hear you. Go ahead. And the presentation's still up. Can you hear us? Ms. Moulton? I fear one of us has gone to a better place. Sorry, I've been saving him up for hours.
We'll just switch gears here, Council. If we could just start over here. So this is an application to allow for low-density residential use in the Edgemont neighborhood. Bylaw 19558 proposes to amend the Edgemont Neighborhood Area Structure Plan by redesignating the site from institutional to low-density residential. Charter Bylaw 19559 proposes to amend the zoning bylaw from US Urban Services Zone to RLD, Residential Low-Density Zone. Next slide, please. The application area is approximately 5.9 hectares and is located in the middle of the Edgemont neighborhood along its western edge. Immediately east of the city boundary, Winterburn Road, and an undeveloped area in the Enoch Cree Nation. Next slide, please. The Edgemont NASP designated the existing church school site as institutional, recognizing that the designation is meant to accommodate the existing land use and ownership as well as future land use aspirations of the community religious organization. The plan does recognize the owner may wish to establish a mix of residential uses on the site in the future as complementary to the operation of the institutional uses. Since the owner has determined the western portion of their site is no longer needed for their use, this rezoning and plan amendment was initiated to allow for low-density residential uses on site. The Edgemont plan was developed with the intent to be a well-connected, walkable neighborhood that provides a variety of housing options. Numerous parks, stormwater ponds, and greenways serve as focal points within the neighborhood and offer opportunities for recreation. The area's ecological resources are carefully conserved within an extensive ecological network, stretching from the countryside beyond the city boundary to the natural areas within the neighborhood, the Wedgewood Creek Ravine and the North Saskatchewan River Valley. As part of this system, the K-9 public school park site is located in the center of the neighborhood within 500 meters of the subject site, supporting both the ecological connectivity and serving as a hub of a connected park and path walkway system. The proposed rezoning and plan amendment add to the variety of residential housing types permitted in Edgemont with efficient, low-density housing under the RLD zone. The rezoning and amendment maintains the vision of Edgemont neighborhood as a well-connected and walkable neighborhood that provides a variety of housing options. As part of our review of this application, advance notices was sent to surrounding property owners, Community League, Parkland County, and Enoch Cree Nation. Comments were only received from Enoch Cree Nation and were generally focused on traffic on Winterburn Road. The application was also circulated to both the public and Catholic school boards, and no comments or objections were received. Next slide, please. At the February 23rd, we might be on the next slide as well, sorry about that. At the February 23rd public hearing, two motions were passed related to this file. The first, that bylaw 19558 and charter bylaw 19559 be postponed to the March 16th, 2021 City Council public hearing to allow time to notify the surrounding Community League. And second, to provide a verbal update regarding the phasing and upgrading of surrounding roads. Beginning with the first motion, at the public hearing, the area councillor inquired about the Hamptons Community League being notified and not the Edgemont Community League. Since the Community League is relatively new, the city was not aware of its existence and didn't have contact information. The Edgemont Community League has now been added to our mailing list. Administration has made contact with the president and vice president of the Edgemont Community League and met virtually with them. Following these conversations, we understand the community is concerned about the need for a school in the area and will be expressing their views shortly. As mentioned previously, there is a K-9 school planned in the east of the subject site, to the east of the subject site in the central area of the neighborhood. The designated site was identified as part of the plan development based on population projections and the requirements of the school boards, and will serve to allow for a connected neighborhood as envisioned within the plan. As with other new neighborhoods, development of the school site is dependent on the neighborhood developing and the land being assembled. Currently, the Edgemont neighborhood is still developing, and the school site has yet to be assembled through the MR, or Municipal Reserve process. This school site is listed as a priority number 3 on Edmonton Public School Board's 2021 to 2024 capital funding priority list. However, the actual design and development of the school is dependent on provincial funding. Administration is in support of this application because it will allow the development of a mix of low-density housing, will provide additional residential units to the neighborhood, and will allow for development of underutilized land that is currently vacant and is compatible with the existing development in the area. And now I'll turn the presentation over to my colleague, Mr. Fazil Saeed, to speak to the second motion. If you can advance a number of slides, that would be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. On February 23rd, City Council directed administration to provide a verbal update regarding the phasing and upgrading of 215 Street adjacent to the Edgemont neighborhood. Administration met with area developers to discuss the timelines of the short-term and long-term improvements to support development in the neighborhood. Slide 7 shows the location of Edgemont Neighborhood Area Structure Plan. Edgemont NASP was approved in 2011. The plan area is currently accessed through Anthony Henday, Lizard Road, and 199 Street. Over the last few years, development has occurred east and west of 199 Street, as shown on the slide. The next phase of development is expected to occur adjacent to 215 Street. 2019 census data indicated a population of about 3,500 residents in Edgemont, which is about 20% of the planned population for this neighborhood. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the short-term improvements planned for this year, with the completion expected in 2022. These improvements include extension of Edgemont Boulevard to 215 Street, and the intersection upgrades that will require a traffic signal. And segments of 215 Street north and south of the intersection will also be upgraded to an urban arterial standard. Next slide, please. Administration is working closely with area developers to review development-related traffic and the required roadway improvements. Slide 9 illustrates the two options given to developers to support increased development. And these are conditions of their subdivisions which cannot advance without a servicing agreement for these upgrades. The first option, shown in blue, is to extend Lizard Road from its existing terminus westward to 215 Street and construct the first two urbanized lanes of 215 Street between Lizard and Edgemont Boulevard. This option was previously facilitated by a realignment of Lizard Road to reduce the land impacts, and these land issues have yet to be resolved. The second option, shown in orange, is to construct the first two urbanized lanes of 215 Street between 62 Avenue and Edgemont Boulevard. This option has high cost and grade and drainage challenges as well. At this time, no servicing agreements have been signed for any of these upgrades. Future development, including the subject lands which are highlighted in cyan, may not proceed until this occurs. Next slide, please. Slide 10 illustrates other network improvements in green that are either in place or conditioned with future developments. A parallel north-south route via 199 Street has been constructed in recent years that connects Muskogee Trail to Lizard Road. Also, subdivision approvals in Riverview area have conditioned construction of the first 2 lanes of Muskogee Trail to an arterial roadway standard from Anthony Hinder Drive to 215 Street. Urbanizing 215 Street south to Muskogee Trail has not yet been conditioned, given the relative lack of development in the area. This improvement will be considered in the future as development in the Riverview area proceeds to the west, or as development in Edgemont continues to the south. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Zwicker or Mr. Dibben or Ms. Brightwell? Councillor Hamilton, you, I think, had selected this item. Do you have questions for the applicants?
I don't. I'll wait until the community league speaks, and then I might ask questions on new information.
Okay. Michael Newman is up first then. Thanks for your patience.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'll actually defer to Alexander Williams. I believe he was actually first on the list.
Oh, okay. If you want to change the order, we can do that.
If that's okay. The president of the Community League would like to speak first, and then I'll speak after him.
Okay, sure. Mr. Williams, go ahead.
Sure. We have a PowerPoint presentation you see here. So it's we're both going to take about 5 minutes in regards to this presentation. So we're zoning with the application in regards to bylaw 19558, 19559. Next slide, please. So the Edgemont Community League is taking a formal stance to the rezoning. We are formally opposed to this rezoning, given that there is currently no available school land in the near future. The rezoned parcel of land is more necessary and beneficial as a future school site, unless a substitute site can be found from an area currently zoned as residential in the neighborhood area structure plan. We had a board of directors meeting on February 25th, and this motion passed unanimously 12-0. So the rationale behind this is Hamptons is the nearest community north of us. Bessie Nichols is one of their schools, and it's a similar size of 6 hectares of land. We have 2 major arterials, Edgemont Boulevard being a connector and Winterburn Road. Right now, the landowner is willing to sell and for residential purposes, so this isn't interfering with any expropriation. This is land that was not determined in the original NSAB to be going to any other purposes other than staying with the current landowner. And there is rapid development that's going in Edgemont right now. Next slide, please. So the background to the lack of the school, right now we have a single non-participating landowner that owns the large land parcel, and you can see in the red there, majority of the proposed school site, that's going to be a K-9 Edmonton Public School Board, is in that parcel of land. So there's been multiple attempts in the last 10 years to negotiate the sale of parcel of land, but nothing's been agreed to through the developer in the city. This is the only single school site that's zoned for Edgemont. The NSAP was approved knowing the ownership of this, and we've had no contingency plan in place. Next slide, please. So there's a comparison to other neighborhoods in Edmonton. To the left, that map is Griesbach, and to the right is the Orchids in Ellerslie. So Griesbach population at full build would be just under 14,000, with an estimated student population of just over 3,000. And the Orchards is a population of just over 16,000, with a student population just under 2,000. Edgemont, when we are fully developed, it's estimated that we will be over 16,000 with a student population just under 2,000. So this bylaw is proposed to add 129 more residences to the original estimate. So we're going to be increasing our population and school population as well. Next slide, please. Here's our population growth. The 2016 census for Edgemont was 1,500 and 2019 was 3,500. So in the past 3 years, we've gained 2,000 residents, and this is going to be 2 years old. 31% of our population is aged 0 to 19. So this is school-aged children or about to be going to school. And then we're looking at 38% of the population aged 20 to 39. So may have started to raise a family or planning to start a family. And I can speak for my street. 2020 was a busy year, and there were 10 new additions out of 50 households. And that's just one street. So I'm not too sure what the other streets in Edgemont have been like. The uplands of Riverview is the next adjacent community south of us, and there's no school zoned in this adjacent developing neighborhood. Next slide, please. So the ramifications of the lack of school, we can see to the left, these are the distance to the schools, and these are the schools that our children in Edgemont are being bused to or driven to by their parents, ranging anywhere from just under 4 kilometers to just under 11 kilometers. They have to go across the Henday, or they have to go north of the Whitemud to be able to go to school. And there's 7 schools on this list. The closest schools would be in the Hamptons, but the Hamptons have closed their door to Edgemont because they are overutilized. They're over in exceeding capacity and bursting at the seams. So this is forcing our kids to go elsewhere. Now, I can be sending my kid to Thorncliffe, and then my neighbor across the street, their kid might have to be going to Michael Acoustic. So we can have kids that are friends with each other, but not necessarily going to the same school with each other, just based on their postal code. Next slide, please. And this is where my presentation is going to end. Mr. Newman will take over from the rest from here.
Hold on just a moment. There may be some questions for you first. So we've got to stop to see if there are questions for you, and then we'll pick back up with Mr. Newman in a moment. So Councillor Hamilton, do you have questions for Mr. Williams?
I do, thank you. I understand Mr. Newman's going to continue with the presentation. It's a bit of an awkward format we have at public hearings, but nonetheless, I'm understanding that the Community League's opposition to the current proposed land use change is ancillary to the land use change. If there was if I'm to understand correctly, you're looking for answers on the school site, acquisition and construction. Is that correct?
Yes, we're not necessarily opposed to the sale. It's more what the use is. So we only have one designated school spot, and that's for Edmonton Public. We don't even have Edmonton Catholic School District in there. And comparing those like neighborhoods, we have Griesbach, which has 2 schools, and the Orchards at Ellerslie has 3 schools, and these are comparable. And right now we have 0, and when the dust settles, we will only have 1.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned the uplands, but I understand that there might be some school sites in Stillwater. Have you discussed those school sites at all?
In Riverview, so there's...
Sorry, yes, Riverview.
Yeah, Riverview is going to have 5 communities total, with Uplands being one of them. There's going to be 3 Catholic schools for Riverview. As far as Edmonton Public, we're not too sure how many schools are going to be going there.
All right. So, I think you've highlighted the school shortage issue in the community really well. I think I'll leave it there. I might come back to you on new information, but I'll let Mr. Newman proceed with his presentation unless there are other questions.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Williams? Not seeing any. Over to you, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors. As Alex pointed out, there are substantial more schools in other neighborhoods. So I'd like to speak to our situation now, and after being notified of this rezoning 3 weeks ago, we pulled up our socks, tried to connect with as many stakeholders as possible. We were actually able to meet with our MLA, Minister Casey Maydew, who voiced strong support for not removing a potential school site based on location, based on size, number of hectares, considering our current situation. Edgemont requires a second school site where his words to support its residents, and during his campaigning for the election in 2019, the single primary concern for residents at that time 2 years ago was the lack of a school. We engaged our trustee, Debbie Engel of Edmonton Catholic, who provided a written letter of support, which was provided today, that you should have access to, saying that she believes working with the City of Edmonton to secure a site would be the first step towards a proactive solution to address this growing need for a Catholic school in the neighborhood, and expressed interest for a very timely review of suitable land in order to present a site to the province for funding as soon as possible. We connected with the Edmonton Public School Division, which is currently slated for that central school site, and after multiple clarifications have understood that there is no proactive plan or contingency plan identified if the existing current land for a school remains unavailable indefinitely, because again, that central landowner, it is their prerogative on when they want to sell, and they're after multiple attempts over getting close to a decade, there has been no sale of that land. And the Public School Division has also expressed no interest in this specific land, yet they don't have any interest to search for other land at this time either. Next slide, please. So our options for creation of a school in Edgemont at this time: pursue this option of a location, engage with more stakeholders, see if this would be suitable, if the landowner would be interested in selling it for the use of a school, considering that there are significantly limited areas that may elsewhere be suitable or available even for development, considering that a lot of land in Edgemont still remains in private non-participating landowners' hands. We don't even know an inventory of suitable school locations based on the opinion of the province or the city or other developers. So pausing this development until then will at least understand the more gravity of the situation, such as if this is the only available school site that multiple stakeholders agree on, yet it is turned to residential, we might regret that opportunity. Obviously, expropriation is not ideal and we cannot support that. Or identifying land from another developer in the community right now that they may be currently in the process of owning or already own. But again, there are large parcels of land. I don't know if there's any precedent for this after a neighborhood area structure plan has happened, or if there, I'm not sure if there's any kind of direction to go. It would be a very complex negotiation with multiple stakeholders and different developers. Next slide, please. So just based on size, arterials, land that we understand may not be wholly owned by non-participating landowners, or already developed for residential. Besides this one in yellow, I can only think of 3 other locations. Only one location on the bottom doesn't have any existing development adjacent to it, and the 2 of the 3 have existing stormwater management facilities or storm ponds next to them. That might be a limiting factor. I don't think schools are typically constructed near them, as well as large parcels of land, even on the south and along 215 Street below Edgemont Boulevard, continue to be in private hands. So even if a piece of school land may be suitable, it may still be, again, a non-participating landowner who's not interested in selling. Next slide, please. So all in all, looking at the population growth from 2016, 1,500 people to 2019, 3,500 people, there's 2,000 people a year that move into Edgemont. We are larger than an average neighborhood now of over 5,000. And there are some residents who've lived here since 2012, 13. We've connected with a lot of different stakeholders to understand that it seems like at the very earliest, we would be able to get multiple stakeholders like the city, developers, the province to identify and all agree on a suitable piece of land alternative to the central school site. Plus 3 years is typical for construction once approval or funding is received from the province.
Got to get you to wrap up there.
2025 is really our last is our deadline. So we
I've got
are
a-
considering
that's-
this plan.
That's the 5 minutes, Mr. Newman, and a little bit to spare just to try to help you wrap up. So, but thank you for those comments. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. So if I'm to understand you correctly, Mr. Newman, what you're looking for from council is today at the public hearing is some clarity regarding questions you have about not only the acquisition of the land zoned in the NASP for the school site, but some answers around contingency for if Plan A, for instance, doesn't work out. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we hope to also understand a potential inventory of sites connecting with developers on what might be suitable land, because if there is not suitable land, this one is a reasonable parcel that seems to check many boxes. So we're concerned if this is the only remaining site available, we wouldn't want to leave it on the table.
All right. And your concern really is the volume, and this piggybacks a bit on what Alex said, but your concern is really the rapid population growth in the area without that contingency plan, so to speak, correct?
Correct. And there have been multiple higher density residential added to the NASP. So for example, 4-story apartments have been turned into 6 stories. So there's higher population that may be expected than in the original NASP population statistics. 129 households from this, for example, would have a lot more. And we, as builders already have access to land and start constructing homes, the available land gets less and less.
And that's a good point on the sort of density that's grown in the area. I might have some additional questions for you on new information, but I see Councillor Esslinger has some questions for you, so I'll stop now.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And being a former school trustee, I feel for you. And I know many new schools are hard to come by, and many communities wait a long time. I'm just not sure if this is the right way to get at what you want. There is some couple of pieces of information that wasn't quite accurate. Greaseball only has 1 school. They have 2 school sites. And the other one that I was concerned about, the Catholic schools do they have funding to build a school?
We don't have enough information yet. Edmonton Catholic was just informed of this essentially 2 weeks ago, shortly after we were informed. But they did note that they would put it at the top of their capital plan if land was available. So it would actually be higher up than anything else on their list right now.
Okay, because they don't build in every community. They have larger catchments typically than the public system. And it's hard for us to make decisions just so that we can have a school. But it's an interesting way of looking at it. So I appreciate that. I'm just not sure how we get to what you want through this medium, but we'll have this conversation with the administration as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Newman? Not seeing any, then let's turn now to questions of administration. Councillor Hamilton, I presume?
Yes, thank you. So we heard a lot about the existing NASP, a non-participating landowner, a need for schools west of the Henday. And I'm wondering, I'm going to start with administration and ask them, could you clarify the process around designating a school site and a specific location for a school site? So that's the first one. And would the proposed location of this development be an acceptable school site? So that's the second question.
Councillor Hamilton, it's Tim Ford here. Maybe I can start off, as I was one of the planners involved with this plan when it was initially brought in. As you're probably aware, the number of our participating owners, we try to distribute school sites, so everybody has to give a portion of their land. Unfortunately, one of the owners here is a real standout, but nevertheless, there are other sites, other portions of this site that still need to be assembled, which through our subdivision process we haven't caught up with. So that is one way we do it. We're just not there yet because the population and growth is not there. The other question I think you asked was the other side, the potential on the far western boundary of the neighborhood. And I don't believe that would be an ideal site, mostly because it would be a long walk for a number of school children on a major arterial, not good access. So it's something we shy away from. Again, the site that's been chosen in the middle of the neighborhood has really good connections. And it was a difficult balance here because there was a lot of natural areas and walkways. So we had to put it central to the neighborhood, but also have good ecological connections through the neighborhood, good walkway connections, and good roadway connections. And the central portion of the neighborhood ticked all those boxes.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Yeah, I had a person at the door. So my next question was about, so I think you've identified why this specific location was ideal, and why the 215 Street location is not ideal. And I'm recalling as we're talking about this, all these, the school zone conversation that we've been having since before I was on council, and the placement with schools around the city and how their relationship to arterial roads made some of the safety considerations really complex. But I hear from the Community League concern that what they have now is that they're losing sites. And there's a concern about when there's going to be action on this site or looking at an alternative site. Would that be the city's leadership? Would the city be looking to the public school board for that? Maybe you can give us some clarity on that process.
Councillor Hamilton, it's typically not undertaken by ourselves unless we get some direction. Any plan amendments are usually brought in by the developers themselves, looking to make some minor adjustments. Some developers wish for school sites to be in proximity. It does help them sell their product if there's a school site ready. I would hazard a guess here and say, given the number of owners and developers in here, it would be, and the way the neighborhood has been planned and the engineering drawings and all technical studies, it's probably a bit late in the process, with a third of the neighborhood developed, to turn back the clock, so to speak, and go look for another site. The other thing I think I mentioned as well is there are a number of natural areas in here, and it took us a great deal of difficulty to actually get those designated and get to the full 10% almost of municipal reserve. So I'm not particularly certain or sure we'd ever get to any other sites without giving up substantial and important natural areas that were identified as part of the initial planning process.
Okay, so it sounds like you're talking about trade-offs, big trade-offs. I don't have a lot of clarity on right now is what's the school board's role in this? Like, at what point do you decide that busing children 11 kilometers away is no longer an appropriate solution to a community with thousands of children? Who calls that? Who's responsible for initiating that school construction piece?
It's typically the school boards. I mean, I think they work, many times they would reach out to developers and see if there's a way they could bring these sites on quickly. I have my colleague here from Parks, and he also works closely, and we look at how we maybe can acquire some of this land more quickly if we know a school site is imminent and there is funding available. Other than that, we really do try and work hand in hand with the school boards to acquire these sites at the earliest possible, time. Unfortunately, I don't think that's played out here.
All right, I'm out of time. I might come back on. I'll see what Councillor Henderson has to say.
Well,
Councillor
in
Henderson,
part,
go ahead.
I think you've already answered one of my questions. Is one of the reasons we plan entire neighborhoods together is because it's not just a question of moving a school site. A lot of other stuff will have been tied into that would also have to move and change. Correct? It's not just a question of moving the school. It was all probably built around the understanding that school would be where it's planned to be. The entire plan probably is based around that. Correct?
It was, and this plan had an underlying tone of the ecological connections to that central school site, and where you placed it, and you place it on a collector roadway, and you place it central, so it has good walking distance to all portions of the neighborhood. So there's a lot of factors that went in. It was a rather difficult plan to bring together at the end. Again, for the ecological areas, we did manage to preserve.
Because that's why we insist on planning entire neighborhoods, because these are complex questions, and moving little bits. You can make tweaks, but moving a school site's not a little tweak, I don't imagine.
It's not, no. We do try and balance the reserve entitlement off between the owners, so one owner doesn't have it all on their land.
Then my other quick question is, I'm puzzled by the Catholics, the separate school board's response, because they would have, this is not an old plan. I remember approving this plan. They would have had an opportunity to ask for a school site at that point, would they not?
They would have. I went back this morning and checked our files on this one, and they had no comment when we did this. I believe, though, that they were looking at other schools in the surrounding neighborhoods. And, this was a fast build-out time in Edmonton, and I think they saw other areas were building out much quicker. They thought they were going to get schools in those neighborhoods, and this neighborhood on its own was probably not, couldn't really accommodate a full Catholic school.
Right.
The numbers have changed since then, and I do know in speaking to them a few weeks ago, they do have a higher enrollment today than they did then.
So there is some serious interest
There
there
is.
from the board as a whole, because hearing from one trustee is not telling us what the board as a whole is interested in.
No, and they have gone back since this plan was done and revised the school generation numbers, so there may be some validity to that.
So would it be worth then considering saying, okay, the school site that's there is the school site that's there, but we can add, would we ever consider adding a separate school site at this point? A second one?
We could, but again, we'd have to probably go back and balance the plan, see what is being built, see what the entitlement is. Again, we'd have to work
Well, that'd be their choice. They'd have to ask for it, right? But if they asked for it and we had a piece of land like this, but if that was the case, who would pay for it?
That's the question, who would pay for the plan amendment?
Because the MR, I'm guessing, is all eaten up already, correct?
The MR is all eaten up. It's about 9.8% on the entire neighborhood.
So somebody would have to step up and buy the land if
Yes.
we were going to do it. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Essinger?
Thank you. And I think you mentioned that if there was a school that was eminent, that we would prioritize getting that school site. Is that what I heard you say?
Councillor, I believe so. I mean, if we do have a lot of subdivisions and underway and there's a lot of rezonings, we do reach out to the developers and try and move things along a little quicker. We very often preemptively rezone these sites ahead of time to make sure we've got everything in place for when the board is ready to build.
So the public might want it, and it's really up to the province to fund it. And the same way the Catholic would have to put it on their list, and then it would have to get approved and funded. So I think nothing is that quick. But if we had indication the province was going to fund it, would we be able to respond in a reasonable time?
I don't know if we'd be able to respond in a reasonable time because we really don't own any of the land. We'd have to work closely with the developers. As we've heard, there is one non-participating landowner, which is the main problem we have here.
Yeah, you just hate to hold up anything because we don't know, but I understand. Thank you.
I'll move the second round for Councillor Hamilton.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, Councillors Zadok and Benga are on the list.
Oh, sorry,
We're just
I didn't see
working
that.
on,
Okay.
on
Sorry,
getting
my
it displayed
apologies.
again.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Zadok is next.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you say that I can speak?
I did. Proceed.
Okay, I missed that. having technology issues here. Just for the amendment area, just being on Winterburn Road, is that an ideal site for a school, or would you want it more ideally within the neighborhood?
Councillor Zadig, I think as I mentioned earlier, I think the central portion is much more suitable because it's more equal distance to walk from all portions of the neighbourhood. And again, it's on what is going to be a very busy arterial road, which we typically don't put elementary schools.
Right, and on the edge of the city. Okay, exactly. Thank you. That's all for now.
Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Just a legal type question there. Can we arbitrarily hold a piece of land not knowing if it could or could not be used for something in future?
I'm not certain what you're speaking about when you refer to a hold of a piece of land. This isn't our land. The city doesn't own it. It's owned by a private landowner. And so what's before you today is the rezoning application from an institutional use to a residential use.
So basically it's before us, but again, I do understand, that we are anticipating that, we are going to run out of room, but there is nothing concrete. But still, are we legally covered if we refuse this application?
It's within your purview to look at the land use and determine if the zone that's being applied for today is an appropriate use of this land. That is within your purview today to make that decision, Councillor Banga.
Okay. I guess we dealt with appropriateness in the last discussion anyway, so I'm not sure sometimes, where is the tipping point for the appropriateness. Anyway, so maybe another question is Mr. Ford, why this land? Is this land the best land for the school? Because of what?
Councillor Banga, are you referring to the zoning that is in front of us today, or the?
Yeah, the one that's in front of us.
Well, as the applicant has stated, they have a school on there already, a private institutional school. They have the western portion of the school, which they've determined is surplus to their needs. So it is their right to come in and decide what they wish to do with that. It was always identified in the plan that they may have some other desires for that land. We always left it as an institutional use, and at this time they've decided that they would be better off trying to sell it and redevelop it.
Okay. Would this trigger a whole bunch of other applications similar to this in other newer ESPs? Or would it be hard to say?
I don't believe it would be. I think this is one of the few new NSPs that actually has a large institutional area like this, so it's highly unlikely.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Now we'll move a second round for Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll second that. Please vote.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, my vote screen has given me a frowny face, so I'm a yes.
Noted.
I know the feeling.
My screen is also frowning at me, so I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
I voted twice on two different devices. Just to see, maybe that's why it granted the frowny face. That's carried unanimously. Now it's still on the first round. I'm going to pass the Chair to Councillor Henderson. That's
Yeah.
quite all right. So the cover report indicates circulation to drainage, Enoch and others, but often when we look at certain kinds of plan decisions and certain zonings, I think, we do circulation to the school boards. Did we circulate to the school boards in this case?
Mayor Iveson, I'll have to ask our colleague Laurie Moulton if she can answer that one.
Yes, we did.
Okay, it's, did I miss it in the report, or?
It may not have been specifically mentioned in the report.
Because they did not express
They
concerns?
didn't have any objections to it or any comments.
Okay, so that is the official position of the boards, at least the planning authorities, notwithstanding other interventions that we've heard of.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's noteworthy and relevant. If a school board or, I mean, ultimately, I suppose, school capital is funded by the government of Alberta, so it would be the government of Alberta that would bless a capital plan from a school board should there be an opportunity purchase or an opportunity construction, move to build, and that would require land. Presumably, then that would ultimately be a decision of the GOA. I guess I can't ask you whether the government of Alberta has resources for that or is I guess I could ask you if we're aware whether it's been identified in GOA's capital plan in any formal way in response to school board priorities or otherwise.
For that question, we'll get Mr. Paul Foster to answer the priorities of the school boards and possibility of the province.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The Edgemont School has been placed on the school board's capital plans and approved by the Board of Trustees. It has not, however, made it onto any capital plans or investment approvals from the government of Alberta.
So notwithstanding the MLA's intervention, there's no funded priority within the GOA's capital plan at present, either for land acquisition on an opportunistic basis or for design or for construction.
Correct. We're aware that the MLA has an interest in this area, but nothing has been approved by the government of Alberta yet.
Okay. And are we aware whether, that's really not fair to ask administration that question. I guess with respect to the sort of holdout landowners, it is what it is, and they have property rights to continue using the property on a legacy basis, and they're not even legal non-conforming, they're conforming at this stage. So
Correct.
There's not much we can do from a property rights standpoint to interfere with their continued use of their property.
There isn't, no, and I do know we've been here with rezonings around here, and the developers have tried to help them with access to their land and do whatever they can for them, but no, there's nothing else we can do.
And at this point, shifting the school onto this piece of land, which is not the proposal that's before us today, it's just been suggested by the community, that would I think has been requested or asked and answered already, but that would trigger a rewrite of the plan. And the consequence of which would be that the holdout landowner would likely get to switch from the MR use to some other more lucrative use.
And most likely he would, yes.
I won't ask you whether that would be rewarding bad behavior or not.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment. The non-participating landowner, the park site is municipal reserve in terms of acquiring the park. This is privately owned land, so if it was to be a school site, it would have to be purchased. It's not a municipal reserve site.
This parcel in question, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, understood. So you'd have to, that's why you would need the plan amendment at minimum to even contemplate it, and then you'd still need a budget to come up with. But what's not before us today is school boards making applications with purchase agreements in hand contingent on applications. We have something very different from that. And there isn't even funding contemplated for school boards to begin that kind of process. We have an application from a landowner with an interest consistent with the plan if the plan's amended accordingly. And that's your recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
I will get back to the chair. You're out of time.
I am.
And I will move that we extend orders for half an hour.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. So
Move to finish.
I didn't move to finish. I moved half an hour. I think we should not make this.
if we're still here,
If we're still there in
then,
half an hour, we should reconsider.
well, and maybe
Fair enough, Councillor.
Maybe there'd be a capital plan amendment between now and when this comes back. Something would change. Please vote to extend orders for half an hour, up to half an hour if needed, and we'll reconsider at the top of the hour.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek, and we have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried. Councillor Nicol on the first round?
No, I was just there to extend orders.
Oh, okay, understood. On the second round then, Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. And I don't intend to protract this, but I'm trying to understand because I got one answer from our administration when I asked about this, and I believe the Community League got another answer from the school board when they asked about this. And it's too bad we can't ask our council colleagues questions because I think Councillor Zadek might know the answer to this. But I'm trying to understand on behalf of the Community League. So I've heard that the school board needs to identify this as a priority, a capital priority, and then the province has to fund it. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct.
Yeah.
The capital plan
Okay.
is submitted to the province and then they approve the fundings.
And once the capital plan is approved, who then, how do you go about acquiring the land if the land is not currently in the possession of the school board or the city?
In previous examples, we have worked with the area land developers to try and acquire those pieces of land. But that has typically been on participating landowners' property. And we haven't had the experience of working with non-participating landowners trying to acquire that land for approved funding.
So if it's identified as a high priority, it's funded in the capital plan, and you have a non-participating landowner, which I think we all agree is really unique and obviously frustrating. Some of the efforts. What then happens? Do we wait until, do we wait it out for 20 years? Does the city initiate an expropriation? Does the school board initiate an expropriation? What happens next? What are the options?
As part of the capital submission from the school boards to the province, they have to relay information in terms of what the status of the land ownership is. And the province takes that into consideration before funding. So that is one of the checklists for the submission to the province on the capital plans is the status of the land acquisition and land assembly.
So what I'm hearing is that a potential barrier to even getting that funding is the acquisition of the land and whether or not the land is available.
That is correct. The province takes that into consideration before they assign funding for any particular school.
Do you, and I know this might be stretching my questions, do you have a sense of how that is weighted in that consideration?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't know how that's weighted. I'm just familiar with the checklist that the provinces, and it's a new checklist, that the school boards are required to fill out in terms of the status of the land. There's many different factors that go into that. The topography, the soils, the geotechnical reports. There's many factors that they have to report on, well sites, proximity to, things like that. And the province considers all of those before they consider, Alberta Infrastructure considers funding.
That's helpful. What I'm hearing from you right now is that this is a bit of a chicken and egg situation. There is a long checklist that may or may not be publicly available that school sites have to hit, essentially, the points on in order to be funded in a capital program like we just saw around happen. And if I'm understanding this correctly, if you don't hit those points or a certain amount of them, then it can move the eligibility of that school site and the funding for that school anywhere from, a year away to indefinitely, correct?
Correct. It doesn't have to hit all the points, but there has to be, if it doesn't hit the points, there has to be what the mitigation is or how they're going to address that. And some of that may be commitment from the city that, or the land developers, that land will be assembled in a certain amount of time or it's underway or things like that. So as long as they have a plan to achieve those checkpoints, then that's taken into consideration as well.
All right, and who would go, does the city take the lead on fulfilling that checklist with respect to land assembly, or does the school board do that, or do we do it together?
The school board takes the lead and we support them on providing them what information we have available, and then any plans that we have.
Thank you. That satisfies my inquiry for now.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Just as a follow-up to Councillor Banga's questions, one other slight wrinkle in this is I think the irony of this is that if a school board wanted to build a school right now, they could come forward and they own this piece of land. They could build on this piece of land without rezoning and without a planning change, because the intention was institutional use school, albeit a private school, correct?
No, not entirely. This land is essentially privately owned by a private school.
Understood, but it's zoned US, which is the zoning we would put on for a school.
Yes.
And the plan called for expectation of a private school being there. We don't distinguish what kind of schools. We plan for a public school elsewhere. But ironically, the irony of this is, if we wouldn't have to intervene in this if either one of the school boards came forward and said we're prepared to, had done a deal with the private owner, said we'll buy the land from you. They wouldn't even have to come to us because the plan would already allow them to build there.
We would have to go back and check, but the zoning is in place, so I think, yes, you are correct, yeah.
So, because I think this is to them, and, I think from what I'm hearing is the opportunity is there for a school board to come forward. I don't think I can understand why the public school board wouldn't come forward because they have land put aside for them. But if the separate school board really felt there was urgency to do this, there is nothing stopping them coming forward right now and doing a deal with this landowner, correct? Except money.
Correct.
And we wouldn't have to intervene. They could do that without us rezoning.
Well, I believe so, because the zoning is in place, all things considered.
I understand there's other wrinkles to that, but that's the, going back to Councillor Banga's question about the land use question here, ironically, if we thought this was appropriate for a school, we'd leave the zoning exactly the way it was. But but how you'd make that happen is not in our purview. That's the school board's call. Great. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Henderson, if you could take the chair.
Yeah, we'll do.
And just to tie a bow around that, there is the zoning land use question, but there's also the neighborhood plan question that's before us here today. And the neighborhood planning process partly sets aside the lands for MR land assembly for public use school sites, which is separate from private landowners' residual rights after the 10% has been taken. And notwithstanding that there might be MR entitlement out of this, this particular parcel, it's not going to be enough to put a school on.
The school site, or the remnant of this parcel, is
it's going to be a
over
pocket
5 hectares. In general, that's around the size for a Catholic school board site. However, there's a number of factors that go into that site planning, including whether or not a community league should be on it or not. But I think the most pertinent part is that it's privately owned right now, and through the NASBA policy, it states that there is a possibility to use a different land use designation on it and explore other opportunities, including residential.
So, but this is not 5 hectares. This is bigger than that, isn't it? The piece that we're talking about here?
The part that's being rezoned is roughly 5 hectares.
Okay, so the 10% of that would be left over after rezoning, if we got 10% MR out of it, is half a hectare, which is not enough for a school, to put a school on. You might get a pocket park out of it in terms of actual municipal reserve space where you might put a park or a school.
If the plan identified the area for a park, but the MR through the planning process in 2011
has already been gobbled up and ported over to the school site, which hasn't been assembled yet.
or the other natural areas.
Right. So, so even if you could keep the MR within the 5 hectares, my point is it wouldn't be enough. But the plan's already contemplated aggregating the MR for the school site that is planned for, and to use the rest of it for other parks and natural areas.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the planning question, separate from the zoning question. And all to say that the planning process does precisely that. It leads to the consolidation of a whole bunch of different people's MR contributions to a site large enough to put a school and a park on. And that isn't this. And we're not going to get one big public piece of land out of this plan amendment and zoning and subdivision process.
Correct. We might get some cash in lieu to buy other pieces of land to assemble the larger public site in the center of the neighborhood.
That's true. It may or may not be the piece that tips it over, but that's how it gets accounted for in the process. So save somebody funding a school board to come and acquire land. It's really not comparable, notwithstanding the zoning's the same, to treat this land as land that's available for public use. Because there are private property rights in effect on this land, and the municipal reserve process does not in any way entitle us to presume the use of this chunk of land for public use. As desirable as that would be for the community, we have no legal basis to interfere with those property rights.
Correct.
Someone would have to buy it,
Correct.
and that's not our job.
Also correct.
All right? I'll stop belaboring the point. Any other questions for administration? Not seeing any. Any new information from the applicants? Mr. Zwicker, Mr. Dibben, or Ms. Brightwell?
I believe council has got the facts out there already.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams or Mr. Newman, any new information from yourselves?
I'll speak for some new information. So just a concern for having a school along 215th Street in the Hampton Sister, Renata Brockman. Its property does border 215th Street, and Winterburn Road, or Winterburn School, also borders 215th Street.
Noted. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Williams? No? Mr. Newman, did you have any new information?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think at this point we are aware of the exceptional complexity of the situation and the limited options, which is why we, once learning about this rezoning, urged caution to examine all available options first, rather than removing this option. Unfortunately, our Catholic school trustee, as well as the director of infrastructure for Edmonton Catholic, couldn't provide a rationale for why there was no interest in a Catholic school at that time. And I think it's been spoken to a little bit, but they did express quite a significant amount of interest in a second school site, which we believe is probably more effective then transferring a school site from the central site, but finding a second one. In terms of timeline, in terms of the Catholic school trustee felt that they would put it to the top of their plan because they could, quote, fill a school in Edgemont right now, based on the enrollment at 119% utilization of Cisternada Brockman, being no school in the neighborhood south of that, the uplands, as well as that the fact that, taking a shot in the dark, the population of Edgemont is probably near 5,000 today. And even if we had land available to provide to the province that was suitable, 3 years down the road, we could be another 3,000 people more. So we are looking for not only a solution, but a timely solution. And we're not getting much in that direction, especially from Edmonton Public. As I mentioned in the presentation, there is no contingency plan, and they have looked over this school site. So if they are leading the charge on finding a school site, we have not found that motivation or direction. So we are looking to, at this point, take a pause based on the rapid development. And again, if you look on the number of planning applications for the community, there are many. The community is developing very quickly, and there's some significant access road issues. So there's if you look at the planned school property, there's a north-south link called Edgemont Link, designed to go south from Lessard Road. That can't be built because it goes through a private landowner. Lessard Road right now as well cannot be completed to 215th Street because there is a non-participating landowner. So not only could there potentially be a reduction in available school sites, even if there was a probable school site based on access from an arterial or collector road, that road may actually not physically be able to be built to get to that location, which is why we feel the inventory of potential sites is so minimal. We would request an inventory of available sites from multiple stakeholders' opinions, given that most stakeholders do not have a good understanding of the situation as a whole, which is why we are in this situation in the first place. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Newman? Not seeing any.
Oh, I had my hand up, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
I'll just be really quick, because you, Mr. Newman, you've covered that there are additional issues related to land acquisition. I think you and I have discussed at length the transportation and traffic impacts in the neighborhood, in part because there isn't a through road from Lessard Road to 215th Street, correct?
Yeah.
As you mentioned, and then Edgemont Link, which goes north-south from Lessard Road to 35th Avenue, and that runs adjacent to the proposed school site in the NASP, correct?
Correct.
So this non-participating landowner issue isn't just affecting the acquisition of municipal reserve and the school site, but it's also affecting transportation in the neighborhood.
Correct. I think as mentioned earlier, the majority of the future land development will be south in the area between 215th Street and south of Edgemont Boulevard or 35th Avenue. So essentially residents will have to come in through Lessard, go south on 199th Street, go through Edgemont Boulevard, which is only a single lane, and then go south from that as opposed to taking more direct connector roads.
Mm-hmm. Which is, I think we mentioned this it was mentioned in the presentation, there are some transportation upgrades happening, but the big pieces here, that east-west connector and that north-south connector, to prevent sort of having to get on those major arterials, those are right now, they're planned, but we won't have them. We won't have them for a while. And so that will also affect development in the neighborhood, which in turn could affect the ability to generate enough students to go to schools, where it kind of cycles through, correct?
There is still significant building of residential in this neighborhood, a new 6-story apartment complex or condo complex did open, as well as there's been rezoning from townhouses or street-oriented townhouses to more multi-density. In fact, actually across from this rezoning south of 35th Avenue, there was recently some commercial and multifamily or higher density changes to the original NASP, I believe. So there are ways to still increase further the population with the existing land that's available.
Yeah, and that wasn't, to clarify, that wasn't on the interior of the neighborhood. That's bordering on 215th Street, if I recall that application correctly, right? So, all right, I think those are my questions for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I see no further questions for Mr. Newman. And unless there's any other new information,
I'll move closure.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Okay, on closure of the public hearing, please vote.
Yes.
We're just missing Councillor Walters' vote.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it didn't show up.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move first reading.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Councillor Hamilton.
I'm trying to click on.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So I understand the community's concern, the community league's concern around the school site. I personally learned more tonight about the schooling. I got schooled in schools and school planning tonight, and I gently mentioned to Councillor Esslinger and Councillor Zadek, who both have experience in school boards, that it's definitely not child's play, and I'm too tired to be intentionally making those puns, so my apologies. So with the respect to the application before us, what I have heard is that the bulk of the community league's concerns are not, they don't have a concern with the change of use. The request for delay of the application or postponement of the application relates to their concerns about the suitability or the ability to find suitable school land. However, I am not convinced by the response from our planners that this would be an acceptable place to put a school. And I think, right now, one might seem better than none. I'm very positive that a lot of parents who have children that go to schools that are on major arterials or even heavily used collectors could attest to the significant challenges that come with building schools on extremely busy roadways. And I know speeds on 215th Street at times can get up to 80 kilometers an hour at places. Most of the time it's 60, but that probably wouldn't be a really good planning principle to put a school with an entrance that onto 215th Street or so close adjacent to 215th Street. Even though I know Sister Nada Brockman was mentioned, but the school is on the interior of the community and the field expands to the exterior of the community. So children aren't loaded into the school from 215th Street. All of which is to say, so I hear that I can support the application today because I don't believe we've been given substantial reason not to support this application, though it is just, I completely understand it, that might be disappointing to the community league to not see this site held for a school. However, I've committed to, I think we got some good answers today in terms of the process in terms of acquiring school sites and the impact on the NASP. And I've committed to working with the MLA in private, but also now I will commit that publicly to seeing if we can advance the acquisition of a school in the area. And it's going to require a bit of patience and apparently a review of this, like some planning work on my part, but I, reviewing Trustee Engel's letter in terms of the demand in the neighborhood, as well as knowing anecdotally the demand in Edgemont from years of hearing about kids having to go to other schools. I have no doubt the support is there. We just have to navigate a very complex legislative process, I think, in order to get this to happen. But as your counselor, I'm willing to work with the other orders of government and the school board to make sure that we can have this happen before your kids are in high school. So that's, so don't let them grow too fast yet. So that's what I have to say on that. I'll be supporting this application. Thank council for their patience and helping us and the community league understand the ins and outs of how school sites are determined. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote on first reading? Not seeing any, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. And we have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Second reading?
Sarah?
I'll move second reading, sorry.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote to allow third reading to proceed.
Yes.
We have 13 votes.
Display the vote.
I'll move third reading.
Second.
Please vote on third reading.
You should read out the bylaw on third reading.
My bad. I'll move bylaw 19558 and charter bylaw 19559 on third reading.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please
yes.
vote.
And we have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Any subsequent motions arising from any of the business today? There was a bit of conversation about crematorium usage coming back in the, and when that might come back. That issue is live. God. I didn't even mean that. That issue will be contemplated in the report in, sorry, it's been a long day, in June, and so no motion is required to generate that because it's already been flagged, and everything from this will inform that discussion. No additional direction required, I've been assured. So, given that, I think we've all learned quite a bit today, and we should leave it exactly here at this moment, and no further. So we're adjourned. Oh, actually, sorry, are there any notices of motion tonight? None? Okay. Good night.